City of Shadows by Pippa DaCosta. Read by Penelope Rollins. Chapter 1. I crept into the mouth of the alley. My heart pounded hard against my ribs until the sight of my target weighed it down with dread. I was too late. The Fae I followed cradled his victim's lower back with one hand, pulling her against him. The other hand was splayed against her pale face. The wind whipped his suit jacket back, revealing his deceptively lean figure, and swept his dark bangs into his eyes. Those tricolored eyes sparkled in the alley's half-light, and his lips pulled into a shallow smile. Like most Fae, his catalog model looks were all part of the seduction. Dreadfully beautiful, he barely moved at all, just held her still, held her close. The woman looked up at him, devotion widening her innocent eyes. Bespellment. I'd only been seconds behind them. Seconds that could have saved her. Fear trilled through me, chased by something darker, hungrier. A memory hitched in my thoughts. A moment such as this one. A life in my hands, and with it came the terrible desire for more. I inched forward. The persistent wind pushed at my back, carrying with it snippets of laughter and catcalls from nearby bars. Another step, and the wind suddenly dropped, allowing a dense quiet to settle. Tension crackled across my skin, a sense of time slipping through my fingers. I was too late to save her, but I could stop him from harming others. Hey! My fingers twitched, seeking the daggers strapped between my shoulder blades. I could reach back and slide them free, but I didn't want this to escalate for the girl's sake. The Fae wasn't the most dangerous thing in the alley. Let her go! My shouts echoed. She didn't want this! He pulled his gaze away from his victims, and for a few seconds, confusion muddied his face. He saw only a silly American girl. Who was I to stop someone, something like him? He didn't know what I was, or that my ordinary appearance was camouflage. His flat smile grew, an opportunity gleamed in his eyes. He shoved the girl to the ground and bolted right for me. I fumbled over my shoulders for my daggers, grasping for the handles, but my fingertips slipped over their smooth surface, and he tackled me around the waist, slamming me against a wall. Breath whooshed out of my lungs, my head smacked against brick, and needles of pain sparked around my skull. He bit me, sunk his vicious little pearly teeth through my jacket into my shoulder, and crunched down. I let out a cry and, not for the first time, wished I'd listened to Rain. He was right. I'm not ready. The Fae recoiled with a snarl. His upper lip curled. You're not even real. He swept a hand across his mouth and spat to the side. I would have replied with something clever and kneed him in the balls, but the pounding in my head throbbed louder with every wheezing breath. It wasn't just the pain. I wanted to lash out, but I knew it wouldn't stop there. I wasn't even sure if I could be stopped once the quiet, hungry part of me broke free. He smiled a salacious smile. Are you Fae? He pushed off me while running his appraising gaze down my body. You're weak. His eyes narrowed. I think you need her more than I do. His senses were probably telling him that something about me didn't add up. Clearly, I wasn't just another silly girl, but I didn't look Fae, so what the hell was I? He added a small, disbelieving laugh, but I got the impression that laugh was more for his own sake, especially when I caught his hesitation. I'm not like you. I reached over my left shoulder and plucked a dagger free. You were right with your first guess. I'm not real. Recognition flashed in his eyes. He was catching up. He snarled and staggered back a few steps. No, you're not Fae. You're worse. He kept his gaze trained on me. Those beautiful eyes were filled with promises, the kind that killed, but now they also held a tight glimmer of fear. He slid his gaze away toward the main street, and keeping me in the corner of his vision, he hurried away. If it wasn't for the pounding in my head, I'd have chased him down, but Rain's warning and my own rattling fear held me back. That Faye would blend back into the London nightlife, a touch here, a touch there, and he'd hunt again. I failed. The wind whipped up the trash, tossing the sound of distant police sirens into the mix, and my head throbbed harder. What was I doing here? I'd failed, and he'd bespelled a girl and walked free. She whimpered, rousing me from my thoughts. The alley tipped and swirled when I moved away from the wall. I was hurt, but I'd heal. Unlike the girl. On her knees in an oily puddle, she blinked up at me. Her eyes were vacant and glassy. Nonsense babbled from her lips. The Fae hadn't used physical force. That wasn't their way. Beauty was their weapon. Sensual words, desirable looks, whispered promises, and seductive smiles. There wouldn't be any physical evidence of the assault. The damage was deep inside. He'd bespelled her and absorbed her drioct, the life force the Fae thrived on, all in the space of a few moments. Moments she'd never get back. Moments that would change her life forever. I reached out a hand, some part of me too human to see her suffer, but snatched my trembling fingers back before it was too late. My touch was just as toxic as the Fae's. You need her more than I do, the Fae had said. I stepped back and swallowed around the knot in my throat. I'll get help. She said nothing, just gazed vacantly into the space where the Fae had been. Rain had told me his kind could steal drioct hard and fast, but the Fae in the alley was the first time I'd seen one of them so blatantly flout the law. Some people asked for it, some paid for it, others, like the girl, didn't deserve it. You're worse. The Fae's words played over and over as I frowned at my bloodied and pale reflection in the mirror. Behind me, the TV blared out news about the rise in missing persons cases across London. The reporter's words echoed around the vast underground chamber I now called home. Despite the novelty fairy lights, the colorful tapestries depicting a world I'd probably never see, the pool table, and half a dozen couches, the place known as Under still felt huge and empty without the Fae to fill it. They'd left almost 3 weeks ago, driven out by events at the Millennium Dome, when their Spider Queen had revealed the truth. The Fae weren't beautiful. They were monstrous. And the people of London had let them into their homes, their lives. They'd loved them, wanted to be them, but not anymore. London had fallen out of love with the Fae, at least officially. I eased my jacket off my shoulder, hissing as it brushed against the bite. A quick glance toward the door confirmed I was still alone. Echoes traveled far in these forgotten spaces. The shadows down here were deep. I wasn't the only one left roaming Under's tunnels, and I did not want to be interrupted while patching myself up from my disastrous hunt. I popped open the first aid kit I collected on my way through Under and spread its contents over the pool table. Selecting a handful of antiseptic wipes and gauze, I angled myself sideways to the mirror. A dark patch of blood had soaked through my top and run down my arm, where it had dried in flaking streaks. This was going to hurt. I pulled the neck of my top down over my shoulder, teeth gritted against the throbbing pain, and got a good look at the bite. The wound was clean but ragged, more of a tear than a bite. Angry welts crowded its edges. It looked as bad as it felt. One-handed, I tore open a wipe with my teeth and fumbled with the packet. It slipped from my fingers. I crouched down, scooped up the wipe, and paused. A tickling sensation fluttered against my thoughts, pulling my attention toward the door. I didn't need to look to know I was no longer alone. Rain was here, and it wasn't human senses telling me he was close. That same tickling tugged at something within me, like a spider testing a single strand of its web. It had been present since we'd killed the queen, a connection that had my insides knotting for all the wrong reasons. A lot of things had changed since the queen died. As I straightened, I avoided his reflection behind mine and focused on my shoulder. The wound wept a little blood. I wiped at it, smearing blood across my pale skin. This would have been a whole lot easier without him watching me. I briefly flicked a gaze his way. He was wearing a creased shirt, half unbuttoned, with the sleeves rolled up, and low-slung black pants. He somehow managed to throw on clothes like he didn't care, revealing tantalizing glimpses of a physique that could stop a girl's thoughts on a dime, and he made it all look like some happy accident that he was so damn alluring. He leant his hip against the pool table and crossed his toned arms. A familiar little flutter skittered low. That, too, was a reaction I couldn't control. Before the queen had spoiled it all, Rain had been the city's poster boy for the Fae, lead singer in London's hottest rock band. Women wanted him. Men wanted to be him. He hadn't lost any of his charm or his confidence. But there was more to Rain than the spoiled rock star persona he presented to the world. Behind those tri-colored eyes, behind the quick smiles and the swagger, an ancient nightmare awaited. The queen had held his reins when she was alive. Now I did. And it wasn't something either of us was comfortable with. I took another wipe from the packet and pressed it against the bite with a wince, then sneaked a look at his face. He had the kind of dark, thoughtful eyes girls swooned over, a mouth that was quick to smile, and lips that were equally quick to curl into a fierce snarl. At that moment, his expression revealed nothing. He'd probably mastered blasé centuries ago. I didn't stand a chance at reading him. "Say something," I said softly, once again intently focused on my shoulder. "I'm thinking," he replied, his voice smooth and tempting, like silk running through your fingers. "Don't hurt yourself." There was a time such jibes would have crackled with good humor, but now they fell flat. When we'd killed the queen, I'd believed everything would be fine, that we'd be back to normal, whatever normal was for us. But in the last few weeks, while we'd hidden from the Fae authority, I'd lost him somewhere among all the unspoken words. He'd watch me while I had my nose buried in one of the Fae's books, or when I studied the tapestries, trying to learn the way of the Fae. But when I looked up, he'd look away, desperate not to catch my eye. We barely spoke at all, except for him to warn me what not to do or where not to go. "Don't roam under. Don't fight the Fae. Don't do anything rash. Don't. I missed the Rain who had introduced me to chocolate cake, who told me to live, who once held me in his arms and said, "We're all alone, Elena, but you and I can be alone together." Where was that man? I lifted the wipe away from the bite. More blood welled inside the wound. I tossed the wipe away and grabbed another. Maybe I needed stitches. I couldn't go to the hospital. I didn't exist on any databases, and I couldn't pay for treatment. I rummaged one-handed through the packets of gauzes, but I didn't know what I was looking for. How do you treat Fae bites? Could I just stick a Band-Aid over it and hope for the best? What if it got infected? I wasn't even sure if I could get infected. Rain plucked a pair of latex gloves from the first aid box, tugged them on, and set his uncompromising glare on me. "Let me help." "The touch." He lifted a brow, giving me a droll, "I know what I'm doing" look. At least one of us did. Turning my face away, I worked my arm all the way out of my top and watched his reflection as he went to work on the bite. Even with the gloves, shivers prickled my skin. Extended skin-to-skin contact with me tested the control he had on the beast coiled inside of him. It was an effort just to be this close to me. The times he'd lost control, he'd turned, and each of those times, he'd killed. I wanted to tell him it wasn't his fault, but my telling him didn't make him believe it. He'd lived with the curse of Ku-Shi longer than the Fae had lived in London. My words didn't change a damn thing. Some days I wondered what I could possibly change. I wasn't human. I wasn't Fae. I wasn't even real. The Queen had created me to do her bidding while she was trapped beneath London. Her ancient Driocht lived in me. The same Driocht that could summon Ku-Shi.
What happened?
Rain asked, bringing me out of the memories before they could drag me deeper into despair. I tracked a Fae. He bespelled a girl and stole her Driocht right out in the open. He attacked me, probably thinking he could shock me into submission. Apparently, he didn't like how I tasted. I had a quip lined up, how he'd bitten off more than he could chew, which Rain might have chuckled at before. But one look at his hard expression killed it. I sighed, wishing so much was different. They're ignoring the curfews, hunting in public, and what's worse, people want them there. Nothing is being done. It's going to get worse.
Elena.
A shiver trickled through me at the sound of my name on his lips.
You're not ready. We don't know how long.
How long I've got left? I interrupted, knowing all too well what he was going to say.
What if he'd provoked the part of you that's Fae?
He'd focused on the bite mark while his fingers worked to examine it.
It could have burned you out.
Red-hot pain radiated through my shoulder. I hissed, flinched, and jerked away from him. I can't just sit around here doing nothing, Rain. I won't. The Fae are more dangerous like this. It's not like before, when you were all in hiding, pretending to be myths. You're everywhere now, and they are angry, afraid, maybe. They're lashing out. I don't know how to fix it, but I can help. I need to help. A muscle fluttered in his cheek, as though he were carefully chewing on the words, mulling them over before speaking aloud.
You're too afraid to fight.
He narrowed his eyes on the wound and leant in to get a closer look.
What were you planning to do? Talk him to death?
I'm not afraid. Not of them. Rain shook his head, dislodging a lock of dark hair so it curled in front of his eye. We both knew he hadn't meant I was afraid of the Fae. He brushed his hair back with the knuckles of his gloved hand and finally met my gaze. Inches away, he might as well have been in another room or another city, because he certainly wasn't here with me. That look in his eyes, it was distant and laden with regret. I missed him, more than I cared to acknowledge. When we'd fought the Queen, we'd been close. Now, he guarded himself. For me. You could help, I said, and knew the moment the words left my lips that I'd said the wrong thing. A shadow fell over his eyes.
You think I don't want to?
He yanked his gloves off.
You think I'm not going crazy down here, walking these bloody tunnels?
He balled up the gloves and tossed them with force onto the pool table, turning his back to me to lace his fingers through his hair. My daggers rested beside the first aid kit on the table. Rain hadn't touched my skin, but the hound stirred just below the surface of his. I could feel its hunger tugging on mine. It wanted out. Freedom. He wouldn't allow it to escape. Just as long as we stayed apart, he had control. Frustration, anger, mostly involving me, would wake the beast. He always fought it. He'd been fighting it for years, but the strain had started to show on his face. It wasn't getting any easier. I'd started wondering if maybe it wasn't just me that called to the hound in him. Perhaps it was easier for him to blame me than face the guilt of his own crimes. Rain had killed the 4 powerful Fae keepers who had imprisoned the queen. He'd told me he wasn't good. He could easily have wanted to let go of his control, just for a little bit. But people died when he did. One slip in public, one mistake in front of the cameras, and the killing could happen again. He wasn't free. He was too recognizable to be free. The second he was spotted in public, the Fae Authority would close in. He was London's most wanted. By the police, by the FA, by the people who didn't know any better.
At least you have your freedom,
He said softly, clearly thinking the same as me. For however long that might be, days, weeks, until I stole someone's Driocht, or it didn't, and faded away as a result. I snatched up a wad of gauze, pressed it to my shoulder, and worked my top back on, all within easy reach of my daggers. The hound still stirred inside him, an ever-present simmering of Driocht that set my teeth on edge. It wasn't all about freedom. The anger behind his eyes, the frustration behind his words. He'd lost his life, a life he'd worked hard to build for himself, a life he'd loved. Like all Fae, he thrived in the spotlight, and now he had to resort to stalking the shadows. So much had changed. Days after he'd met me, he'd lost everything he'd ever cared about, including Shay. Shay, his whatever she was to him, lover, friend, I'd yet to figure it out. She'd left him alone down here. He wouldn't talk about her. He wouldn't talk about anything.
You don't understand,
He said, hands still locked in his hair, still facing away, clearly unable to look at me. I tugged my jacket back on, ignoring the burn in my shoulder. I understood a lot more than he believed. That's right, because I don't know anything. I was created weeks ago. It's not like I understand anything you must be going through. You're over 200 years old, and I'm 19 going on 1. He muttered something under his breath, likely a curse. Is this bite going to do any lasting damage? I snapped. He dropped his hands and turned. Say it. Just say it, I thought. Stop pushing me away. Talk to me. He stayed quiet, but those eyes, they said so much. I plastered an I don't care look on my face to hide the hurt and hoped he'd bought it.
No. You'll probably heal in a few hours.
He braced his hands on the edge of the pool table and bowed his head. I didn't imagine the trembling through his shoulders. My being around him would just make it worse. Good. Then I'm going back out there. He flicked his gaze up and glared through dark lashes.
Let me teach you how to take a little Driocht.
No.
Just enough that should you feel yourself burning out.
He straightened. An undercurrent of old Driocht pulled tight between us. If he moved forward, I'd go for my daggers. No,
Alina,
he growled.
ignoring this won't make it go away.
A step closer, and I lifted my chin, defying the order in his tone. Is that what you're hoping will happen with me? He saw my glance toward the weapons and, either knowingly or on instinct, took a few steps back.
You need to learn.
The tension in his shoulders loosened, the fight draining out of him. I'd stolen Driocht once, and I still dreamt about the sensation of falling into the mind of my victim and how it had felt so terribly good. My unwilling victim had been a friend, the only friend I'd had. Now, he probably hated me, but he'd dream about me too, because he didn't have a choice. I'm not like you. I regretted the words as soon as they were out of my mouth. You're worse, the Fae in the alley had said. I wasn't sure what I was. Rain flicked a hand toward the door.
Go, then. Do what you have to do. But if you won't help yourself, don't expect me to.
The bar that my hungry Fey friend had visited was a dead end. I spent an hour watching the crowd come and go, but it appeared as though the Fey who'd bitten me would be the only customer with pointed ears that night. Another hour, another club, this one with a sprinkling of Fey among the crowd. I didn't need to see them to know they were there. Voices chatted a little louder, flirtatious laughter tinkled among the throbbing music, and a thread of excitement wove through the customers jammed into the basement bar. Even after the events of a few weeks ago, people still adored the Fae, maybe even more so because of the risk. I was technically immune to their touch. The 1974 Trinity Law meant nothing to me now. Look, but don't touch. Touch, but don't feel. Feel, but never love. Life had been easier when I could blame my feelings on bespellment. As it was, everything I felt for Rain, the anger, the desire, the fear, was real. The crowd jostled at the bar, buffeting me from all sides. I shouted my order at the barman and tried to pick the Fae from the crowd while I waited. One stood nearby, taller than the majority of people here. Glamorous, like a 1940s movie star, she smiled easily and dipped her chin, as though demure, but her tricolored eyes sparkled with hunger. Her date, with his ruddy cheeks and eager eyes, would no doubt make a nice Driocht snack. I paid for my drink and brought it to my lips. My gaze flicked over the rim of the glass to a guy who was sitting too still at the end of the bar. Ruffled chestnut hair and soft, mocha-brown eyes that were now slightly narrowed, probably because he knew me and was already figuring out the quickest way to the exit. Detective Danny Andrews. He'd gained a few lines around his eyes, and there was a dash of stubble on his chin. Maybe he was on leave, although that wouldn't account for the shadows under his eyes. I could lie to myself all I liked, but that didn't stop a knot of guilt from lodging in my throat. I swallowed my sip of drink and tried to drink the guilt down with it. The music droned on, drowning out everything but my own regrets. It usually takes 3 or more touches to bespell someone, but the process begins from the first touch. Andrews and I had touched. Just fleeting, inconsequential touches here and there, neither of us aware I was toxic. Taking his Driocht had sealed his fate. I hadn't meant to hurt him. I'd been dying at the time. In fact, if he hadn't been there, I might have fizzled away to fairy dust, or whatever I was made of. He'd saved my life, and in return, I'd taken away his free will. My gaze wandered back to where he was seated, but a young man and his date had taken Andrews's place. I carved my way through the crowd, drink sloshing over my hand every time someone nudged me. My thoughts were too loud, the air too thick with the smell of sweat and the sweet taste of alcohol. I tasted it, smelled it all, and pushed deeper into the sea of people. It'd be easy here to brush up against one of the Fae, touch skin to skin, and lose your mind. Colored lights lit up faces. Most eyes reflected it, but those of the Fae absorbed the kaleidoscope. I counted at least 2 more Fae breaking the curfew. The crowd finally spat me out of its fringes, where I found a long-haired male Fae seated at a table with another man, enthralling him with tales of how he'd been caught by the Fae authority in flagrante with a date, which I heard as victim. He had braided half his golden hair in a tightly woven plait, revealing a face too angular to be handsome, yet he still managed to draw surreptitious glances his way. Most Fae cut their hair, trying to blend in with modern trends, but not this one. He wasn't here to blend in.
Hey, lad,
He said, adding a sly little smile. He seemed young, maybe early 20s, but they aged slowly. This one could easily have been twice the age of his audience.
you don't fight the FA unless you're sure you can win.
Or maybe it was the attitude that gave the impression of youth, although they all had a knack for cocky arrogance. With one eye on the long-haired storyteller, I leaned against the wall and absently sipped my drink while scanning the crowd. A Fey target rarely escaped the authority once the elite group of warriors had one in their sights. This one was already on borrowed time. I might have lost track of the biter from the alley, but this Fey appeared to have a history of avoiding the authority. My night might not be a total disaster. I kept my new target firmly in the corner of my vision. His rapt audience of one reached a hand under the table and rested it lightly on his thigh. The tale continued, their gazes locked. There was nothing I could do, and technically nothing I should do, yet. The victim slid his hand up the Fae's thigh and out of my line of sight. I found myself wondering if I looked at Rain like that. I hope not. But I had to admit I probably had given him that expression of wide-eyed wonderment more than once. Considering I'd been designed to kill Rain, I'd had a funny way of going about it.
Alina.
I froze. Thoughts of Rain drowned beneath a flood of memories that weren't mine. Andrews. He was close, right behind me. He should have left, should have gotten as far away from me as possible. Why hadn't he? Because he can't. I should have been the one to leave. Just walk away right then. But what would happen to Loverboy Faye and his victim? I'd already had one failure that evening. I wasn't letting this one slip through my fingers as well.
Small world, isn't it?
Andrews had the kind of quaint English voice Americans adored, and to my American ears, he sounded chipper. I'd have smiled if I hadn't immediately wondered whether his tone was a little too enthusiastic, if bespellment drew him to me. A small ache in my chest added to the growing guilt choking me. Just get it over with. I turned, but wished I'd walked away. He smiled a tentative, unsure smile. It slipped across his lips, but didn't really stick. The man I'd known, my first and only true friend, was a shadow of the man he'd once been. His eyes had dulled, the spark of intelligence snuffed out by the poisonous thoughts in his head. Shoulders slumped, face taut behind a mask of denial. He'd aged in a weary, rugged way. Andrews, I'm sorry? That wouldn't cut it. Sorry was pathetic. Sorry didn't bring him back. Sorry didn't remove the memories from my head or his, nor did it do anything to stop me wanting to take his Drioct again, because it had felt so damn good the first time. And what difference would it make? He was already mine. I couldn't make it any worse. I gulped a few mouthfuls of my drink, hoping the alcohol would chase away all the wrongs.
It's okay.
He scratched absently at his head, fingers threading through his short locks, and then tucked his hands into his jeans pockets.
You've got to get your kicks somewhere.
I blinked. What?
I've had a lot of time to think about what happened. It was for the best. You need Drioct. It's natural, I suppose.
No. I frowned, appalled that he'd associate me with the other Fae working the club. I'm not here for that.
You have to survive. There's nothing wrong with wanting to live.
I leant back against the wall and closed my eyes. This wasn't Andrews talking. Not really. Oh, he was in there somewhere, buried under the artificial need, but bespellment had a hold on him. He could have been trolling these bars for weeks, looking to get his fix of the Fae who'd gotten under his skin. Me. Do you hear yourself? I asked so softly that half of me hoped the thudding music would bury my words. When I opened my eyes again, he'd moved closer and now leant his shoulder against the wall beside me.
I'm fine,
He said, but kept his hands tucked deep inside his pockets.
really, Alina. I know what to expect. I'm not a naive Faye fan. I saw the signs in my sister. I know I'm bespelled, but the difference is that I can manage it.
My lips tightened into an uncomfortable smile. You can't manage bespellment. It manages you. No, you can't. No one can. He drew in a shaky breath and briefly let his gaze wander toward the crowd.
Look, I'm not hiding anything, okay? It's not easy. Right now, I'm struggling to think much beyond wanting to touch you.
He shrugged his shoulders, drawing attention to his hands locked in his pockets.
But I am thinking. I'm still me.
Sorry. That useless word was perched on the tip of my tongue again. Instead, I looked into his eyes. Really looked. Was he really still in there? Still in control? Why are you here? I asked. He paused and gritted his teeth, flexing a jaw muscle.
There's something I have to do. It's not about you, though.
Thank you, I said. It still sounded like sorry, and from the gentleness in his eyes, he knew it too. But he understood, and to me, that meant everything. For being straight with me.
What's done is done. I just have to keep moving forward. I'm not about to let bespellment take me. I'm not that easy. I can speak to you and walk away. I don't need you.
His smile this time was warm and real. No, he wasn't easy. He was strong and intelligent, and he deserved more from me than a cold shoulder. He pushed off the wall and merged with the crowd until I lost all sight of him among the herd of people and rippling lights. Good. That was good. He wasn't as far gone as the girl in the alley. There was still hope for Andrews. I finished my drink, rolled the cool, empty glass against my cheek, and closed my eyes. He might be managing his bespellment, but what he didn't know was exactly how I'd imagined brushing my fingers across his hand and igniting that spark, drawing all of him into me exactly like before. I'd taken his driocht to survive. I didn't have that excuse again. These thoughts were toxic, but that didn't stop me from having them. Music drummed into my skull. The air thinned and the crowd swelled, pushing against my carefully constructed facade of normalcy. Add to that the ache in my shoulder and the bruise pulling on my ribs, and I was in no condition to be hunting wayward Faye. Rain was right. That didn't mean I was going to let him have the satisfaction of knowing it. The music cut off so quickly it left my ears ringing. Murmurs rippled about the bar, and then a deeply resonating voice carved through the quiet like a death knell.
By decree of the Fae Authority, any and all Fae found on these premises are now under arrest.
Silence smothered everyone and everything.
Resistance will be met with deadly force.
I jerked onto my tiptoes. The Fae, known as the General, loomed inside the entrance doorway, flanked by 6 red and black clad Fae Authority warriors. Each stood still as watchmen, daggers glinting at their thighs. Not a smile, not a flicker of anything in their eyes, but complete devotion to their cause. The General, well over 6 feet of perfect Fae genetics, complete with sharp cheekbones and a jawline so severe you'd crack your knuckles taking a swing at him, scanned the crowd with laser-like eyesight. I ducked my head low and tried to make myself small and uninteresting. The last time we'd met, I'd been trying to kill him with every muscle, every thought, every intention. Now, wounded and somewhat less charged with the Queen's driocht, I was in no condition for round 2. I hadn't technically survived the first round. Whispers filtered through the crowd. The Fae here knew the General by reputation, if not immediately by sight. The chances that he'd been just passing by were slim. He was here for a reason. That reason couldn't be me, but there was a Fae here who'd slipped by the FA at least once already. Loverboy bolted from his seat. He made it all of 5 feet before an FA dagger sliced through the air and punched him in the throat, pirouetting him. He staggered and crumpled to his knees. A few bleats of alarm from the crowd punctuated an otherwise heavy silence. If I moved, I'd be seen. My best chance was to stay still, keep my head down, and weather the storm. Maybe slip out the back exit.
You!
Andrews' bark snapped my head up.
You Faye son of a bitch!
Oh, God, no. I tried to get a good look at what was happening, but the crowd erupted. People scattered and surged, some pouring through the back door, some clawing at others to get away. Fighting my way forward, ignoring the burn of pain in my shoulder, I caught glimpses of Andrews lunging for the general. I pushed ahead. He was going to get himself killed. What was he thinking? My fingers twitched, daggers calling to me. When I finally extracted myself from the horde, the F.A. had Andrews on his knees, his arms yanked behind him. F.A. had one hand twisted in his hair, and the other was drawn back, long fingers curling into a fist. Don't! I slid my daggers free, grateful for the cool steel against my warm palms. The warriors' heads whipped up. Indignation burned in their fey eyes. They recognized me. If anyone hurts him, they'll be dancing with the Queen's killer. Adrenaline surged through me, and deep inside, where I locked all the uncertainties and fear away, hidden desires stirred awake. The general's silvery eyes narrowed on me.
Construct!
He snarled. Hello again, General. Chapter 2. The general's laughter was the sort to simultaneously seduce and terrify. I'd heard it before, not so long ago, when we'd both been covered in each other's blood. He had the kind of narrow, haughty face you'd expect an ancient knife-wielding badass to have. He could have been 30 or 300. Considering how all the Fae seemed to revere him, his age was likely closer to the latter. I certainly didn't relish the idea of going toe-to-toe with him, but I would to keep Andrews safe. I owed him that much. Let him go! I nodded toward Andrews. He's not Fae. He has nothing to do with anything. The warrior with his hand fisted in Andrews' hair growled,
He threatened General Kale. Threatened?
Andrews snarled through gritted teeth.
I'll kill the bastard.
I tried to convey an Andrews what the hell expression, but he wasn't looking at me. He only had eyes for Kale, and if looks could kill, the general would be dead already. What was Andrews thinking? He couldn't go up against the general. He's bespelled. He doesn't know what he's saying. I wasn't entirely sure that was the case. Bespelled people did act irrationally, but only when it got them what they wanted. Closer to their Fey masters. Attacking the general didn't make any sense. It was nothing short of suicidal. Unless that was the point? A way out? My heart sank. Was that what he'd come here to do? Finally, Andrews blinked back into the room, and by the widening of his eyes, he seemed to realize he was in trouble. He yanked on his wrists, but the Fae holding him hauled him back.
He's the one that took her, Alina.
Andrews spluttered and snarled.
He took Becky.
Who the hell was Becky? I searched my memories. Some mine, some I'd stolen from him. Becky. His missing sister. Kale took her? I swung my glare back toward the general.
Get him out of here.
Kale snarled, stalking toward me. I straightened to my less than impressive human height, daggers clutched in my hands, and held my ground. Kale stopped close enough to ripple shivers along my skin. He smelled of warm leather and wet metal, like blood. Memories sparked alive, derailing my bravado. The last time I'd seen him, I'd been bleeding out in his arms. He hadn't fared much better. I'd only survived because the Queen had healed me. Clearly, though, he'd healed quickly enough. He smiled. On his proud face, his smile was a wicked thing. His eyes, shades of dark slate, black coal, and liquid mercury, narrowed by the smallest of margins.
Something is amiss in this world if an insignificant thing such as you can kill our most glorious queen.
I lifted my chin. Sure, he could hear my heart hammering inside my chest. I had help.
Ah, yes, the hound.
His eyes raked over the crowd.
Where is he?
Screw you! Kale's touch burned when he grabbed me by the jaw, plucked me off my feet, and threw me down on the bar top as though I were a child's doll, one he'd like to rip the limbs off of. He pinned me by the throat and lent his weight in, tightening his fingers with every passing second.
Where's the killer in you now, construct?
Lungs heaving, I gasped for what little air I could. I kicked and bucked, swiped at him with my daggers, but he avoided my slashes. Then he plucked the blades from my hands so fast my fingers burned. I watched, wide-eyed, as he passed my daggers to the sandy-haired warrior on his right. My daggers! The killer in me came then, surging through my mind and body, dragging invaluable Fey knowledge with it. I bit down hard and pulled back on my rapidly unraveling control. No, I didn't want to be that thing. Not even for this. I couldn't lose control. But I had nowhere to go and no weapons to fight with.
Alina!
Andrews, get away!
Fey bastards! You deserve to be hunted, you sick psychos! You took my sister! Where is she?
I heard the horrible, grisly sound of knuckles on flesh and his corresponding grunt of pain, and then nothing from Andrews. Hooking my fingers behind the general's, I fought to prise his grip off my neck. If he killed me, nobody would care. I'd vanish. I shouldn't even be there. Every second was borrowed, and the knowledge in his dark eyes told me so.
You are subject to Fey law, construct. That makes you mine.
Wait! I wheezed. There was a way out of this, if he'd just let me talk. Wait! He leaned as close as we'd ever been and dug his elbow into my chest. His lips curled into that wicked, wolfish leer.
I expected more of a fight from you. Without the queen pulling your strings, you're nothing but thoughts and dreams. Such things are easily destroyed.
Teach me, I whispered. His eyes widened and then narrowed again, but the grip on my throat loosened a fraction. Teach me to be, I rasped, like you. His smile was a thing alive. It went from leering grin to salacious smirk all too quickly. Laughter glinted in his eyes.
There is no place in my cadre for a construct.
You saw me, saw what I can do. Louder this time. His grip eased, letting me breathe again. I need someone to pull my strings. You're right about that. You can be that person. I killed your men. His tricolored eyes flared. Make me yours. Imagine what you could do with the Queen's construct. Imagine the knowledge tucked away in my head. She was ancient, a powerful fragment of fairy, and she lives in me. Much of it was lies, or fears I hadn't yet voiced, but it was enough to make Cale consider my words. He yanked me off the bar and dropped me unceremoniously on the floor. Coughing, spluttering, but able to breathe again, I peered through my bangs at the general. A fleeting expression of doubt dashed across his face before he turned away.
Leave the detective,
Cale ordered.
He's more trouble than he's worth. Bring the construct. Clear this place up.
He retrieved my daggers from his man and strode from the bar. Hatred simmered in my veins, a gut-twisting kind of hatred that defied common sense. Everything about him boiled the hate hotter. His arrogant, self-important feyness, his brutish attitude. And he'd taken Andrews' sister. Andrews sat hunched against the bar, dabbing his sleeve against the cut on his lip. He caught my eye and clambered to his feet.
Alina, what have you done?
Kept you alive, the same as you did for me. The Fey warriors scooped me off the floor. With their steely fingers locked around my forearms, they marched me toward the exit. I got one last look at Andrews's distraught face and knew what was going through his head. In his mind, he believed he loved me, because the spellman told him so, and the Fae were taking me away from him, just like they had his sister. There weren't enough sorries in the world to make it right. After being manhandled into the back one of 3 black Range Rovers, I stayed quiet, even if the numbing silence demanded to be broken. The formidable Fey warriors sat either side of me, pinning me between them. The hilts of their sheathed daggers glinted. I counted 5 blades visible on the warrior to my left, and I didn't doubt for a second that he'd take great pleasure in sticking any of those blades in me. They must have known I'd killed some of their number when I launched my attack on the Queen. It would certainly account for the tension crackling in the car. After dropping off the Fae who'd been arrested at the club at what looked like a fortified industrial building, the FA's holding unit, I was dutifully informed by one of my prickly companions, we passed by leafy Hyde Park, heading toward London's sought-after West End. It was common knowledge that the Fae Authority owned premises in Holland Park, one of the most sought-after neighborhoods in London, so I shouldn't have been surprised when we pulled up outside the grand, double-fronted, multi-million-dollar Victorian house.
Out!
One of the warriors barked after holding the door open and waiting for me to stop staring. I barely put a foot down on the sidewalk before hands snapped around my wrists and pulled me up a set of small steps, through a neatly manicured little garden, and in through a front door twice my height. I caught glimpses of a glistening chandelier over a vast 3-story open staircase before being escorted down through a warren of corridors and steps. I caught snippets of voices behind closed doors, some laughter, and the unmistakable ringing of blades clashing before being abandoned in a lavish, high-ceilinged reception room. A huge mahogany table filled one side of the room. At the other, a grand desk sat on clawed feet. I drifted to the bay window, large enough to house a crescent of cushioned bench seats, and parted the heavy drapes to see a generous floodlit back garden. I gave the heavy sash window a tug, but it didn't budge. I'd have liked to have had an exit route, especially if the general would be joining me. He was just as likely to greet me with a dagger in the gut as recruit me. Or I could slip out the door now before anyone noticed. Even though I'd lost count of the twists and turns and the up and down staircases, that had to be better than the general deciding he wanted me out of the way. He wouldn't have gone to the trouble of bringing me back to FAHQ had he wanted to kill me, would he? I searched the room for a weapon. The 2 candlesticks on the table would suffice, if it came down to hand combat. By the fireplace, I spotted a wrought iron companion set. Iron burned the Fae, which begged the question why they had the set at all. Aesthetics, probably. They certainly had a flair for the lavish. I crossed the room and picked up the poker, testing its substantial weight. With a good swing behind it, I could do a lot of damage to vulnerable Fae parts. The door rattled. I hid the poker behind my back and turned to face the general. He strode into the room and stopped on the opposite side of the table to regard me with that calculating stare of his. His sharp eyes dipped to my right and then back to my face.
The Fey Authority headquarters currently houses 180 elite warriors.
That's nice.
If you intend on using the poker, you might like to first consider your escape route.
I'm sure I can think of something. I relaxed the poker at my side. I've fought your warriors before.
I'm well aware of that fact, as are those under my command. Choose your words and actions carefully construct.
I no more wanted to attack his warriors than he wanted me to. My fight wasn't with them, but they were his pawns, and I was in his territory.
Put down the poker.
I wet my lips and swallowed hard. What's to stop you throwing one of your daggers once I do? He had several throwing daggers tucked discreetly about his FA uniform. He could probably put one right between my eyes, and with no queen around to weave me back together again, it would likely kill me. For good this time.
What's to stop me from doing that right now?
He lifted his chin and sighed softly.
Clearly, this isn't helping either of us. You are in my house, construct, among my people. At this moment, I have no intention of provoking your wrath. I know more than most what that entails. Please, lay down the poker so that we might discuss your proposal with some modicum of common sense.
Well, when he made it sound so entirely reasonable like that, it was difficult to deny him. I'm keeping the poker. Deal with it. His eyes narrowed with irritation, and I fought a smile from twitching across my lips. I take small victories where I could find them, especially when it came to the general. He'd taken Andrew's sister. He'd killed me once, imprisoned me and others. He could sound entirely reasonable all he wanted, but I wasn't trusting him. Ever. He moved around the table, trailing his fingers along the surface.
Teach me to be like you. Those were your words.
I backed up, maintaining as much distance between us as possible, but he headed for the desk, briefly turning his back on me. I'd saved Andrews in the bar. Now I had to think of something to save myself. A way out that didn't involve carving through his warriors or breaking the window and making a run for it.
Considering our past, you can surely understand my surprise.
With the entire length of the room between us, I set the poker gently down on the tabletop. I don't know what I am. I don't understand what it means to be a construct. He leant back against the claw-footed desk and nodded for me to continue, content, it seemed, to let me talk. There's only one thing I do understand, without any doubt. The Queen made me. She's gone. But I'm still here. And inside. I paused, because the next words would cut close and expose the truth I'd been hiding. The reason I didn't fight back in the alley, or when Cale pinned me down. Her power is still within me, and I'm afraid it's more than I can control. Cale's expression had hardly changed at all. I couldn't tell if he was intrigued or bored.
Explain.
He ordered. Well, that's the thing. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to use it. I don't know what I'm capable of, besides the obvious killing sprees. I don't even know if I'll be here tomorrow. I can't manage this alone. A gentle quiet settled over us as Cale considered my words. He looked at me as though he didn't entirely trust what I'd told him, which he shouldn't. But there was something else in his gaze, the same hint of reverence I'd seen as I'd lain dying in his arms.
I could no more teach you than I could the hound.
He sighed and looked at me as though waiting for my retort. I didn't have one. Now all I had to do was admit my mistake and leave. Disaster averted. I'd go back to Under and maybe check in on Andrews to see what else he discovered about his sister's disappearance. I'd gotten inside the FA, seen the General's home. I could use that knowledge later. Then perhaps come back better prepared. You're probably right. I should go. His lips ticked.
You cannot leave.
I stilled. My heart thudded a little harder. Breaking that window might not be such a bad idea. You can't keep me here.
Can't I? You're Fae, for the most part. A subject of Fae law, and after what you've just told me, I'd be gravely neglecting my duties if I let you walk free.
But I have personal items.
What personal items could you possibly accrue in a month?
Bastard. I pursed my lips to keep the insult from bursting free. So, I'm a prisoner? His arrogant face dared me to challenge him. I scooped up the poker and marched to the door. I yanked it open and came face to chest with two warriors.
There is one way I'll allow you to leave,
Cale said, leaving the unspoken possibility hanging in the air. I narrowed my eyes at the stone-faced warriors and closed the door. Which is?
You said you can't manage this situation alone.
Turning my back on the door, I counted at least 10 steps to the window, and an equal distance from Cale. He'd push off that desk and be on me before I could make it to the window. I already knew it was locked. I'd waste precious seconds trying to break it open. I still had my poker, which would make him think twice about attacking me, right before he threw his daggers at my back.
Have you approached Sovereign with this information?
Rain? I laughed a dry, bitter laugh. We don't get along.
No?
He didn't believe me. I began to wonder if he'd believe anything I'd said since the club. I let my laughter die. No. Why?
Where is he?
You don't know? I asked, buying time to consider my next move. The general wanted Rain off the streets. It would reflect well on the FA if they bagged themselves the infamous Hound. A PR opportunity, a way to endear the FA to the people of London. The media frenzy in the aftermath of the slaughter at the Millennium Dome would make him and his authority heroes.
No,
Cale replied, his tone laden with reluctance.
we get tips daily. By the time my squads arrive, he's vanished. We've searched under on several occasions, but as you know, the tunnels are vast. Finding Rain is proving difficult.
He said difficult as though what he really meant to say was finding Rain is impossible. The general noted my silence with a frown.
You know exactly where he is.
No, I don't. Rain does whatever Rain wants. He could be anywhere.
You can leave these premises on one condition. You bring Sovereign here, to me. Show me your commitment, and I'll help you reach your true potential.
I couldn't make Rain do anything he didn't want to. The thought was ludicrous. He won't come willingly.
I don't intend to harm him. I need to be seen to be protecting London's interests. I'd like to talk with him, that's all.
Well, that was BS. But I could make it work. Rain had said he'd wanted to help. He'd likely treat such an invitation as an excuse to taunt the general. I doubted Cale or his 180 warriors could hold Sovereign for long. And when I came back, I'd be armed with whatever information Andrews had on his missing sister. There wouldn't be another chance to get close to the FA and Cale. All right.
You have 24 hours. If you haven't returned, I'll issue an alert for your capture. Your free roaming rights will be revoked.
Fine, I growled. I had 24 hours to convince Rain to walk into the FAHQ, or else I would be the one trapped in under, waiting for time to pick away at my construction. Chapter 3. A cab dropped me at the Chancery Lane Underground station. The most remarkable thing about Chancery Lane is the historic Tudor Inn adjacent to the station and wedged between boxy glass-fronted offices. The station itself is startling in its white-tiled normalcy. Rumbling escalators trundle commuters and tourists toward the Central Line. Nothing to see here, move along. Unless you're Faye. Part human, part inhuman. I'd become accustomed to walking from the brightly lit platforms to Under's forgotten, crumbling passageways. Plenty of London's finest metropolitan police had tried to locate the entrance and failed. Under doesn't allow just anyone to walk right on in. Rain had told me the tunnels couldn't change, but he'd said it with a half smile and a sideways glance. I checked Rain's favorite haunts, but couldn't find him. That wasn't unusual. He told me I shouldn't stray into unknown parts of Under, but he went wherever he pleased. Knowing he'd be back soon, I took what little time I might have to strip out of my clothes and take a shower in my modest chamber. I didn't have many belongings, as Cale had so kindly pointed out. What could I possibly have accrued in a few weeks? My room had probably once served as a storage antechamber for whatever this part of Under had once been. An abandoned communications network, World War II shelter, a government hideout so secret they'd forgotten it among decades of paperwork. Under was all those things. A make-do camping bed butted up against the type of shabby chic dresser distressed by age, not interior design. Initials had been scratched into the walls, and where the paint hadn't yet worn away, I caught glimpses of color. It was just a room, like any other in Under. I'd once had an apartment, a job as a trainee reporter, a life. But that life had been fake, a cover story for the construct. Now, all I had was one room, no windows, and nothing to call my own. I dressed and raked my fingers through my wet hair, drawing it back from my face so I could inspect my reflection for any signs of wear and tear or fading awayness. I didn't know if normal people looked for signs of decay, but I had it down to an art. Rain assured me I wouldn't blink out of existence, that there would be signs, like before. I'd get sick, disoriented, forgetful, but he hadn't quite looked me in the eye as he told me not to worry. Satisfied I had a few more hours of breathing left, I strode from my chamber and resumed my search for Rain. He'd have to hear me out about the general. He'd probably drone on about my recklessness. He certainly wouldn't like the fact I'd seen Andrews. I shored myself up for the inevitable lecture about learning to take Driocht. Just as long as we were talking, that would be something. As for Cale's ultimatum, we'd figure something out together, like before. I took a left at a junction, strings of fairy lights lighting the tunnel ahead. My steps had grown lighter in recent weeks. I'd noticed other slight changes, too. While lying awake in the dark, seeking signs that I might not make the morning, I'd hear the rumble of trains and the buzz of electrical cables. When I'd taken Andrews's Driocht, it had changed me. The more I behaved like the Fae, the more Fae-like I became. I wasn't yet sure if that was a good or bad thing. A shaft of light sliced across the tunnel ahead, seeping from a gap at the bottom of Rain's chamber door. Flutters patted low in my stomach. Nerves, mostly, or so I told myself. I was about to push the door open when female whispers brushed my ear. Reaching for the latch, my hand froze. "I've missed you." Shay. My elation didn't last. The whispers said more than words. They spoke of intimacy. I pressed my hand to the wall beside the door and peered through the gap. Rain sat back on his tattered couch, shirt open, revealing a glimpse of the lightly bronzed chest I'd often fantasized about touching. He draped one arm across the back of the cushions. His other hand gripped Shay's thigh while she straddled him. Rain had hiked her white silk dress high up her thighs. She'd thrown her pale shoulders back, and her waterfall of platinum blonde hair spilled around her. The flutters in my stomach turned to rocks. Undulating candlelight licked over them both, casting shadows that danced about the room. I blinked, heartbeat loud over my thoughts. Rain's beautiful eyes burned with lust and drank in every stunning inch of her. And she relished his gaze, lips curled into a voluptuous smile. She bowed forward and captured his mouth with hers, riding her hand up his chest, his face. She sank her fingers into his hair and held him still. I had kissed him like that, as though starved of him. I knew what it felt like, what he felt like. Hard and soft at once. How he tasted. Sweet and forbidden. I swallowed and closed my eyes. I should go. But I didn't move. Their shared breath and the rustle of clothing were the only noise. That and the whispers. She told him how she loved him, how she'd been lost without him. She'd missed him. Over and over, the same words I wanted to say to him. Turn away. I opened my eyes, feeling the burn of unshed tears. He'd cupped her behind and hauled her forward, grinding her against him. He sucked in a hiss through his teeth and pushed off the back of the couch. His kisses fluttered at her neck. How many times had I imagined what it would be like to be touched like that, for his lips to brush whispers against my skin? She bowed her head and nipped at the spider tattoo low on his neck, the very place I dreamt about swirling my tongue. Walk away before it hurts too much. He clamped her by the waist and turned her onto her back in one quick movement. She hooked a leg around his hip and held him close. He reared up and tore off his shirt, only to fall on her with renewed hunger. Warm candlelight pooled in the smooth arch of his lower back and licked over taut muscles. Shay dug her nails into his biceps and raked hard, eliciting a deep, basal groan from Rain. A groan the likes of which I'd never heard from him. A sound born of need. I swallowed and pulled away from the door, shutting out the sounds from inside. It was fine. Everything was fine. I walked back the way I'd come, tripping over a few unseen obstacles and stumbling against others until I'd staggered into my dull little chamber and closed the door behind me. I touched my face with my fingertips, surprised to find tears there. Everything is fine. With a few angry swipes, I brushed the silent, salty droplets off my cheeks and glared at the girl in the glass. Alina, the American girl, the monster's dream. Everything was fine. I didn't need Rain for what was to come. I didn't need anyone. I could do this alone. Chapter 4. I woke, gasping for breath, my vision blurred by blood and the flash of blades, with the Queen's dying screams echoing inside my head. Dreams. Just dreams. I could have only been asleep for minutes, but the horror had found me, as it always did. I blinked up at the paint peeling from my chamber ceiling. Anders' creaks and sighs gnawed at my restless thoughts. Once the dreams faded, images of Rain and Shay took their place. I couldn't shake the memory of what I'd seen, of the General's looming deadline, so I gave up trying to and padded barefoot to a chamber set aside for target practice. The Fae didn't need to work out. Their genetics kept them in top condition, but some had set up a training area. Rain had a warrior's background, and I suspected he wasn't the only one. I didn't know much about Faerie, but I did know its people were fierce. There had been battles. Rain had fought in one, and deserted. So he told me. That was back when we were talking. Thoughts of Rain did little to temper the disappointment and acidic betrayal simmering in my veins. I flicked on the lights and checked out the dummy targets staggered down the range. The Fae had taken most of their weapons when they'd fled, but they left a few throwing knives and a rack of notched training swords. Collecting the knives, I tested their weight in my hands. I missed my daggers. The daggers Kale had taken hadn't started out as mine. I'd stolen them from an FA warrior I'd killed, hunted down the Queen with them, and carved out the new me. I considered them mine, the only two things I owned. Reminders of what I was capable of. Now Kale had them. They would do for now, but I was getting my daggers back, even if I had to pry them out of Kale's dead hands. I'd earned them. I tried out a few flicks of the wrist and set myself up behind the line. My first few attempts went wide, but as I collected the blades and tried again, my aim sharpened. I'd cherished my new memories like trinkets of sentimental value. Now I had one I'd rather wipe from my mind. Rain and Shay. Her grip on his arm, her kisses on his lips. I knew I couldn't have him like that. I knew that, but it hadn't stopped me wanting him. I had memories of being intimate, but it was lies. Stories to flesh out Alina and her make-believe life. The times I had touched Rain, kissed him, and things had gotten heated, he'd pulled away fast enough to leave me cold and bereft. That wasn't even the worst of it. The two of them, they'd looked perfect. Beautiful. Dark and light. Night and day. Both so stunning. So damned perfect. They were meant for each other. How could I ever think Rain might look at me like he had her? I was human on the outside. Clumsy 19-year-old Alina. Talks too much. Asks too many questions. I wasn't even human. A construct. A thing. I had a heartbeat, but didn't even know if it was real or just my own screwed-up memory telling me how a heart should beat. I collected my knives and threw them 1, 2, 3 at the dummy. Again. 1, 2, 3. I had to get out of under. Get away from Rain. Find Becky, Andrews' missing sister. That I could do. I would have to return to Kale. Rail wouldn't talk to me, but Kale had the answers to all my questions. What did it mean to be Fae? What awaited a construct? He'd said he'd help me reach my true potential. What better way to find out more than to do so from within the FA headquarters? A smile dashed across my lips. The knives flew. Some even hit close to where I'd aimed. 1, 2, 3. General Kale wasn't a fool. He must have been suspicious of my motives and my words, but he would want to know what remained of his queen. That little nugget he couldn't resist. When I went back, I'd make it believable. Because if Kale had taken Becky, bespelled her, perhaps even held her against her will, I'd be the one to end it. End him. 1, 2. A noise behind me. Shoes scuffing on the ground. I spun and launched the knife. 3! Rain jerked right. The knife strummed in the wall behind where his head had been a moment before. He arched an eyebrow, utterly unruffled, and plucked the knife free.
I count myself lucky you no longer want to kill me.
He stroked closer and held out the knife. I hadn't wanted to kill him right up until I'd seen him about to screw Shay. Now, though, I sure wanted to rage at him, to demand why he'd let me believe I had a chance. I took the knife, but didn't meet his gaze. He was wearing different clothes. His shirt gaped at the collar, revealing that tantalizing tattoo. Turning my back on him, I tossed the knife and missed the dummy completely. The knife clattered to the floor and skidded to the back of the room. I'm going away for a few days. I waited for him to ask where, to care, but he stayed quiet. He couldn't stop me. Maybe he didn't want to. My bitter smile twisted as I strode down the range to collect the knives.
Shay's okay.
My stride faltered. I hid it by bending down and scooping up the knife, and made sure to plaster a sweet Alina smile on my face before facing him. Good. My voice came out all wrong, flat, false, but he didn't seem to notice, not least because his gaze skipped about the room, at anything but me.
She was laying low.
Understandable?
The FA wanted to talk to anyone involved in the events at the Dome. After the things she'd seen.
I don't care. My jaw ached from maintaining the smile. She's well. That's great. His sharp eyes settled on me. He read my stance, my expression. The corner of his lips ticked. There's something I've got to do, I added, sounding a lot like Andrews had before he'd launched himself at Kale. He arched a brow at my vagueness.
Can I help in any way?
No. I couldn't stand this. I didn't want to be here with him. I've got it covered. I marched on by him, hoping to get out of there before I said or did something I'd regret.
Alina!
He reached for my arm. Veering away, I hated how my name on his lips always scattered shivers through me. Don't!
Wait!
Hesitating, I paused in the doorway, hand gripping the frame. He looked at me. I knew because I could feel his gaze settle on my back. But he would never look at me like he did her. What about us? I whispered, not daring to look over my shoulder. I didn't want to see the disgust or surprise or disbelief or whatever expression he'd give me.
There was no us. There was never going to be an us.
His words hurt to hear. My unreal heart stuttered in my chest.
There can never be an us. You're too much like her.
My lips turned down in a savage grimace. I shoved off the frame and somehow managed to walk away and not run. He called my name, said it like a curse, and I strode on, pace confident, head up, throwing knives clutched in a white-knuckle grip. I walked right out of under and had no intention of ever going back. Chapter 5. The road outside Chancery Lane glistened beneath streetlights, and passing cars hissed through standing water. I ducked out of the early morning mist and into the coffee shop right by the station steps. A quick glance at the clock behind the bistro counter told me it was 7:30. Holland Park was just over 10 minutes from Chancery Lane by subway, but I had a call to make before returning to Kale without rain. I plucked my cheap cell phone out of my pocket and hovered my thumb over Andrews's contact details on the display. Doubt dragged out the seconds. With the warmth of the coffee shop, the clatter and grind of the coffee machines, and subdued early morning chatter from a handful of customers, tiredness wrapped me in a bubble of safety. What if I walked away? From everything. From rain, the FA, London? I didn't own anything. There was nothing keeping me here. No, that wasn't strictly true. I had guilt. A whole ton of guilt sitting on my shoulders. I couldn't leave Andrews, not without knowing if he was going to be okay. I just couldn't turn my back on him. Before I could leave, I'd have to make him okay. That meant getting inside the FAHQ and finding Becky.
Alina.
He answered on the third ring, voice gruff.
It's early. Is everything okay?
Yeah, listen, I'm not with the FA right now, but I have to go back.
I'm sorry about the club. I wasn't thinking. I mean, I was. It's just...
He sighed, and I felt the weight of his tiredness add to that of my guilt.
My sister, when the bespellment took hold, she started writing in one of her old journals, maybe as a way to organize her thoughts. I found it, and you should see the things she wrote about the Fae, about him.
I want to help you. I think I can get close to Kale, and maybe I can find out what happened to Becky.
Really?
Hope lifted and cleared his voice so that he sounded more like the enthusiastic Andrews I'd known before. I might even discover where she is. I winced as I'd said it. I didn't want to make promises I couldn't keep, but there I was doing exactly that. A few more customers filed into the coffee shop, shaking water from their jackets. They chatted louder, swelling the background noise.
Alina, I can't ask you to do this. The General is dangerous.
So am I. He laughed softly. He knew the truth, knew exactly what I'd lost in that truth. Alina, the naive American girl. His next words were deeper, spoken closer to the phone.
I'd never forgive myself if something happened to you.
I almost bought it. I wanted his words to be true. I so badly wanted him to feel for me that I briefly forgot about the bespellment and how it would twist his thoughts. With Rain's rejection still ringing in my ears, it would have been nice to have someone, anyone, care for me. Someone I could talk to. A friend.
Alina,
I swallowed the small knot in my throat and fought the downturn of my lips. Around me, people chatted with their friends and colleagues, checked their cells, bought coffee and pastries, and I'd never felt more alone.
why don't you come over? I'll put the kettle on.
I closed my eyes. So easy to believe. Andrews,
You should see the journal. It's important. There might be something in there that could help. Where are you? I can come to you.
I have to go.
Alina, wait. This is me. I'm not trying to get close to you.
His voice trailed off as I remembered the words he'd said to me right after the massacre at the Dome.
Alina, I won't need you.
The man I was talking to wasn't Andrews. Not really. The Spellman was pulling his strings, making him say all the right things to get me through his front door. I'm sorry, Andrews. I have to go. I'll tell you if I find anything.
Aline,
I hung up the cell and switched it off. I couldn't cure him. Only time and distance would do that, and only if he wasn't too far gone. But I could help him in other ways. It would have to be enough. Besides, what else was there? After arriving at Holland Park, I pressed the intercom and got buzzed inside the empty entrance hall with its glittering chandelier and sweeping multi-leveled staircase. I hadn't expected a welcome party, but I did expect someone. Surely, given my past with the FA, they weren't going to let me roam about their home. Some of the FA, maybe all, had aided the Queen in her escape. I'd killed, cut through them like they were nothing but air. I wasn't even sure how many I'd killed in under, one of the many doubts that kept me awake at night. Sounds of taunting bays and whistles echoed up from the descending staircase. I ventured down the steps, deeper into the house, passing through high hallways that switched back and forth. My shoes sank into the deep plum-colored carpet, embossed wallpaper full of elaborate swirls and blooming flowers that demanded to be touched. The dark wood and ornate wall lights held just enough patina to hint at being original. It wouldn't have surprised me if the FA had been on these premises since they first arrived in London, long before they came out in '74, maybe since the old house had been built. I guess sometime in the Victorian period. The hoots and shouts grew louder. I turned yet another corner and pushed through a slightly open door onto a mezzanine gallery. I leaned on the balustrade and peered down at what might have once been a dining hall, but was now repurposed as a training room. 24 fae, maybe more, lined the room. Their red and black leathers, the colors of their deceased queen, marked them as fae authority. Warning colors, and with good reason. They each oozed a deadly kind of confidence, the type that could clear a room with a single glance. I inched closer to the edge and rested my hands on the rail. In the center of the room, 2 fae sparred. If you could call no-holds-barred, bare-knuckle blows sparring. The combatants, 1 male and 1 female, bore the wounds of combat. They fought with high kicks and quick jabs, moving, weaving, striking too fast for me to see. The Fae were a predatory race, and watching them fight, it wasn't too much of an imaginative leap to envisage how their world was once soaked in violence. The pair below broke up, the female a clear winner. Her sparring partner took her hand and raised it up to thunderous applause. Quick as splintered light with scalpel-like precision, she represented everything people feared and admired about the Fae. Faster, stronger, better in every way. What if these Fae decided not to police their own? What if they wanted more? I reached behind me and checked the 3 throwing knives, fitted snugly against my lower back. I'd survive an attack if I surrendered to that terrible need to palm my weapons and start spilling blood. A new pair of warriors took to the floor. Others grouped up, sizing up one another with quick smiles and hungry glares. I'd seen that wild glimmer in Rain's eyes. How could we ever think we'd tame them?
Where is Sovereign?
I froze. General Kale stood so close I could feel his breath on the back of my neck. Shivers crawled across my skin. I couldn't find him,
How convenient.
he growled.
So, why did you really come back, Construct?
Being on the run from the FA didn't appeal. His growl rumbled deeper. I came back for help, and to offer you the Queen's knowledge in return.
What is the extent of this knowledge?
I swallowed. I have dreams. Dream was too soft a word for the thoughts in my head whenever I closed my eyes. Scenes of slaughter, sounds of the dying, the smell of death, and another more potent smell that wrapped around me and held me close. A sweet smell that I ached to fill me up once more. Fairy. They weren't dreams, but nightmares. I don't sleep anymore because of the dreams. Only, I don't think they're dreams at all. I think they're memories.
I don't believe you. Constructs are not designed to harbor memories.
This one is. Anger slipped through the restraint in my words. I'm not just a construct. I bespelled a man. I'm different. More fey than I was.
You killed 15 of my warriors.
15. I'd wanted to know, but now that I did, I wished he hadn't told me.
Are you here to do the same again?
He asked.
Do you think you can cut through us like you did outside the Queen's chamber?
No,
Enough!
Kale whistled a high-pitched alert and stepped back.
You have 3 seconds before Samuel reaches you.
An arm reached over the balustrade. One of the warriors from the training session below spilled his lithe self over onto the mezzanine landing. Eyes wild, braided blonde hair trailing over one shoulder. He snarled. I bolted out the door, veered back the way I'd come, only to face 2 FA warriors marching up the hallway. Tricolored eyes targeted me. Adrenaline burst through my veins, shutting off all unnecessary thought and sparking instincts into action. I turned on my heel and darted down a hallway I hoped was the way out. More steps. I jumped down and yanked open a door. I was heading deeper into the house, not out. Damn it. Boots thudded down the hall behind me. Palming a knife, I burst through a set of doors and ducked right, plastering myself against a wall. Second dagger out, I waited, listening to my racing heart and blood pumping in my ears. A strong chemical smell burned my nose, but before I could place it, one of the Fae burst through the door. I recognized the female warrior from the training hall and let the first dagger fly. It bounced, hilt first, off her shoulder. She twisted in a way only the agile Fae could manage, curling around, hardly losing any speed, and struck out with a fist. I flinched left. Her knuckles hit the wall beside my head. She snarled, hooked around my throat, and lifted me clean off my feet. I kicked out, but she no more flinched than a statue would. I punched my remaining dagger into her side. She grunted like it was a mere inconvenience, but loosened her grip on my throat, enough for me to suck in air and punch up under her chin, slamming her jaw closed and snapping her head back. She let go, and I sprang forward, intent on freedom. A hand snatched at my jacket. I spun, twisted, and slipped out of the coat without losing momentum. 1 knife left. I'd need to make it count. 20 Fae on 1 wasn't fair. But then I doubted the general put a lot of stock in fairness. He seemed the type to balance the odds in his favor. I slammed through another door, got a lungful of heavily chlorinated air, and skidded to a halt on slippery wet tiles. Swimming pool. Too late to turn back. A fire door beckoned at the far end. The door behind me flew open. I shot forward, but a Fae hit me hard, knocking me forward and off my feet. My chin cracked against wet tiles. I tried to scramble forward when the Fae straddled my back, pinning me down. I snarled a curse over my shoulder. The braided one, Samuel. He sank his hand into my hair and yanked my head back, exposing my throat to the knife he plucked from my hand.
General Kale knows how you fight.
Samuel purred close to my ear. He breathed level and steady, hardly even winded.
He's studied your reflexes.
I wriggled, but the bastard had me pinned between his thighs.
And distributed that knowledge to us. So you see, Construct, we know you.
I willed the tears to come, made myself think of Rain as he'd lain with Shay, reminded myself of his parting words. You're too much like her. Tears spilled down my cheeks with surprising ease.
Please,
I sobbed.
don't hurt me.
Samuel snarled something guttural and eased his weight off me. He missed my smile, too busy being disgusted by my weak female self. I twisted and kicked out, cracking my heel against his jaw with enough coiled force to jerk him backward and surprise the hell out of him. It didn't last. As I tried to scramble to my feet, he snatched my ankle and yanked. I kicked again, but he held fast. I twisted, grabbed at his braid, and yanked. He barked a cry and snarled yet another colorful curse. We tussled at close quarters, too tight to land any accurate punches. He fell on me, snapping and snarling. I remembered my earlier alleyway brawl and bit him on the shoulder. He really had underestimated me. Amethyst Fey eyes widened with indignation right before I smacked my forehead into his nose. I had a second to rejoice before we plunged into the water. Chapter 6.
You survived,
The general said, more a statement of fact than anything else. Does that mean I'm in? Trailing behind Cale, I peered through wet bangs at his straight shoulders as he strode through the many Holland Park corridors. I'd lost count of the turns, steps, and doorways we'd passed through. It was impossible to know which way was out, and Faye, following silently behind, made sure I didn't wander.
No,
His steel-gray eyes flicked toward me.
you get to walk away. Consider it a courtesy that won't be extended again.
We need to talk, I said, and quickened my pace, struggling to keep up. Water dripped down my neck where the FA warriors' collective gazes burned. My shoes squelched and my clothes chafed. I hadn't been in the pool long before the general's appearance had put a halt to my scuffle with his warrior, but it was long enough to be soaked through and shivering.
No, I do not need to talk with a construct.
Cale clicked his fingers at his warriors.
Back to training.
And just like that, they went, drifting away into rooms and other corridors. Not a word, not a grumble. Unequivocal obedience. He hadn't even looked at them. Even Samuel left, dripping water as he passed me by without so much as a glance down. Samuel hadn't taken the dip in the pool well, but it was the need of the balls that really hadn't won me any favors. If Cale hadn't broken up the fight when he did, the warrior wouldn't have stopped until I was a bloody mess, or the raging madness took me. I'm all that's left of the Queen, I added, continuing to half jog alongside Cale. That must mean something. Cale passed through a door and jogged up yet more steps.
And what is it you really want from us?
Train me! A couple of Fae passed us by, reserving looks of disdain as they took in my wet and bedraggled state. That summoned up a smile onto Cale's thin, bloodless lips.
I watched you carve through a squad of my best as though they were inanimate objects. I've fought you hand to hand, and that's not something I'll forget. What makes you think I can train you?
I winced. I need... My throat constricted around the truth. I need someone, something, to focus on. I need a purpose. Else, I'm afraid I'll... With the words out there, it made them and their meaning real. I was afraid that if I stopped, just for a little while, I'd stop altogether.
Afraid you'll fade away?
He stopped outside a door that someone had helpfully stuck a lounge sign to. He looked down his nose, his smooth expression cutting into a frown.
That fact, construct, is inevitable. Now remove yourself from these premises.
He gestured farther down the corridor.
Before I have my warriors finish you.
Do it! Pushing my wet hair back, I glared up at him. They could have killed me then, but didn't.
You could have killed them.
He crossed his arms and looked deeper into me, perhaps trying to understand the riddle of the construct.
Why didn't you?
Standing so close, wilting a little beneath his gaze, I fought the urge to shiver. His gray eyes weren't like the other Fays. Most were beautiful. His were cruel. I didn't want to. He laughed, and the sound of it rolled down the corridor, scattering goosebumps across my damp skin.
A construct that wants. One with a conscience. I don't know if the Queen would be proud or disgusted.
That made two of us. What have you got to lose? His cold eyes narrowed to slits.
Prove to me your worth, and I'll recruit you. If you survive among my ranks, that is. I cannot guarantee your protection, nor would I. If you can't survive them, then you're worthless to us. To me.
He turned and pushed through the door into the lounge. Dripping wet, but with a new fire in my gut, I followed him. When rain had first taken me to Under, I'd stumbled into the London Fae's underground chamber and found the Fae there sprawled over every conceivable surface, like stray cats in a rescue sanctuary. Pedigree cats, of course, but cats all the same. The Fae at Holland Park were the same. I found the majority of them in an opulent double-height lounge bristling with weaponry. They sat at tables, lazed across couches, and perched on chair arms. At least 30 pairs of tricolored eyes fixed on me.
The construct will be staying with us. Nix, get her cleaned up.
And with that, Kale left. The room full of Fae looked at me like they'd quite like to sharpen their blades on my insides. Silence snapped through the air. An uneasiness crawled up my spine. The urge to attack coiled in their stillness. My fingers twitched, palms itching for my daggers. A chair scraped, the sound slicing through the quiet. A Fae strode from one of the tables and passed by me. Another dropped off the edge of a table and gave me a wide berth as he left the room, his gaze averted. They all moved then, climbing from their relaxed positions to flow around me and out of the lounge, until only the two who chased me down the hallway remained. They didn't look up. Still dripping water, I pulled in a breath and headed toward their table. I recognized the female who'd helped haul me from the pool. She had her back to me, her laced knee-high boots propped up on the tabletop, while she rocked on the back legs of her chair. "Hi," I said. Nobody moved. The Fae directly across the table read a well-thumbed paperback, something sci-fi gauging from the cover. He licked his finger and turned the page. I rolled my eyes. Nobody licks their finger to turn a paperback page, not in this century. "I just need to know where I can go to get dry," I said, agitation building in my voice. The bookworm flicked his eyes over the rim of his book. "Well?" I gave him what I hoped to be an encouraging nod to try and hide my frustration.
You're the construct,
he said, stating the obvious. "Yes," I hissed, "and I'm currently wet and cold and pissed off. So can we do the whole she's got the queen's driat for blood and is our not real enemy thing later?" Bookworm Faye blinked at me. He closed his book, set it down on the table, and tapped thin fingers on the cover. A smile crept across his neutral expression. He held out a hand.
I'm Score.
I eyed his hand suspiciously. and then carefully closed my fingers around it and gave it a quick shake. Alina. His hand was warm and soft. Gentle hands, and for once I didn't get any tingling sensations from his touch.
You stabbed Nix,
he said, taking his hand back.
Impressive.
The female, Nix, I assumed, flipped me her middle finger over her shoulder and rocked back far enough in her chair to peer up at me. Nice move, by the way. You're quick. Most never get through my defenses. Tighten up those flailing swings, focus some of that strength. Maybe we'll find the warrior in you. She spoke as though we were friends, even plastered a smile on her narrow face, but a glint of mischief sharpened her gaze. I'm sorry about the stabbing. You were trying to kill me at the time. She shrugged. General's orders. Nothing personal. Nix rolled her lips together, but her laugh crept through. She dropped her chair forward, planted her boots, and rose to her feet. She moved like fluid, like someone perfectly comfortable in their own skin and her place in the world around her. I had to look up slightly. Like all Fae, she looked down on me. You put Samuel in the pool. Now, that was either pretty damn brave or exceptionally stupid. Ska chuckled and shook his head. He doesn't like to lose. He had me, I said, and chanced a small smile. Until he fell for the crying. Nix's smile was a broad slash, bright and sharp like her eyes. I didn't sense any malice about her or her book-reading companion, just a little curiosity. Use everything in your arsenal as a weapon. She nodded appreciatively. A girl after my own heart. Moving out from behind the table, she tucked a hand into her jacket pocket. Samuel will want to repay you for the spontaneous dip. Figured as much. I'd made one enemy in the space of half an hour, but maybe a few friends, too? Come on, I'll show you around. She reached inside her jacket and held out my throwing knives. You'll need these back, because, trust me. She threw an arm around my shoulders, despite my wet clothes. The way into Samuel's heart is by the point of a blade. Nix escorted me around the building, pointing out where the Fae ate, trained, and slept. The general was noticeably absent. When I asked Nix about him, she shrugged, popped some gum into her mouth, and chewed, and that was the end of the conversation. If I was staying, I'd have to bunk with the rest of the Fae. She must have seen the doubt on my face, because she explained it was natural for the Fae to sleep in close quarters, and then told me not to worry. It wouldn't be for long. Somehow, her words didn't put my mind at ease. Left alone to change into a rather unflattering set of sweats, I ditched my wet clothes and tucked my throwing knives into my boots, then set out to roam the halls. I eventually stopped inside the training hall I'd seen the Fae sparring in earlier. Samuel was down there, training 5 others. They hung on his every word. He spoke of technique, of counter-strikes, and where to aim. As he paced in front of his line, it took me a few moments to realize what was different about him. His braid had gone. Cut off, I guessed. He wore a hooded top, the hood resting on his shoulders, and sweats like mine. I doubted he'd look drab in anything. The Fae could wear trash bags, and they'd still ooze predatory sex appeal. You'd think I'd be immune to that, too, but apparently not. I watched Samuel and his team for almost an hour. If they knew I observed them, they didn't show any signs of it. They didn't argue, but they did discuss various strategies. Not a joke, not a leer. Professionals, each and every one of them. Concern chipped away at my bravery. I was out of my depth. They'd see through my act, and then what? Just before dawn, with the sounds of blades ringing in my ears, I left the hall and found my way up a narrow staircase to a rooftop fire escape. The flat roof was small, but someone had placed a few chairs up here. I stood by the parapet and admired the leafy Holland Park view, grateful to be away from the Fae warriors, their singing blades and silent observations. London's cityscape hummed with life. A cool morning breeze swept away the mist and carried with it the sounds of traffic and distant sirens. I soaked London into my skin, my thoughts. The Fae inside the house were quite capable of killing me. All they needed was an excuse, or Kale's order. Maybe not even that. Would one of his warriors accidentally on purpose slip a dagger between my ribs? I doubted anyone would miss me. I was capable of killing them. I'd proven it. But that didn't mean it was guaranteed. I'd messed up in the alleyway trying to save that girl. Rain was right. I was afraid of myself. But I had a purpose now, something to focus on. Find Becky. Before whatever magic I was made with unraveled at the seams.
What are you doing here, American girl?
The breeze teased Rain's words along the rooftop. I didn't turn, didn't need to. I knew where he stood, as though something in me had attuned itself to him. Besides, if I turned, I'd see his face, his delicious smile, and it would hurt all over again. He ambled around me and blocked my view of the sun-draped park, throwing himself into silhouette. Even as I shielded my eyes and squinted into the light, I couldn't make out his expression. I was watching the sunrise until you got in the way.
Is that a metaphor?
Everything had to be about him. What are you doing here, Rain?
Didn't I just ask you the same thing?
I dropped my hand and squinted into the light. You've been hunting. I can smell the bears on you. He didn't move and didn't deny it, so I had my answer. He'd broken the curfew, ventured outside of under. I suppose that he needed to feed, and he needed freedom the same as I needed to feel the sun on my face to know it was real.
Have you been hunting?
He'd measured his voice, deliberately keeping it flat. No, and I'm fine.
I thought I'd check in and make sure of that.
You know stalking is creepy, right? I asked. He definitely smiled, but inside the sun's glare, I couldn't see if it reached his eyes. How did you even know this was where I'd be? He backed up a few steps, taking him dangerously close to the edge of the roof.
Because, American girl, you go looking for trouble, and this is the last place in London you should be.
You're still London's most wanted, I said. If the FA catch you... London's burnt orange sky glowed behind him, as if he were standing on top of the world. I smiled and shook my head at his flair for the dramatic.
They won't kill me, but they will attack you. A construct.
I can look after myself. I don't need you, Rain. He held my stare for a few moments and then turned away. He started to pace along the edge of the roof, hands wavering at his sides to balance himself. There had to be a 4 or 5-story drop below, and yet he balanced himself with feline grace.
What are you trying to prove?
He asked.
Kale isn't someone you should toy with. He'll cut through you to get what he wants.
I'm not trying to prove anything. Except maybe Kale's guilt, I thought. I tracked Rain as he turned and paced back along the edge. He wouldn't fall. The Fae thought in 3 dimensions. The buildings, the rooftops, they were just another thoroughfare to get to where they wanted to go. Ironic, considering I was scared of heights. What difference does it make? I need to do something. I sighed. Do anything. You don't understand. Nobody does. You'll probably live another 100 years. I might not have 100 hours. He stopped to my left. The sun bathed us both in bright morning light. The touch of it played in his dark hair and across the proud lines of his face, warming his pale skin. When did he get so pale?
You'd rather burn out than fade away. Is that it?
He asked.
Go out in a blaze of glory?
200 years old. How could he know what it was like to feel time slipping through your fingers? Yeah, actually. What's so wrong with that?
What's wrong with it is that I can help you learn how to feed, to control it, give you more time.
He could, but what would it buy me? Another few days? Weeks? I wasn't designed to live a long life. And besides, he'd have to teach me to take life from a human being. And the thought of spending any time with him after what I'd seen. Why torture myself with something I couldn't have? Whatever way you slice it, it felt wrong. You should go, I sighed, before Cale finds you.
I understand you're afraid.
He did. I knew that. His hound and my whatever I was inside, we were linked, and he knew well what that felt like. We were both monsters, which was why it was better if I stayed away from him. You understand what you want to, and nothing else. I pushed to my feet, brushed my sweats down, and turned toward the fire exit door. Just go. You shouldn't have come here.
Alina, you're not like them.
His voice carried across the rooftop before the sounds of London swallowed it up. You're worse. I winced at the memory.
Don't trust them,
Rain said. I glanced over my shoulder into the sun, but he'd gone. An empty ache bloomed through my chest. I couldn't let Rain distract me. If I was going to get close to the general to find Becky, I had to prove I had what he wanted. All I had to do was remember her. The Spider Queen, the monster, my mother, me. Chapter 7. After much of the day exploring the FA's glorious period house, trying to sneak into nooks and through locked doors without much success, I'd yet to find evidence that the Fae were anything other than what they appeared to be. A well-oiled machine charged with keeping the peace between human and Fae. But what about the general? I'd tried striking up conversations with the warriors, eager to learn more about Cale, but they'd quickly made their excuses, or avoided me altogether. I paused outside what I'd decided to call the general's war room, about to knock, when I heard snippets of conversation from behind the door. The general was saying something about trust, not trusting anyone else, and how important this could be, not just for him, but for all the Fae. Samuel muttered something low enough that the door muffled the words. Whatever it had been, Cale wasn't pleased. He growled a string of words that sounded both menacing and melodic, and definitely weren't English. Minutes ticked over at an excruciatingly slow rate. I had an aversion to waiting. Time was my enemy. I didn't want to be waiting on Cale's whim, but I did need to get inside that room so I could look for any clues as to Becky's whereabouts. The door opened. I stepped back, tucked my hands behind my back, and smiled sweetly at Samuel. His eyes narrowed to angry slits. He seemed to hesitate, as though expecting me to say something, or perhaps he wanted to speak with me, but he eventually chose silence and stepped aside, gesturing for me to enter. Thank you, I added with extreme politeness. He closed the door behind me without a word.
Construct,
Cale said. I gritted my teeth and pinned a wooden smile to my lips.
sit,
He said, pointing at the huge meeting table. My gaze slid about the room, over rolls of maps strewn about the table, and came to rest on a pair of crossed daggers on his desk. No, thank you. They were his daggers, I realized, noticing his empty thigh sheaths. Fey weaponry had an exotic flair you'd expect to see in ceremonial swords, but their blades weren't designed for aesthetics alone. The edges would be razor sharp. A good Fey blade represented its owner. Gorgeous to look at, deadly to touch. Cale's daggers were probably as old as the general himself. He saw me eyeing his blades and straightened.
I'll return your daggers when I'm satisfied you're not a threat.
That would be never. I wandered the room, trailing my fingers across the books. Old leather-bound books, embossed with intricate fey designs, fully aware of Cale's eyes on my every touch. I tried to decipher the fey language using books left in under, but I'd failed. Their swirling letters were more art than words. The books, the maps, the daggers. Cale wasn't a blunt instrument. His troops, and the Fae as a people, revered him for a reason. I'd do well to take in everything I could from this meeting and file it away to consider later. While I wandered, Cale waited, his face expressionless, but for the smallest narrowing of his eyes. His silvery hair had grown out a little since I'd first laid eyes on him, when he'd attacked Rain on the underground. It wasn't yet long enough to grab in a fight. Perhaps he was trying to appear less threatening. A smile twitched on my lips. General Cale was never going to win Personality of the Year, but he did have an infallible presence about him, one that earned him the respect of the London public. The FA, under his command, had kept London safe, until the Queen broke free. I'd roamed the room, finding nothing obviously connected to Andrews' sister, and stopped in front of the General's desk. Could I snatch his daggers and run him through before he retaliated? My palms itched, seeking the blades. I lifted my head. Cale leant an arm over the back of his chair. His reach was about the same as mine. Was this a test? He didn't look defensive, but Cale could flick to killer just as quickly as I could.
3 days.
He said. Huh?
After you attacked, it took 3 days for me to recover.
Was I meant to be impressed? The Queen patched me up in hours.
Do you remember how?
His eyes had widened slightly at mention of the Queen. I bowed my head and reached out a hand toward the daggers. Cale didn't move to stop me, so I trailed my fingers along the cool flank of the nearest one and remembered everything the Queen had done to me, every moment of when she'd plucked me apart and remade me all over again. I remembered it like a vivid dream. I was there, but not there. I couldn't explain it to Cale, not without him thinking I was more unhinged than he already did.
Is it difficult, remembering?
He asked. I frowned and pulled my hand back from the dagger. Why? Because I don't have a mind of my own? He studied me with a slight scowl on his sharp features.
I'm merely trying to understand your construction.
We understood each other perfectly when I stabbed you and you gutted me. His thin lips twitched.
You've asked me to train you. You said you want to be like me, my warriors. To what end?
To buy time while I find Becky and end you before my time runs out. I cleared my throat, and with it the vengeful thoughts. So I can control these dreams, memories, this thing in me. The words had come in one long rush. I bit my lip and turned away, if only to hide whatever he'd see on my face. Fear, probably. I couldn't let him see me afraid. He had to believe in me, or else he'd never let me close enough to discover what had happened to Becky.
I'm not convinced I can train you. A construct does what it's been designed to do. No more, no less. But I've been monitoring your activities, keeping an eye on your existence. As a construct, you should have unraveled long ago, and yet here you are, standing in my office, telling me you have dreams.
He paused, perhaps considering his next words, but that silvery glimmer of reverence was back in his eyes. You've been monitoring me.
The authority and my purpose as its leader revolves around protecting the interracial balance between the London people and the Fae. You are something of an anomaly, and, from my experience to date, a potential risk to that balance. I originally planned to contain you in Under's catacombs, but in light of our fortuitous meeting and after what you've told me, I'm interested in what you believe you know of the Queen and how much if any of the Queen or her spirit still exists in you.
Her spirit? I wasn't sure if I was more alarmed by the fact he'd been watching me, thinking about locking me up alongside fairies' monsters, or that he believed something of the spirit could have survived in me. He bowed his head and appeared to admire the daggers, but his gaze went farther, passing through the blades, seeing into his past, perhaps.
The spirit Arachne possessed the Queen. Arachne is one of the three.
Arachne, Kushi, and the other I knew only as the Harpy. The three. The Fae liked things in threes, always threes.
But you must know this.
Kale asked. I did. Rain had told me the spirit Arachne sought out the queen for her talent for weaving, that over time the spirit drove the queen insane. Fae fury, he'd called it. In my dreams, I saw only broken images that together created a cascade of emotions. The images faded on waking, but the feelings lingered. Fear, elation, anger. I could believe in the queen's madness. I'd seen it, felt it, and lived it. But the spirit?
If what remains of her truly resides in you,
He said, looking up from the daggers to fix his sharp eyes on me.
it could be significant.
Like he'd said, constructs did what they were designed to do, and they didn't think outside the box. But I'd never been in the box to begin with. I was unique, perhaps even more so than I'd feared. Is that possible? Could the original spirit somehow exist in me?
It's highly unlikely.
He said, dismissing the notion with a hand flick, and after a few moments' thought added,
I doubt a construct could contain one of the three spirits. You would have burnt out within moments had that been the case.
He let those words settle in the quiet.
Still, it's worth considering. The spirit, if harnessed, could help us protect the balance between human and fae relations.
Well, that was comforting. Not. I turned my back on Kale and headed toward the bay window, thoughts whirring. The spirit? I'd assumed the dark inside of me was the remnant of the insane queen. But what if I was wrong? I couldn't think about that. Not yet. I had enough doubts racing through my head without adding immortal spirit possession to the list. But if the general wanted to know, I'd play along for Becky's sake. To really remember. Sunlight filtered through the drapes. I stopped inside the shafts of light and soaked up the warmth. I need to be the thing the queen created me to be.
You need to let go of your control.
Be the killer. I need to let go of everything, I thought. Everything I've made my own. Every new part of me. I had to forget it all and let the memories, the dreams, wash it all away. That's what I was afraid of, and the reason why I hadn't let loose on the general in the club. Why I hadn't fought Samuel like I had the queen at the dome. I could. I had it in me and more. So much more. Too much? His daggers chimed as he scooped them off the table.
Come with me.
Where? He headed for the door, leaving me to catch up with him.
To test this theory.
Chapter 8. The evening was warm, which made traveling in the Range Rover with Samuel, Nix, and Ska all the more uncomfortable. The general rode in the car ahead. I'd almost have liked to swap my seat buddies for the general. At least I could have used the opportunity to question him. Nix chewed gum and tapped out a beat on her thigh to a tune only she could hear. Occasionally, she'd slide her gaze to me, and then skip it to Samuel sitting in the seat in front of me. Ska drove, and nobody said a single word. Tension filled the air, much of it coming from Samuel's dead-still posture. I keenly felt the press of the knives hidden in my boots. The general hadn't told me where we were headed tonight, but each of his warriors were well armed. We hit the Mall and passed through St. James's Park, heading toward Trafalgar Square. Samuel twisted in his seat to address Nix.
On arrival, break off in pairs. Nix, you'll be giving Alina the tour.
Nix's grin was pure mischief. Wouldn't you rather hold her hand, Samuel? He let her comment slide right off his professional demeanor and told Ska to pair up with him. Ska nodded, his attention focused on the Range Rover ahead as we passed through Admiralty Arch and pulled to a stop alongside Trafalgar. The FA drew a few sideways glances from the late evening tourists as they climbed from their cars. They made quite the sight in their red and black uniforms, weapons tucked in easy-to-reach places. I'd at least been given a jacket, but otherwise still wore sweats. Some of the tourists turned from the Trafalgar fountains to take pictures of the Fae's elite forces. I pulled my collar up and hid my face. Interest in the events at the Millennium Dome and my association with Rockstar Rain had died down, but that didn't mean I wouldn't be spotted. Unlike the rest of the Fae, I didn't relish the attention. The general peeled off with his group of 2 FA warriors toward Charing Cross Station. Samuel and Ska veered left toward Leicester Square Garden, while Nix and I strode up the hill beside the National Gallery toward St. Martin's Lane and its theaters. We passed a pair of police officers weighed down with stab vests, batons, and radios. They each eyed Nix beside me with a respectful nod. She inclined her head in return. My thoughts wandered to Andrews and guilt twisted inside. I could do this. Get close to the FA and their ranks, close to the general, and find Becky. Part Fae, part something else, I was probably the only person who could. Andrews deserved to know where his sister was. Much of Covent Garden's nightlife had spilled out onto the streets, bringing them alive with chatter and the thump of music pouring from the pubs we passed. Nix sent a sly smile toward a group of young men crowding outside a pub. Their eyes widened at the sight of her. One chanced his luck.
Oi, fairy! Wanna touch me?
Sorry, sweetheart. Wrong tackle. She winked.
I could change your mind.
The charmer hollered. Nix strode on, weaving through the crowds. They think they could handle us, she said, glancing over her shoulder as I followed close behind. They can't. They're like children playing with fireworks. Is that what we're doing out here? Teaching people a lesson? She swerved right and nodded at a doorman guarding a restaurant entrance. He unclipped the rope and let us through, ahead of the long waiting line. We're here to police our own, not the people foolish enough to dabble with bespellment. She saw my frown. We can't stop Londoners from wanting it, but we can stop our own kind from giving it. She pulled me into a corner, out of the main throb of customers crowding the bar, and then stood close enough so she didn't have to shout to be heard over the music. There shouldn't be any Fae here. They're all subject to the curfew, but you can feel them. The fleeting tickle at the back of my thoughts. I nodded. But they have to feed. I scanned the crowd and tried to pick out any pointed ears, but under the slippery lights and moving bodies, I couldn't see any. That's what the clinics are for. The Driact Clinics were a new initiative, sanctioned by the government to keep the peace. People dropped by, were compensated with cash, and told to sit while the Fae absorbed their Driact under controlled conditions. Rain had once growled something derogatory in Fae speak when I'd asked him if he'd visited one. We've all got rules we're obliged to follow. Nix's wandering tone pulled my attention back to her. Multicolored light sparkled in her tricolored eyes. She glared hard across the bar, her lips slightly parted, with something like desire on her face. I followed her gaze and found the Fae she was focused on. She was beautiful, of course, and had attracted quite the crowd of admirers. She rested a hand on her victim's, likely drawing Driact from him with every second. She's breaking the law. Nix slid one of her daggers free, but she paused, her sharp gaze snagging on me. You're not ready. I'd seen that look in the mirror. Nix, wait. You don't need to. By the order of the Fae Authority. The Fae predictably bolted, but she didn't get far. Nix's dagger somehow found a straight line through the crowd and punched the Fae high up in the back. She let out a yelp and groped behind her, but she didn't stop. Nix burst forward. The crowd recoiled. A few screams peppered the music, and the chase went on. I followed as best as I could, but Nix and the Fae soon became a blur in the crowd, and once outside, I quickly lost them on the busy sidewalk. I sighed through my nose, ignoring the few who glanced my way, probably wondering why a human girl was wearing an FA uniform jacket, and headed down the street, keeping my gaze high, scanning for Fae. After 30 minutes of wandering Covent Garden, I'd lost my FA escort, and I had no idea when or where I was meant to regroup. I considered catching the subway back to FAHQ when I felt a familiar pull toward a basement club. I'd have known the voice from outside on the street had I not been so preoccupied with finding Nix. Inside, I couldn't mistake him for anyone else but Rain. He'd captured the crowd, packed wall to wall in awe. The band behind gave it their all, while Rain commanded the small stage as if he was playing to Wembley Stadium. His hair was a mess. His white shirt was barely buttoned, so that it flared in dramatic fashion when he strode back and forth. His jeans sat low on his hips, and he didn't give a damn. In fact, the crowd lapped it up, hanging on his every word, screaming at his every glance. His voice rolled and teased. He had the kind of singing voice that seduced. Combined with the way he moved, his body a weapon in his arsenal designed to seduce, he simply hypnotized, even to my immune eyes. Every word, every step, every glance. I am powerful, it said, and he was. Powerful enough to own this crowd of several hundred, powerful enough to command a crowd of tens of thousands. This little club didn't know what hit it. The patrons screamed, waved their arms in the air, utterly lost in Rain's thrall. As I studied those nearest to me, saw how their eyes drank Rain in, I wondered if he could bespell with music. It wouldn't have surprised me. I already knew he could do things other Fae couldn't. Impossible things. No doubt made possible by the spirit of Ku-Shi curled around his soul. I leaned against the wall, draped in shadow, and smiled. He didn't give a damn about the curfew, the FA, or the London Met's SO30 division. This kind of reckless behavior was stupid, selfish, and dangerous, and I'd have expected nothing less from him. I might not have been an expert at, well, anything, but in this world, one restrained by laws and rules, Rain gave it the finger. It was difficult not to admire that, as foolish as it was.
"I'll be your light, your life, till the darkness comes,"
he sang. He was made for this. I hadn't seen that wild delight in his eyes since he'd introduced me to chocolate cake, and maybe when we'd kissed on the docks, before I'd witnessed the true monster inside him. The song finished. He lifted his arms, eyes alight, broad grin, a thing alive, and the crowd went nuts. They knew who he was, of course. Rain wasn't going to pretend to be anyone else. Perhaps this was organized, or knowing him, he'd likely decided to take to the stage on impulse. A murmur rippled through the crowd, followed by sounds of a scuffle coming from the front entrance. I caught a glimpse of red and black before an unfamiliar FA warrior bellowed,
"Let us through! Fae authority!"
Someone screamed. The crowd surged. I was shoved back and almost lost my footing. A jolt of fear made my heart leap into my throat. They'll kill him. But the stage was empty.
"Search the premises!"
One of the Fae announced, clearly noticing Rain's absence. The crowd heaved and rushed forward as one, blocking the warriors. On the fringes of the room, I skirted the mob and made my way toward the door tucked away behind the stage. I slipped through, found myself in a narrow passage, and jogged ahead. Movement to my right. A door opened, and Rain stepped out. He braced an arm against the opposite wall, blocking the passageway and my exit.
"Did you bring them here?"
The look in his eyes wasn't kind. No, He snatched at my jacket and hauled me inside a cramped storage room. A single bare bulb did little to chase away the shadows. Racks and shelves climbed the walls, bringing them closer still. Rain leaned a hand into my shoulder, holding me against the wall at arm's length. Raw delight still danced in his eyes. He breathed hard and heavy, still coming down from his performance. He told me once that there was nothing like performing to a crowd, no matter what the numbers. When the music had him, he lost himself, but in a good way, not like when the hound took over. He'd said it was like the best of everything. Sex, love, freedom, joy. Not that I'd know what any of those things felt like. On his face now, I saw that hunger, that thrill, and a trickle of anticipation snatched at my breath. Even after what I'd seen, what he'd said, I still wanted him. I batted his hand off my shoulder. "Don't touch me." He stepped back.
"You're wearing FA colours."
He said it with a snarl, leaving no room for whatever explanation I might have. "I didn't need to bring them here. You were drawing a crowd. You can't do this. The FA."
"Can kiss my ass."
He closed the door and returned his suspicious glare on me.
"I've earned my right to live in London. Who are they to take my freedom from me?"
"They'll kill you," I hissed back. A tight smile stretched across his lips. It was a wolfish smile, I realized, rich with threat.
"They can try."
He looked me over once more, lingering on the FA jacket. He clearly didn't approve, and I didn't care. "It's not worth it," I said. "Cale—"
"Are you his spokesperson now? I thought you had a mind of your own."
I pursed my lips and swallowed the urge to rage at him. "Why are you being such an ass?" He shrugged a shoulder.
"Like I said, nobody's going to stop me or get in my way."
That nobody obviously included me. A door slammed in the passageway. I pushed by Rain and leant into the closed door, listening as footfalls hammered closer. Rain rested a shoulder against the wall and watched me.
"I had everything."
"Shh." A frown gathered shadows on his stubborn face, but he waited and listened until the quiet returned.
"I was loved by thousands,"
He said, lowering his voice to a hissing whisper.
"It took me years to blend in, to learn how to act as though I belonged. While the others clung on to their heritage, I discarded it and embraced this world. I learned the language, learned how to be loved for more than just being Fae. I lived a life, a real life.
A muscle fluttered in his jaw.
Now I have nothing. I don't even have you. Who am I if I'm not performing for my fans? I lived through the purge, made a place for myself here. For what? Tell me that, American girl."
What was I supposed to say? I'd been handed a gift-wrapped life. Rain had clearly spent decades carving a place in London, one he could call home. I couldn't imagine what that might be like, to have it all ripped away in the space of a few hours. And he wasn't the only one. All of the Fae would be feeling the same.
"I can't live in under. I just..."
Whatever he wanted to add, the words didn't come. Instead, the intensity and accusations in his gaze faded until all I saw was that same old sorry smile.
"I can't live like that."
He leaned his back against the wall and looked down. The light, the joy I'd seen on stage, had all but faded from his face. Now his lips formed a grim line and his eyes darkened. He could barely hold my gaze. This wasn't just about sticking it to the authorities. He was hurting. "I get it." I straightened. "I do. But if Cale was here—"
"Cale."
He chuckled, and then added with a sly curl of his lips.
"Cale doesn't frighten me."
I knew that. The only thing that frightened Rain was himself. "What if your control slips? What if the hound escapes?" He pushed away from the wall and wandered to the back of the room in the space of 2 strides.
"My control is just fine. Everything is fine. Isn't that what you tell yourself?
He looked up to where a grubby rectangular street-level window hung open a crack. Clearly, everything was not fine, and hadn't been since I'd been woven from the Queen's Driocht and sent to kill him. Rain, like all Fae, craved attention. He wouldn't be starved of it, not even to survive. He'd rather die in the spotlight than live in the dark. I didn't understand that. Surely living in the shadows was better than no life at all.
I'm fine, just as long as we're not together.
He'd forced these words through his teeth and kept his back to me through every one. I couldn't decide if it was bravery for him to push me away or cowardice. The least he could do was lie to my face. We can be alone together, he told me once. When had I lost him? I thought we'd have time, just the two of us. Friends, because the truth of us meant we couldn't be anything more. He and Andrews were the only friends I'd had. Now, I didn't even have them. Now, draped in FA colors, I didn't know what Rain and I were to each other. I somehow managed to hold my expression, locking it down as though his words didn't cut to my unreal heart. Silly little me and my construct mind. How naive I was to think my unreal life could mean something to a 200-year-old Fae. He had Shay. What did he need me for?
Alina.
An imminent apology softened his tone. He half turned and looked over his shoulder. Honesty widened and softened his eyes.
It's the truth. I wish it wasn't.
I swallowed, just in case there was any hint of emotion that might lodge in my throat. I wouldn't let him see how his words hurt. I wanted to ask him about the spirit. He'd know if one of the three resided in me, wouldn't he? But the words wouldn't come. I was afraid of the answer and of what it could mean. Maybe that's what he'd meant when he'd said I was too much like her. I looked into his eyes, his expression now one of regret, and wondered if he was deliberately hiding the truth. He'd always liked his secrets. I should thank you. I don't have long left, and I wouldn't want to waste it on lies. I tugged open the door and stepped out into the passage. Two FA warriors immediately spotted me, noted my FA jacket and mismatched sweats, and clearly knew who I was. One narrowed his glare on the door I just closed behind me. He went that way. I thumbed over my shoulder. They came forward, sliding their daggers into their hands. Rain could take two warriors, but a scuffle here wouldn't win me any favors with the general. I felt the press of my knives inside my boots. If I went for them, my ruse would be over.
You saw Sovereign?
The leftmost warrior asked. Yep, like I said, went that way.
What's in there?
I was looking for the ladies' room. I'd never been very good at lying, and their collective scowls told me I still wasn't.
Out of the way!
They barged by me and opened the door. The light was still on, but the room was empty. I smiled at the sight of the window, now closed. Rain had many ways of eluding the FA. They weren't going to catch him. I shrugged and headed back toward the bar. Like I said, he went the other way. The street was still packed outside the club. I emerged as the revelers parted around Nix and Ska. They didn't see me as I sidestepped and moved away, head bowed, collars up. On my way to the subway station, where I'd catch a train back to FAHQ, I glanced up at the rooftops to see if there might be a silhouette watching. There wasn't. Chapter 9. I snapped my eyes open and saw a flash of red and black in the blink before a wet cloth was rammed in my mouth. What? Where? A band of fabric fell over my face, covering my eyes and pinning me down. Wait, no! I fought to move my head, my body, anything. Nothing made sense. I can't breathe! Panic clamped a vise around my chest and squeezed. Breathe. I focused on the air passing through my nose. In, out. In, out. Think. This isn't under. The FA. The General. I'm back at Holland Park. I'd returned to the FA's HQ somewhere before dawn and crashed out on my designated bunk. Hours or minutes ago, I wasn't sure. Was this about Rain? About the bar? Did they know I'd spoken with him? Hands pushed down against my shoulders and chest. Fear jarred through my muddled thoughts. They're killing me. I twisted, bucked, and lashed out, catching something soft, accompanied by a masculine grunt. Hands clamped around my wrists, holding me still, while others rode roughshod under my arms, down around my waist and lower, sweeping between my legs. Get off me! Let go! But my words came out as muffled grunts and snarls.
Unarmed,
A stranger's voice declared.
Get her up.
With the fragments of sleep and dreams still floating about my head, I tried to focus. Breathe in. Breathe out. They'd have cut my throat by now, if they wanted me dead. So what did they want? Hands hauled me upright. I blindly lunged forward, hoping I could slip free of their grip. A fist or something harder hit me across the face. I reeled and was met by hands all over me once more. But this time, they clasped me around the shins and lifted me up. I could hear myself demanding they let go, threatening, but the rag muffled the words. In my head, though, it was crystal clear. They'll kill me now. A dull, throbbing ache pulsed up the entire left side of my face. Blood pooled in my mouth, bitter and metallic. I'd bitten my lip. I twisted and kicked, but the vice-like hands held fast. Doors slammed somewhere nearby. Boots squeaked on the polished floor. But they didn't speak. Not a word. My attackers dumped me on the floor. I reached up to grab the rag from my mouth, only to have my arms yanked behind my back and my wrists bound. I wanted to ask why. Why had they let me in, only to do this now? How many surrounded me, I didn't know. I heard them, though. The creak of leather, level breathing, boots scuffing the floor. I kept my head bowed and tried to slow my breathing. My panicked heart thudded in my chest. Why were they waiting? Would these be my last few moments? A hand sank into my hair, twisted, and yanked my head back, exposing my throat. The cool kiss of a blade pressed against my chin. This was it. My end. A smooth, perfectly calm voice whispered,
you slaughtered our brothers and sisters.
revenge.
You're not real.
The male's whispered words tickled my ear.
How much does a construct bleed before it is no more?
I heard sobs, my own. A warm wetness spread through my sweatpants, and I didn't care. He'd drag the blade across my throat, and I'd bleed out here. Andrews' sister might never be found. I'd vanish, like she had. Andrews would probably come looking. He'd get himself killed. And Rain. God damn him. He might not even care. He'd warned me. I should have listened. A fist or a boot hit me low in the gut. A surge of pain doubled me up, and all I could think to do was curl into myself. The ties cut into my wrists. My stomach heaved. I can't be sick. I'll choke. No, no, please, please. I had to kill those Fae to get to the Queen. I didn't have a choice. Please. I don't want to die.
Anything?
Kale. I latched onto his voice. He stood close, somewhere in front of me. I could almost see him in my mind. His rigid stance, narrow face, lips pulled into a thin, barely there smile. Hate bloomed, vicious and sharp, inside my chest, and the dark inside stirred awake. Intent trickled through my veins, sparking the hidden parts of me alive. I could stop this. I could stop them all, make them see the real me. make them witness the truth buried inside.
Nothing.
What will it take to rouse her, construct?
Her. This wasn't revenge, nor was it because I'd spoken with Rain. Kale was forcing me to lose control, to incite the Queen. If I did that, if I let go, what would be left of me? I might burn out, unravel. I can't. The blindfold was ripped from my face. I blinked to clear the tears. Kale studied me with a detached once-over, curling his lip at the sight of the wetness soaking my pants. His slate-gray-eyed gaze roamed back to my face.
So disappointing.
Bastard.
And quite useless. Clearly she lied about her potential. Finish her.
No! The general straightened and stepped back. Blurs of red and black rushed in. Something, a fist, a knee, hit me hard in the jaw. Another punch, deep into my side. My gut heaved. I tasted bile and choked around the rag.
More!
The general barked.
She'll have to fight back with everything she has. Or die.
After the first few punches, the pain took over, swallowed me down and smothered me, until I couldn't tell where the hits came from, or even where they landed. But always I returned my glare to Kale's expressionless face. With every blow, I curled deeper inside myself, until all I knew was hate, and all I could see was him. Those shades of gray eyes and the lack of emotion. He stared right back at me, and I wondered if he could feel. The cool darkness spread through my body, washing away the fire of pain. Relief, but not because it would be over. It had only just begun. While their fists found their mark, and my blood soaked through my clothes, I brought my legs up behind me and slid a knife free of my boots. A cruel lick of laughter drifted about the room, finding its way between the grunts and snarls. The general lifted a hand. His warriors straightened and stepped back. The laughter rolled on, like an echo in the dark. Kale crouched in front of me. His eyes narrowed, and then in one swift movement, he tugged the rag free. The laughter escaped, and I realized it had been mine all along. But now it was real. The general leaned closer. He canted his head, frowning down at the mystery of me. I swung the blade around, and would have taken half his face off if he hadn't blocked my arm with his. A glimmer of surprise widened his eyes. "Here I am, asshole." I went for his throat, but given my position on the floor, my aim went wide and my knuckles cracked across his chin. He jerked back, rising to his feet. With slow, deliberate movements, I stood up. The numbness had vanished, replaced by a steely hunger to kill. I scored each of them with my gaze, thought of how I'd disable them should they come at me. The general. I'd save him for last.
We are the same, you and I. You feel my life in your veins. My heart beats in you.
The memory of the Queen's words fueled the shadow inside. The general had loved her as his monarch. His gaze said as much. Hopeful, wary, afraid. So afraid. Or was this more? Was the respect in his eyes for something else entirely? For something ancient? For one of the three? Someone to my right moved. I lifted the blade.
Don't!
Kale waved his warriors back. They moved away. Good little puppets.
This is what I want. Give her room to embrace the change.
Embrace it. I'd embrace him and drive my dagger into his heart. A smile crawled across my lips.
Yes.
Kale's thin lips twitched.
There she is. Let her in, construct. Bring her back. Remember what it felt like.
Oh, I remember, Kale. I remember how you fell to your knees on a bloodied field. your ranks decimated. I remember how the Queen found you there. Not my memories, but it didn't matter. I saw him then, as he had once been. Blood spattered, his face white, and eyes pleading with his queen for mercy.
Good.
He swallowed and came closer, within reach of my blade.
More. Tell me more. Tell me everything.
She promised you a new army in a new world.
Yes.
He breathed the word, made it no more than a whisper. And you would serve her forever. I slid my gaze across the others, not really seeing them, just counting their blades and the distance they'd need to go to save their general.
Forever.
He echoed the promise, and I sensed its resonance roll through me.
What else, Alina? What do you feel?
My smile grew. Everything. I lunged. Our blades sang as they struck. I pushed into him, staggering him backward. Power. A dark, all-consuming power spilled through my veins. I could kill Kale. Kill them all. He parried my next blow and hit me in my already sore gut. But it wasn't enough. I could take him, as I should have in the tunnels. I knew him better than I knew myself. His past, the Queen's past, it all blurred together as one. Her obedient servant, her loyal subject. I saw him bow to her, to me. He'd followed her orders because he was bound to her by that promise on the blood-soaked battlefield. General Kale, her puppet, just like all the others she'd had dancing on the end of her web-like strings. My puppet. He was mine. The general, the hound, the people, London. All mine. And the presence inside, it embraced everything. All that had come before, and all that could be. No, wait. This wasn't me. I liked chocolate cake, like the smell of autumn berries and cedar. I was afraid of heights and spiders. What are you doing, American girl? The thoughts from that part of me who asked questions tripped up my stride, and in the momentary lapse of concentration, Kale clamped a hand around my throat and slammed me into a wall. He pushed in close enough so that all I could see were his eyes. Eyes that had witnessed the death of hundreds of warriors who turned to him for guidance. He'd failed them. Murdered them. A shivering sickness sent chills sprawling across my skin, and the dark I'd wrapped myself in fell away, leaving me gasping and exposed beneath Kale's grip. My gut heaved. Shivers spilled down my skin. Adrenaline, fear, and a horrible, wrenching sickness robbed me of everything. Pain. So much pain. Kale's smile was the last thing I saw before unconsciousness carried me away. It might have been hours I'd lain awake in the empty bedroom, staring at the ceiling, wondering if I would fall apart if I moved. I like chocolate cake. I'm afraid of heights. Rain is an asshat. Those seemingly minor things I played over and over in my head, building on layer upon layer of what it meant to be Alina, weaving me back together and grounding me in my memories. I didn't have long left. I could feel it, the creeping separation. Kale's attack had tipped me over the edge. Something had shifted again. I was losing parts of me. Whatever happened, I couldn't hold myself together with chocolate cake, heights, and rain for much longer. My time was running out, and with it, any chance that I might find Becky. The FA's house was quiet, and had been for some time. Sunlight poured in through the windows. Birds twittered in the garden. I couldn't hide from this, not when the clock was ticking. Every second I stared at the ceiling was another second wasted. "Get up," I said, surprised by the steel in my voice. I peeled off my soiled clothes, hands trembling the whole time, and padded barefoot into the shower. Hot water tapping against my back and shoulders made my bruised skin want to crawl off my bones. It hurt to move, to breathe, to lift my arms to wash the blood out of my hair. Shivering, my gut a loose tangle of nerves, I found some spare clothes and managed to button up a shirt over my damp skin, swearing when my muscles burned and throbbed. I sat on the edge of the bath and slumped forward, threading my fingers into my wet hair. I wasn't ready for this. I wasn't even sure if I'd ever be ready. I didn't belong here, or anywhere. Really, it was a miracle I'd stayed together as long as I had.
Are you presentable?
Samuel. I stiffened, wiped my face dry, and glared at the closed door. "Were you there?" I asked, hating the tremor in my voice.
Yes.
He replied, voice muffled enough that I couldn't be sure of his tone. "Nix?"
No. And neither was Squaw. Cale asked only for those who were comfortable with his orders.
His orders? Which were? The door creaked open. I didn't look up, but heard Samuel's shoes squeak on the wet floor.
To push you until you manifested something of your true nature.
He stopped to my right, close enough that I could see he wore black pants.
Or died.
He added, "And you were comfortable with his orders?" I sneered, lifting my head to peer at him through wet bangs. He wore a plum-colored V-neck shirt and looked entirely too normal. His amethyst eyes searched mine. There was nothing of the triumph I expected to see on his face. Pity, perhaps. They'd all look at me like that. Now they'd seen the worst of me.
You're no use to us as just a construct. Constructs don't last.
He said,
We had to know if there's enough potential power within you for us to harness. For you to help us. Help the Fae.
I pushed off the bath, clutching some pants, and glared up at him. "Well, now you know." He glared right back, but his gaze held a hint of curiosity.
When you fought the general, had you not blacked out, you could have killed him.
A statement. A fact. Not a query. I didn't reply. I could have killed the general and the others in the room, but despite what Cale wanted, I didn't want to lose myself to that darkness. Aware of the cool breeze around my legs, I broke eye contact and tugged the pants on. "You just gonna stand there and watch me?" At least the shivering had passed. He blinked, and the slightest of frowns tightened his proud Fey features.
Constructs do not usually concern themselves with modesty.
"This one does, and it's called privacy." I combed my fingers through my hair, planted a hand on my hip, and peered back at him. Once again, his eyes narrowed, as though I was a puzzle. One he hadn't yet figured out, but wasn't sure if he wanted to.
You need Reoct.
He said, finally. "No, I really don't." I pushed by him and headed for the door.
The sickness you're currently experiencing will only get worse. You'll weaken, and unless you replenish your Dreoct, you'll fade away.
He waited for me to argue or deny it or even agree. But nothing he told me was new. I just wanted to go home, but didn't have a home to go to.
Let me help you regain your strength,
He said. I laughed and stopped with my hand on the door. "Why? So you can beat me some more?" When I faced him this time, he lifted his head. He didn't look sorry. That the Fae never did. The day he looked sorry would be the day they'd stick me on a pedestal and crown me queen.
as you are now.
He approached, his stride easy and loose, like he couldn't possibly be thinking of anything else besides concern for my well-being.
You're vulnerable in body and mind.
Every instinct in my body told me to run, but I shut the fear away, buried it deep, and forced a wooden smile onto my lips. Vulnerable? Not in spirit, I thought. One of the three. I'd felt the shift inside. The general had dismissed possession, but he was wrong. I'd witnessed the Queen's memories, seen her save the general all those years ago. But they were just that. Memories. What I felt, the shadows that shifted inside, the power spilling through my veins, that was something else entirely. How can I do this? How can I take Driocht when I don't know what I'm doing? What if I hurt someone?
It's perfectly safe, under controlled conditions. A clinic.
Safe? Nothing about the Fae was safe.
The private kind.
Driocht for money. Nice. It was a low blow, but it helped to fall back on anger when nothing else made sense. Again, a frown pulled at his lips.
It's consensual. Government monitored. The sessions are professional and timed. You and your donor are absolutely safe. I wouldn't suggest it otherwise.
He paused, taking a moment to breathe. Yep, my comment had offended his Fae sensibilities, or perhaps he was convincing himself as well as me.
Allow me to show you.
I did need Driocht, as sick as the thought made me. Summoning the dark in me and being beaten to within an inch of my life had pushed the limits of my construction. The sickness was creeping in. I had a choice. Give up or fight back. I hadn't given up yet, and I wasn't about to start now. Samuel waited, infinitely patient, calm, measured, controlled. Why was he even here, helping me? Did Cale tell you to come?
No.
I didn't believe him. Then, what do you want from me? He swallowed and briefly broke eye contact, but quickly reestablished it.
What we did, it was designed to break you. But you didn't break, Alina.
I felt pretty broken. And? Finally, a flicker of emotion passed across his face.
I'm trying to apologize.
You're lousy at it. He arched a brow. He'd probably never been called lousy in his long Fae life. Maybe he was truly trying to help me, or maybe this was another one of the general's tests. Send his pet Samuel to make friends and stick a dagger in my back when my guard was down. I wouldn't be making the same mistake twice. Fine, I said, opening the door and marching through the bedroom with as much confidence I could muster around the aches and pains. I'll meet you in the entrance hall in 5. I needed to replenish my Driocht. With Samuel's suspiciously generous help. There was only one way to find out what the FA knew about Becky's disappearance, and that was by building alliances. And to do that, I had to get a handle on my control, even if that meant accepting the Fae part of me. Just like Rain had said, I couldn't ignore it. The thing inside wasn't going away. I just hoped that replenishing my Driocht didn't make me any more of a monster than I already was. Chapter 10. Samuel couldn't jump from one location to another like Rain, which meant we were riding in the Range Rover again. But this time, I was in the front passenger seat. I sneaked a few glances at him as he'd maneuvered through London traffic with surprising proficiency. I turned my face away and watched London's patchwork streets blur by. The crooked and gnarled buildings of old blended with the steel and glass of the new, but not always in harmony. The streets looked calm. People strode along the sidewalks. Tourists dawdled, checking their maps and cell phones. But the Fae were conspicuous in their absence. I dragged a hand down the back of my neck and tried to stretch out tight muscles. My skin fizzled with an itching heat, despite the air conditioning blasting chilly air onto my face. I need to do this. I wondered about the lives of those people going about their business, because that was easier than wondering about someone whose drioct I was about to absorb. We pulled into a small parking lot outside the private clinic. The sign declared, "Professional and Certified Sessions." Who certifies the taking of life? Samuel climbed from the Range Rover. If it wasn't for the pointed ears, he'd have looked like any young London professional, especially now that the braid was gone. His hair was short enough to ruffle, which he frequently did. That thought roused a smile and earned me a raised eyebrow. But no words. We weren't really on speaking terms, and I didn't think Samuel made small talk. He left the car and jogged up the set of steps to a painted black door. The clinic could have been someone's home. Discreet and genteel in a quaint Georgian terraced house. Like rehab, the Fey kind. I assumed I was to follow, and tried not to wince and hiss climbing from the car as my body screamed in all the wrong places. I hadn't yet gotten a good look at my face, but considering the throb, I could bet it wasn't a pretty sight. This was necessary. I had to refill my reserves, to heal, and get back to learning all I could about Kale to find Becky. Once I was thinking clearly, Nix or Scott might have more answers. Samuel, too, might be a way in, if he could bring himself to say more than a few words to me. Samuel signed me in at the front desk, while I sat myself carefully on one of the leather couches. 3 Fae were already here, flicking through magazines, perched on the arms of the chairs. They raked their colorful eyes over me, and then looked away once they noticed Samuel. One of them even bowed his head a little when Samuel looked up. He didn't sit with the rest of us, preferring to loom by the door. I clasped my hands in my lap and listened to the wall clock ticking. I'd been dying the last time I'd taken Drioct, and Danny Andrews had been the unlucky one to touch me. He'd touched me before, and that was the problem. The touches, coupled with my suddenly latching onto his life force, sealed the deal. I got a hit of Andrews' flavored juice, complete with his memories and feelings, and he got an addiction to the unreal construct. Love. It's a chemical reaction, and one the Fae use to their advantage. I'd used Andrews, and now I was presumably about to do the same here. You need her more than I do, the Fae in the alley had said when I'd stumbled across him feeding. That had only been a couple days ago, though it seemed longer.
Alina O'Connor?
A man, dressed in a pale blue uniform, fixed a bright smile on his face and beckoned me forward.
Your first time?
He asked. I nodded, acutely aware of Samuel's presence behind me.
Would you like to see your donor?
I swallowed. I, He opened a door and stepped inside a small clinical room. The lights were soft, but that only bred more shadows. A chair waited in front of a curtained division. Someone sat on the other side of that curtain. A normal person. A stranger. I can't do this. Samuel closed the door.
It's probably best to limit her contact with the donor.
I glared at him. I can talk for myself. His lips twitched, but otherwise his expression remained professional. The nurse, John, his badge said, frowned at Samuel.
Do you need to be here?
Samuel leaned against the wall and crossed his arms, clearly not going anywhere. John scowled and then smiled brightly at me.
Take a seat. There's really no need to be concerned. Your donor is providing a valuable service to the smooth integration of the Fae in London. She's happy to be here. The necessary forms have been signed. You have nothing to worry about. This is entirely consensual.
There was that word again. Consensual. It wasn't consensual, because I didn't want this. I didn't want to touch her, knowing I'd drink down her life energy. And I'd like it. I didn't want to know her like that. Whoever she was. What if I took too much, like Andrews? What if I bespelled her? I sat on the edge of the chair. John pulled on a pair of latex gloves and took my hand. He wiped an antiseptic wipe over my palm. The cuts crisscrossing my wrist stood out red and raw against my pale skin. He lifted his brow, but was clearly too professional to mention it.
"We won't force you here,"
he said.
"This is a respectable clinic."
Consensual. I licked my lips. I can't do this. I was about to become intimately acquainted with the stranger behind the curtain. What if I can't stop it? When I did this before, there was an accident.
Your touch is timed, and it will only happen once. Your donor will feel a slight tingling, like a numbness. Pins and needles, but that's all. It's perfectly safe.
He didn't know whose Drioct I had in me. What if I was tainted? What if I did something to the donor? What if... I can't. I looked back to Samuel. He dropped his head back and closed his eyes, like he might take a small nap while I had a crisis. Hey! He snapped open his eyes and looked questioningly down his nose at me. Can't I just take some of yours? It was testament to how much I didn't want this to happen that I'd have gladly touched him instead.
It wouldn't be enough. Faye taking from Faye is inefficient.
A slight growl rumbled through his words.
The quicker you get it done, the quicker we can leave.
Get it done. Right. I could do this. John squeezed my hand, and this time his smile was real. It was the nicest thing anyone had done for me in days. A knot tightened my throat. I blinked a few times, clearing my vision. Get it done. Get back in top form so I can play the Fae at their own game. This has to happen.
Hold out your hand,
John said. I hovered my hand out in front of me, fingers trembling. The woman on the other side pushed her hand through a simple round hole in the curtain and waited. She had smooth, manicured nails. A woman who cared about appearances. Soon, I'd know all about her. I swallowed and wished I'd let Rain teach me how to do this. Damn him for being right about everything. The donor pushed her hand forward, and when her fingers found mine, she grabbed on. Lightning snapped up my arm, and with it came a surge of pleasure, pain, cold, heat, and rippling shivers. All at once, I could taste her, feel her, like I'd known her all my life. Consensual meant more than a word ticked off on a box. She wanted this to happen, and it was too much, too good, all at once. Wrong. So wrong. Taking life, devouring it. I'd wanted more. Everything, every little piece of her would fill me up and spill over. I sprang from the chair faster than I thought possible and burst from the room before Samuel could block my way. He came after me. His boots beat hard against the floors, and I was out the door and running. A single glance back told me he'd stopped at the top of the clinic steps, his frown a fraction away from a scowl. I needed to get away from the F.A., from him, from the Fae, from that part of me I refused to acknowledge for fear it would gobble me up, and I'd be Alina no more. The sun had dipped behind Camden's apartment blocks, casting vast shadows across the street by the time I reached Andrews's part of town. It was easy enough to hop a fence and climb a fire escape onto a flat roof of a storage warehouse opposite Andrews's block. I sat near the edge, not too close, pulled my legs to my chest and rested my chin on my knees as I tried to figure out which window was Andrews's. Sirens wailed somewhere nearby. Normal London life, from which I felt so distant and detached. So alone, but not for long. Cale would likely send his warriors after me. I couldn't stay away long, just long enough to feel free, for a little while. I filtered out the background city noise and hugged my knees closer. After 5 minutes scanning the windows, I spotted the detective striding back and forth in his front room. He held a phone to his ear, and from his expression, he wasn't pleased with whoever he was speaking to. He'd untucked his shirt and unbuttoned his collar. He'd always been so clean-cut. Now, though, he looked ragged and worn out. He looked like I felt, beaten. He tossed the phone down, pushed his fingers through his hair, and turned to the window. I froze. He couldn't see me, backlit by his lights as he was, but he appeared to look right at me. I hadn't meant to hurt him. I'd have given anything to take back what I'd done. He closed his blinds. Loneliness hollowed out my chest, and my heart sank. I dared not go to Under to face Rain's questions and betrayal. I couldn't ask Andrews for help. It would be dangerous and selfish to go near him. I knew that, even when I knocked on his door, chewing on my lip because I was a damned fool, and this was a terrible idea. He opened the door. A few seconds, neither of us moved. His eyes widened. I'd forgotten the bruises and how I'd gotten them, but I touched them now, and with the touch came the memory of the assault. I tried to keep the pain off my face, but he saw it. He always noticed the little things.
Alina?
He didn't move, trapped between indecision and fake loyalty. I had no right to be there, no right to risk anything of him. I saw the hesitation on his face, the doubt in his eyes. He should send me away, and we both knew it, but neither of us would say it. He closed his eyes for a moment, drawing a breath as though to steel himself, and then stepped aside.
I suppose you'd better come in.
I can't stay long. I shouldn't be here at all. He mumbled something about the mess as he closed the door behind me. I inched around stacks of folders, newspapers, and Fey reference books. Wherever I looked, evidence of his obsession collected dust. I stopped in front of the fireplace mantelpiece and picked up a framed picture of Andrews and his sister. He had his arms slung around Becky's shoulders, and both wore the easy smiles that came with knowing and trusting someone so completely. She couldn't be much older than 20. There wasn't much of an age gap between them. I could imagine her breezing about this very apartment. If she was anything like Andrews, she'd have been quick to smile and easy to laugh with. At least, that's how Andrews had been, before I'd gotten inside his head.
Did Sovereign do that to you?
Andrews asked, gesturing briefly at my face, but hardly meeting my eyes. I set the picture back down and touched my cheek. Rain? No, he would never. I was about to say he'd never hurt me, but Andrews knew how dangerous Rain was. The denial stalled on my lips like all the other things I wanted to say to him. So many sorries. I'm getting close to the General, I said, a little too brightly. Andrews cleared a spot on the couch, gathering up newspaper articles and magazine clippings.
So I heard.
Yeah?
Someone took a few blurry pictures of an FA patrol near Trafalgar. SO30 filtered everything Faye-related in London. Facial recognition pulled up your details.
He ran a hand through his chestnut hair.
They did that to you.
There was little point in denying it. A test.
For what?
Detective Danny Andrews was a good guy, fair and honest. I'd known that before I'd stolen his Drioct. But now there was a new heat in his glower, and a tightly restrained tension to him that hadn't been there before, like he was holding himself back. I knew that feeling. I lived with it every minute of every hour. There's something inside me, Andrews. Something dark and hungry. Worse than before. It's changed. I've changed. Cale had his people do this to me to wake it up. I drifted about his small front room, briefly running my gaze over the files and paperwork. Missing people reports, Faye incidents, FA research, and various sticky notes with Andrews's hastily scrawled observations. His work had become an obsession, or perhaps it was a distraction. I pushed a few files aside and found a grainy CCTV still of me at the Chancery Lane subway station, the very moment I'd stepped from a train I'd never been on. the moment of my construction.
Did it?
He asked. Huh? I hadn't noticed him move, but now he stood close enough to see the image that had caught my eye.
Did the thing inside you wake up?
Yes. I paused and tried to slow my racing heart. Ancient Driocht holds me together, gives me life, and I'm afraid I know exactly what that means.
You killed the queen, Alina. It's over.
No, it's not the queen, and I think it's only just begun. I faced him, the man with a deep sadness in his hazel eyes. He'd lost so much, and every day he'd lose more. When the queen created me, she made me human, and she did a damn good job. I want to be human. I want to be Alina. A tiny smile tugged on his lips.
The girl who asks all the questions.
He reached up and brushed my hair from my eyes. His expression had softened, and some of the tension in him visibly eased. But I'm losing myself, I said. Every time I let the dark in me out, I lose more of me.
You'll beat it.
He pulled his hand back and tugged both into his pockets, but the tiny smile stayed.
You're too stubborn not to.
I wished I had his optimism. It's horrible. When I went after the queen and under, I became something else. Me, but not me. I killed Faye, Danny. They were dangerous. I had to. But I still killed them. And I didn't feel anything. That's not right. That's not human. And there's more. The queen wasn't just a crazy Fae. She was possessed by something that turned her dark, made her truly insane. I think that thing is in me now. I don't know what it wants, but it feels hungry. And when they attacked, when Kale tried to goad it out of me...
Alina, look at me.
I did, but it hurt. He smiled that same soft smile and looked at me as though he already knew everything was going to be okay. That was the bespellment. I could do no wrong in his eyes.
You think you deserved what they did to you?
I nodded, not finding the words. He shook his head, and taking his hand from his pocket, he reached again for my face. But this time, he settled his fingertips on my cheek. The tingling was instant. A head of pleasurable tremors licked through me. More. Andrew's eyes widened, his pupils dilating. He pressed his palm to my cheek and closed his eyes. No. I pulled back and stumbled over a stack of folders, almost falling on my ass. No, that's not why I came. I'm sorry. I have to go.
Alina.
No. I reached for the door, my head full of Andrew's. I wanted more. Not just more, but all of him. I wanted to whirl around and devour him. Dark needs pulled me back. No, please. I can't hurt you.
Alina, wait. Don't go.
The yearning in his voice. It was wrong. So wrong. Danny didn't want me. He wanted the touch. To feel that fey high. Because bespellment told him he needed it. He needed me. I'll find her, I called back. I'll find her and make this better. Somehow, I'd find her. I'd make it right. I took the subway and knew I was in deeper trouble as soon as the train pulled away from the platform. The cars clattered into the dark, and I found myself eyeing the passengers around me, searching for areas where their cuffs didn't cover their wrists or where their collars gaped. I could swipe a quick touch, just an accidental brush. I need it. I sat by the door, dropped my head back, and closed my eyes. The train rocked and jarred its way into the dark, and with every second, need pulled on my nerves. Rain. I had to get to Rain. He'd know what to do. At Angel Station, commuters piled into the car. Legs brushed mine. Someone sat next to me, but I dared not open my eyes.
Mind the gap.
The automated voice droned, and the door-closing alarm sounded. Its shrillness cut into my skull. I shivered, and I knew those around me would think I was in the midst of some sort of meltdown. Too many people. Too hot. No air. I need what they have. One touch, two, just a little, just enough to get me through this. The dark clawed at my thoughts, and somewhere distantly, I wondered if it was the Queen's laughter I heard, or my own. Old Street Station came and went, then Moorgate. Bank was next. I had to change at Bank to get to Chancery. Keeping my head down, I grabbed the pole and hauled myself from the seat. A few more minutes, that was all. A young guy, earphones in, eyes on his cell phone, cast me a wary glance. It wouldn't take much to change my position and accidentally bump his hand. I'd have him then. He'd be mine. I turned my back on him and bumped my forehead against the cool pole, counting the seconds. Rain hadn't told me it'd be this bad. He hadn't told me the need would try and crawl out of my skin and grab the nearest Driocht food source. The train shuddered to a halt at Bank. I shot from the car and made it to the nearest bench when the screaming need almost dropped me to my knees. All around me, people marched toward the exits, expertly ignoring my breakdown, in that way Londoners have perfected. In less than a minute, the platform was empty. The door alarms beeped, and the train cars rumbled from the station. I lowered myself onto the edge of the bench and threaded my trembling fingers through my hair. Bank Station was quiet enough that I could hear my own heart pounding in my ears. All I had to do was get the westbound Central Line, and Chancery Lane was just 2 stops away. I could do that. I had to. A rumble echoed down the gaping tunnel to my right. The next train would deliver yet another onslaught of temptation. I couldn't hide from this. Rain was right. I'd hoped I could pretend it wasn't happening. Pretend I was the happy American girl, Alina. I didn't have the luxury of pretending anymore. The rumble grew, rattling nearby trash. Hot air blasted over me, but there was no sign of the train's lights in the tunnel. Movement along the curved ceiling above caught my eye. A shadow flowed across the tiles, unaffected by the lights it wove around. A liquid slither of dark that sent a jolt of terror coursing through my veins. Another shadow followed behind it. More behind that, until the tunnel's dark reached outward as though it might consume the entire platform. I smelled it then, like wet, earthy decay. The smell of wastelands, of dead and rotting, forgotten things. I pushed slowly to my feet and back toward the connecting tunnel. I'm really seeing this. The dark is alive. A screech of brakes sounded behind me from the westbound platform. The dark swallowed up billboards, washed over the lights, and devoured the Bank Station sign. All along the walls it rushed. Death. I bolted through the connecting pedestrian tunnel, darted onto the westbound train, just as the alarm sounded and the doors closed and whirled. The dark licked across the tunnel walls, turning them black. The smell of it clung to my clothes. I bumped backward into a woman. She mumbled an apology and shifted. Does nobody else see it? A quick look around me revealed bored faces buried in their cell phones. The train jerked away from the station and plunged into the tunnel towards St. Paul's and Chancery. Did you see that? I asked the woman I'd nudged. She smiled, a quick, sympathetic smile, and stepped away. I wasn't sure exactly how it looked, but from her expression, I could assume not well. I took a seat, ignoring the few sideways glances from the passengers, and wondered if I was going mad. It was real. I had seen it. Detective Miles, Andrews' dead partner, had told me my mind would break up when I was starting to come apart. to unravel. I'd forget things. My thoughts would fracture. Was that what this was? My skin itched and sweat trickled down my back. Just a few more minutes, and I'd be back in Chancery. Rain would be nearby. He'd know what to do. He'd harbored the spirit of Kushi for centuries. He'd understand and help me. He'd berate me for sure, tell me I was stupid for letting it get so bad. But he'd help. I dropped my head back against the train window. Perhaps I couldn't do this alone, and maybe that was okay. The truth was, I had no idea what I was supposed to do, or who I was designed to be. A girl? A construct? A spirit? And what did those things mean? I wouldn't be anything if I didn't admit I needed help. A small tendril of black twitched through the train doors. It probed its way inside and writhed along the roof of the car toward the tube map. I glanced around the carriage. 2 teens chatted at the far end. A well-dressed businessman seemed engrossed in the tablet resting on his knee. The woman I'd spooked was checking her phone. Nobody looked out of the windows. Had they, they'd have noticed the black was complete. No flicker from the train brakes, no glow from the carriages against the tunnel walls. Nothing. More inky black fingers slithered through the door. At the far end of the carriage, above the 2 teens, black poured in through an open window and rippled across the train ceiling. The turned earth smell filled the car. A woman screamed. At least I'm not nuts. I plucked the dagger from my boot. Move away from the windows! They scrambled from their places into the central aisle, clutching the overhead poles.
What is that?
Is it smoke?
There's a fire! The alarm!
No! I barked, slamming into the guy making a grab for the emergency button. Don't touch the alarm. He reeled away, looking at me like I was insane. The last thing we needed was for the carriage to grind to a halt deep in the underground tunnels. It's not smoke, I said, raising my voice. Smoke didn't coat a train carriage like a second skin. Then what is it? One of the teens asked. I gripped my dagger and eyed the dark. It's a lich. My memory supplied the name. The lich devoured shadows, twisted them, and made them their own. And this thing had found the perfect home in the London Underground. Everyone, get behind me! To the back of the carriage! The train trembled and screeched its way through the tunnel. There was no knowing where we were, or even if we'd stop at St. Paul's.
Is it Faye?
The businessman hissed as he shuffled by me.
It's Faye, isn't it? One of their monsters. It's going to kill us, like that thing at the dome.
Shh! And don't give it ideas. I moved to the middle of the car and watched the black creeping its way along every surface inside the carriage. The lich, like all Fae, fed on Driocht. I tried to pull more information from the memories that weren't mine, but couldn't focus on what I knew to be real and what was just my own screwed-up head trying to piece together fragments of the past. How do you talk to a shadow? The same way as you talk to spiders, I guess. A little far from home, aren't you? My voice came out calmer than the panic in my head could account for. The train car jolted around a tight bend, throwing me and the passengers to one side. The lich surged forward, dropping a curtain of black a few feet in front of me. I reeled, and the passengers screamed. The icy touch of ancient Driocht wrapped around my body, tore out my human fear, and planted power there instead. From one blink to the next, I became the very thing I feared, the thing I should hate but didn't. The me inside. I straightened, heard that familiar laughter in my head, and smiled at the swelling shadows. Maybe you'd like a taste of old Driocht. The dark rolled back, receding like waves on a beach. I peered into the abyss and smiled. The car shuddered to a halt. The doors opened. Mind the gap. I snatched at the nearest person and shoved him for the open door. Run! The shadow flooded the car. I turned and bolted, as a whisper of its touch slid across my cheek and through my hair. So close, a chill pulled through my veins, emptying me of life. I slashed blindly with the dagger and burst out onto the packed Oxford Circus platform. Run! Go! People avoided eye contact and tried to board the train, until the dark poured out of the carriage. Panic scattered the crowd in all directions. Call the FA! I yelled, clutching at a bench so as not to get caught up in the rush. They pushed and shoved, falling over each other in their haste to get away. A shrill scream broke over the crowd. The Lich was out of the car. It reared high above the platform before cresting and crashing down onto a fallen woman. Her scream cut off, and I lost sight of her in the swirl of shadow. Not them! Try some old Driocht! Right out of Fairy! I called, raising my voice high above the shouts. Damn Fairy and its throwaways. I taste just like home! I stepped into the middle of the now empty platform and spread my arms. Want a piece of me? I didn't know how to fight this thing, but I could lure it away from the crowds. The shadow folded over itself and tumbled forward. I bolted into one of the connecting pedestrian tunnels toward yet another platform. If I could keep it on the move, away from the ticket hall where commuters converged, I might be able to keep it distracted until the FA arrived. Skidding out onto a Victoria Line platform, I couldn't tell whether it was north or southbound. But it was empty, and that was good enough. Come on, Kale! Where's the damn FA? From the midpoint of the platform, I eyed both the entrance and exit tunnels. Warm air pushed against my back and ruffled my hair as though the tunnels breathed. Waiting. It came, slithering from both tunnel openings. Black poured across the white-tiled walls, and it wasn't slowing down. Panic sliced through my thoughts, urging me to run. Just run, anywhere. But there was nowhere left to go. I had the track at my back. I didn't relish my chances against the train. Teeth gritted, dagger palmed, I faced the Lich, close enough that the stench stung my nose, throat, and burned my eyes. At least I won't fade away. Fitting, perhaps, that an old fragment of Fairy had created me, and now an ancient part of Fairy would be my demise. Alarm sounded. Deep, rolling sirens. You can't touch me. I said the words, not really realizing I was speaking them, especially as my voice didn't sound like my own. The sirens drowned out much of my voice, but not enough that I didn't hear myself speak a language strange and foreign. Fey words, smooth and rich, rolled off my tongue like a lover's promises. The swirling shadow waited. The words came unbidden then, words I didn't know, but I understood them as soon as they left my lips. You have no power over me, Lich. A ripple shivered through the Lich. You do not belong here. English this time, but no less threatening. The Lich's edges frayed and receded, just a few inches, but enough to know my words were working. I am not afraid. I reached out my empty left hand. The dark is afraid of me. It burst forward. I lifted my arm in a pathetic attempt to shield myself, stepped back, into air. I only knew I'd fallen when my head cracked against one of the suspended train tracks. A dull pain boomed around my skull. A rumbling quivered through my bones. The dark loomed over me until there was nothing left but a black so thick it shimmered. I never did get to see snow.
Alina! Go! Go!
Words. A chanting of fey words filled the air, like those I'd spoken, but this time from several voices. The General, the F.A. Their words were a threat, a promise from the General's lips aimed at the Lich. His voice echoed down the platform and into the tunnels where twin headlights pierced the dark. Sparks danced below the train as it thundered forward. I shoved upright, but my hand slipped off the track, and I fell forward, cracking my chin on the rail. No, 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 move! I scrambled over the tracks, legs slipping through the gaps. My left leg slipped. It's too late. The train was coming fast. So damn fast. I lifted my head and reached for the edge of the platform. Too high. I can't. Brakes squealed. A terrible, icy fear burst over me. I lunged, caught the edge of the platform, and heaved myself up. Hands gripped under my arms and hauled me onto the platform as the train thundered by. I twisted onto my back and watched the red and silver carriages blur by. Seconds. Just another few seconds, and I'd have been killed. Nix slapped me on the back. "Cutting it close, Alina?" I blinked up at her grinning face. She held out her hand. "You gonna lie there all day?" I took her hand and let her haul me onto unsteady legs. She beamed back at me. One of her fine eyebrows arched under her bangs. The FA swarmed about the platform, and standing among them, General Kale stood glaring in my direction. By the look on his face, he clearly wasn't happy. But whether it was because I'd survived or nearly hadn't, I couldn't be sure. I wobbled until Nix planted her hand on my shoulder. "Steady there." I lifted my chin and fought the urge to hurl at her feet. The ache pounding behind my eyes didn't help. The alarms died and the quiet flooded in until Kale's voice boomed.
"Someone,"
And by someone, his glare clearly meant me,
"with extensive knowledge of released a lich into the tunnels."
I'd expected some sort of acknowledgement for holding the damn thing back, not suspicion. "Is it dead?" I hissed through my teeth.
"Dead."
He didn't curl his lip, but it twitched and was damn close to a snarl.
"No, it's not dead. It'll return to a nest somewhere. We'll have to shut down the whole network."
Call it a strike,
Samuel said, casually joining us from the nearest pedestrian tunnel, still wearing his civilian clothing. With all eyes now on him, he explained,
Blame it on strike action. Close the underground. I'll have our squad sweep the tunnels, starting with any disused or recently closed stations.
Kale nodded and then turned his penetrative eyes to me.
"Where's the hound?"
My defenses shot up. How should I know? Kale started forward.
"He has both the knowledge and motive to release the lich."
Bullshit! My stomach heaved. I pressed the cool back of my hand to my mouth. The general stopped just outside of grabbing distance and glared down his nose.
"If you know of his whereabouts, you need to tell me. He's a threat to our peace, and a very powerful one at that."
One of the three. So am I. I'd spoken Faye. I'd held back the lich. And I'd liked it. Some of those same thoughts had to be filtering through Kale's mind. He knew what I'd done and what it meant. We both did. Nix's hand tightened on my shoulder.
"Come on, let's get you back to HQ."
Her eyes added, "Before you say something you'll regret."
"There are few Fae confident enough to roam under, Elena.
Kale said.
Sovereign is one of them. The Queen had him running errands for years. What makes you think he's stopped her work now?"
Because Rain helped me kill her. Nix pulled me back, but I shook off her grip and stepped closer to Kale. I had to look up, but at least being shorter than him, I could punch him in the balls if I needed to. You're just pissed I survived, aren't you? His eyes narrowed.
"You and I will discuss what happened here, but not yet. I have the hound to find and tunnels to search."
I curled my hand into a fist. One swing, that's all I wanted. Rain didn't do this.
"He's still at large. Just because London has changed, it doesn't mean our ways have."
Kale nodded at Samuel.
"Get her out of here."
I tensed to swing for the general, but Samuel's warm hand covered my fist before I could release the punch. More alarmed by his touch, I shoved him back with a scowl. "Don't touch me." He lifted his hands as though in surrender. I kept my head high and strode from the platform, managing to make my way up the motionless escalators before throwing up. Nix found me shortly after, She told me swinging for Kale would get me a one-way ticket to solitary confinement as she helped bundle me into a Range Rover. I was slumped against the door, shivering and bone-weary, watching the London streets blur by while Ska drove, when Nix leaned over the rear seats and pressed her hand to my neck. She didn't wait for my consent, and she shushed me when I immediately protested.
Sweetheart, you might not be one of us, but you aren't doing anyone any favors by starving yourself. Take a little freely. No debt owed. It won't last long, but it'll help enough to ease the pain. And I can't stand to look at your grey face and listen to your snivelling any longer.
Her words were harsh, but her smile wasn't, and the warmth I felt through her touch was genuine enough. I didn't have the energy to fight. I closed my eyes, letting Nix's Driocht find all the empty places inside me. Chapter 11. I had to get inside the General's war room. Nix had already told me they'd be leaving me behind while the General and his warriors went looking for rain, so I'd have the big old house to myself. I was exhausted, but couldn't sleep. Hungry, but couldn't eat. But I'd survived, against the odds. And while the FA was otherwise occupied, I had every intention of finding out where Becky could be. Kale's war room had to be the best place to start. But until they left, I had time to kill, so I headed for the pool. Rumors had quickly spread through the FA ranks that I'd faced a lich, and while I'd hoped that might earn me some respect, all it seemed to do was further isolate me. I couldn't win, and didn't care. I wasn't there for them or me. I was there for Andrews, for Becky. After changing into a long tee and sweatpants, I retraced my steps down the many winding staircases and twisting corridors to the pool. The Fae sure knew how to luxuriate. The well-placed greenery, decorative tiles, and illuminated water were typical of the Fae's opulent tastes. Nix's Driocht had gone a long way to easing my aches and bruises, but I still hurt in all the wrong places. A swim might help. Dumping a towel beside the pool, I stepped out of my sweatpants, pulled my hair into a ponytail, shook my hands out, and prepared to dive in, when I caught sight of a shadowy blur below the water. My first thought was lich. I had the dagger out of my towel bundle before the thing could attack. Samuel broke the surface. Water plastered his hair to his face, sharpening already defined features. His sparkling amethyst eyes flicked to the dagger in my hand, but his disinterested expression didn't change. He braced tanned arms at the pool's edge and heaved himself out. Oh my. There was no right place to look, and when I tried to avert my eyes, my gaze found its way back to him. At least, had he been the lich, I would have known what to do. Besides the cursory glance at the dagger, he barely acknowledged me as he padded to a lounger and picked up a towel. I'd never seen a Fae in shorts, and most definitely not one in wet, short shorts. His back muscles rolled in a tantalizing play. Water beaded and trickled, drawing my gaze into the little valleys and ripples. Every inch of him spoke of strength and speed, a body designed to hunt. Construct or not, I was still female, and clearly not immune to that display of raw masculinity. He ran the towel over his hair, and then twisted at the waist and raised an eyebrow. I closed my mouth. What was I doing?
Do you always swim armed?
I looked at the dagger in my hand and tried to grasp at some words that, hopefully, together, would make something of a coherent sentence. And failed. Do I need it? I finally asked. You were there when your brothers beat me. He tossed the towel down and turned, his face stern.
I didn't lay a hand on you. I was there at Kale's order. I didn't enjoy any part of what was done. Despite what you might think, we're not animals.
A smile threatened to pull at my lips. I somehow kept my gaze from running the length of him, swallowed hard, planted a hand on my hip, and tossed the dagger onto my towel. You might not be, but Cale is.
And yet you want him to train you.
The delicious timbre of his voice deepened with a slight growl, had curious flutters stirring way down low. I pulled my gaze away and walked to the edge of the pool. I know what you are. I wasn't entirely sure I could swim. When I'd first arrived and plunged into the pool with Samuel, I'd reacted without thinking. That seemed to be key to a lot of things in my life.
And what is that?
He asked, intrigue lifting his voice and adding something of a playful lilt. I dove off the edge. Instinct kicked in. I could swim. Good thing, too, because I doubted Samuel would have come to my rescue. I surfaced in the middle of the pool and treaded water. He still stood there, somehow managing to look both irritated and bored. I was beginning to wonder if that was the Fae's default expression. You ever heard of a girl called Rebecca Andrews? I asked. Her name echoed about the pool. I blinked water out of my eyes and flicked my bangs back so I could watch Samuel's expression, but little had changed. No flicker of recognition. Just the same slightly bored look.
No? Should I have?
His eyes narrowed.
I've never met a Fae who hates the Fae as much as you do.
I'm not Fae. An automatic reply, like the reflexes that had me treading water. The boredom on his face was quickly replaced by smug satisfaction. He shook his head, collected his things, and headed for the doors.
You're absurd.
Afraid your pals might catch you talking to the construct? My words rolled off him as smoothly as the water had, and in the next few steps, he passed through the doors, leaving me alone, with my head full of more Samuel than I'd ever wanted to see. The Fae had filed out and loaded into the Range Rovers at dusk. I waited 15 minutes, then made my way to Cale's war room. The lock gave easily with a sharp jerk of the handle. Inside, little had changed. Everything had its place. Files stacked at perfect right angles, pictures pinned horizontal and organized. I scanned the map of the underground unrolled on the table, its corners pinned down with paperweights. A few stations were circled, others crossed off, but no mention as to why. Behind his desk, I pulled out a few filing drawers and flicked through the folders. One had my name marked on the tag, but my excitement was short-lived when I opened it to find it empty. I wasn't sure if I should be grateful or disappointed. Turning toward the desk, I pulled out the top drawer and found my original daggers inside. I had one in my hand and intended to take them both before realizing Cale would know I'd been snooping if the daggers went astray. Reluctantly, I set the one in my hand back down in the drawer and flicked through a planner. For someone who had the social skills of a brick wall, Cale had a surprising number of functions. Court appearances, metropolitan police interviews, meetings with the mayor. As a spokesperson for the FA and the Fae in charge of keeping the London Fae under control, it all came back on him. Rain had mastered many faces. Cale had likely done the same. In public, he couldn't be the brusque general. He must wear another face, one of the Fae ambassador. Perhaps all the Fae had their many faces. I certainly had two. My fingers skipped over loose sheets of paper. I pulled one free of the planner's pages and ran my fingers along the hastily scrawled notes. Names, dates, some Fae script I had no chance of deciphering. It appeared to be snippets of a speech of some kind, until I reached one line set aside from the rest and written in red. London isn't ready for the truth. What truth?
Did you lose something?
Samuel said, backlit in the doorway. I yanked my hand out of the drawer. My earring. I groped at my ear, hoping to strengthen my hasty lie. I dropped it when I was last here. Why hadn't he left with all the others on patrol?
Oh, you did?
Samuel entered the room, his face in shadow.
You don't wear earrings.
He was suited up in his FA leathers, daggers sheathed at his thighs within quick reach of his fingers. I had a hard time keeping the image of him virtually naked and dripping wet out of my mind. Now, I knew exactly how close the leathers fit. There was a smile on his lips now, where they hadn't been before. Just the smallest of hints, easily missed. Maybe I'd missed it all along. How do you know I don't wear earrings?
I've been paying attention.
He moved around the desk, stopped close enough for me to feel the warmth of him, and lifted the day planner out of the drawer, revealing my daggers beneath. They glinted conspiringly in the low light. He noticed the slip of paper poking out from the planner's pages, set the book down on the desktop, and turned his glare on me.
Snooping in Kale's office, Alina.
My heart stuttered. My daggers. He took them from me, I said, and added, they are mine. I could smell warm leather and something fresher, lighter, that tugged on memories I couldn't quite place.
You took them off the fae you murdered to get to the Queen. Technically, they're ours.
In the dark, I couldn't tell if he was scolding, commenting, or leading me headlong into a verbal trap, and I could make out only the sparkle of light in his eyes and the twitch in his lips. He ran his fingertips along the blades, admiring them in the same way all the fae seemed to get all wide-eyed over weapons. You're late for patrol? I asked, hoping to change the subject. He turned his head, and a shaft of light slid along his cheek to the corner of his lips, where that little smile tucked in. I was starting to wonder if he might at any second free his own daggers and set them to work on me.
Training,
He said, expecting me to figure out what that meant.
Kale's orders.
He lifted both daggers from the drawer and set them down gently on top of the desk.
These were made in Fairy. They're older than much of the city. They've seen the many wars, countless battles, and killed an innumerable number of fae.
As I watched him admiring the daggers, I wondered if he'd seen the same battles as those blades. Kale and me, I said quietly. I don't think this will end well for either of us. We're both still trying to finish what we started in the tunnels when we tried to kill each other. Samuel curled his fingers into his palm, reluctantly drawing his hand back from the daggers. He straightened and looked down at me. The smile was back, broader now.
You're not the first to notice that.
Kale thinks so too?
Which is why he won't be training you. I will.
So that had been the heated discussion in the general's war room, the one I'd overheard. Kale had ordered Samuel to train me, and Samuel had made it clear at the time that he wasn't particularly happy about those orders. Oh. My face must have revealed my uncertainty, because a sudden glint of tightly restrained humor brightened his eyes.
Your problem isn't training,
He said.
You could cut down any one of us if you really put your mind to it. It's the fear that's stopping you. Try mastering what's inside you instead of letting it rule you. I doubt I can help until you know who you are. I told Kale the same.
He really had been paying attention. He disagrees? Samuel paused. He stared unblinking into my eyes, but I felt no pressure to look away. Almost as though, for the first time since I'd arrived on the FA's doorstep, he understood me.
We each have something inside of us we must overcome,
He said.
Take control of your future. This is your battle. Nobody will fight it for you.
That was easy for him to say. He didn't have her Driocht in his veins and an ancient spirit calling the shots. And what if what I am is insane, like the Queen? What if I let the truth in and it changes me for the worse?
Then, at least, you'll have discovered the path you must follow.
He picked the daggers up by the blades, one in each hand, and held them out to me, hilts first.
Training hall. 5 minutes. You'll need these.
I curled my fingers around them, feeling a sense of rightness settle in my bones, and drew them slowly from his fingers. Was he giving them back to me for good? Or was this an attempt to soften me up before he kicked my ass? Before I could get any ideas about thanking him, he headed for the door.
5 minutes, Elena. Don't make me wait, or Cale will hear about that lost earring of yours. You need to hone the skills we already know you have without turning into a Dreocht-hungry, dagger-wielding killing machine. Can you at least try to focus?
I was laying face down on the training mat, again. Samuel had yanked my arm behind me and pressed his boot between my shoulder blades, petting me down with the unruffled efficiency of someone who could drop his opponents with a glance. Ska had been right. Samuel really didn't like to lose. He'd taken every opportunity to knock me on my ass, faceplant me into the mats, and kick my legs out from under me. I'd spent more time horizontal than vertical. There appeared to be a distinct lack of actual training in my training.
This gives me no pleasure, Construct.
He sounded genuine, but I didn't believe him. Behind that blank fey face, the bastard was grinning from ear to ear. Smugness practically radiated off him. Uh-huh, I grunted. It was no secret that I could fight him, but dialing up that part of me at the click of my fingers was a little more difficult and dangerous. I'd held back, for both of us. Samuel released my arm and left me on the mats while he crossed to a row of chairs running along the outside of the training hall. He picked up a bottle of water and a towel and threw both at me. I caught the bottle, but the towel smacked me in the face. He twisted the cap off his water and upended it, taking a long, deep drink. Considering we'd spent the last 40 minutes getting physical, he'd barely made eye contact. Clearly, beating on me was a waste of his time, and he'd have preferred patrolling. I'd gotten in a few clean and sharp right hooks, even cracked my elbow into his jaw with a very satisfying crunch, but nothing had rattled him. The same went for answering any subtle questions about Cale. Samuel wasn't rising to my bait. Tossing his bottle aside with a bit more force than necessary, he took a few deep, measured breaths. At least he was out of breath. I could run, and being half his size and half his weight, I had made the most of that advantage.
You fight like a human girl,
He grumbled.
Just as you're about to let go, you pull yourself back, falling back into the human role. Yet, you're not human. You are aware of this fact.
Says who? I got to my feet, sweeping my hair back from my sweaty cheeks and straightening my clothes. Muscle burn radiated through my shoulders and thighs. His words rang true, but I didn't have to like them or give any hint that he was probably right. His smile grew. It wasn't entirely pleasant, more like a frustrated slant to the lips.
A human couldn't have almost killed Cale, nor could a human hold back a lich.
There hadn't been anything human about the way I'd held off that creature, or about the words coming out of my mouth.
You did well.
He added, gaze sliding away.
Saved a great many people.
Thank you. I hadn't expected that. Not from him.
But it won't do you any good unless you accept what you are.
And the prickly fey with a holier-than-thou complex was back.
And until you do that, don't expect the rest of us to accept you.
I bent my tongue and kicked to the mat, swallowing the urge to tell him I didn't want to be accepted by the FA anyway. I wasn't here for them, or to unlock my potential. Samuel dropped into one of the chairs and leaned forward, running his fingers through his hair. He hadn't volunteered for this. Training me was probably his idea of hell. Did he always do what Cale said? How long have you worked for the General?
Since he pulled me off the streets of Faerie as a boy and put a blade in my hand.
Samuel replied. He looked up and met my gaze.
He gave me a purpose.
Something Cale believed I was looking for. Samuel pushed onto his feet and plucked his daggers free. We hadn't fought with blades yet. If we had, I was pretty sure he'd have planted his in my back 15 seconds into our session. Mine lay on a chair, behind him. If there was something I was good at, it was running. And I'd have to run if I was going to get around him and arm myself.
Stop wasting my time.
He flipped the blade in his right hand, catching it again without so much as a glance.
I'm not here to babysit you.
Okay, but don't go crying to Cale when the pathetic construct carves that smile off your face. He lunged. I bolted, feinting left and swerving right. His blade breezed past my neck, too close for comfort, but I was already beyond his black and red blur. Snatching my daggers, I ducked and spun, crossing the blades high, blocking the incoming strike. Samuel's blade sang out against mine, ringing down my arms. He pushed in, driving me to my knees, but I'd done enough. I held him back, even as he leaned deeper into my blades, a devilish delight in his eyes. Chapter 12. Samuel must have been impressed enough with my ability to avoid death by his blades, because I've been rewarded with a set of FA leathers to call my own during the next patrol. I had to push and pull various bits of me into the right place, and then ask Nix to zip me up. I can't breathe, I puffed. They'll loosen up once they're warm. There has to be more practical clothing than this. Practical, perhaps, but none as intimidating. Haven't you figured out by now that it's all about appearances? She sank her fingers into my hair, twisted it into a quick knot, then rammed 2 pins through it. And she did it all so quickly, so efficiently, that I didn't have time to protest. There. If you're on your best behavior, perhaps Samuel will braid it for you. I threw her a look of horror, which only made her laugh. She handed me my blades. I pushed them into their sheaths, flicked them free, and shoved them home again, marveling at how easily I could have them palmed and ready. She stepped back and whistled through her teeth. You'll make a fine warrior construct, if you can stay alive long enough to learn how. She winked and headed for the door. Thank you. I followed her into the hall, for not agreeing to be present when they... Words clogged my throat. I swallowed and tried again. When Cale tested me. She shrugged a shoulder. London sees us like machines, and that's fine by us, but we have hearts too. Out there on the streets, I'm a cold bitch. Here, I'm still a bitch, but I bite less. Her smile revealed the tips of her sharp canines. What's Samuel's excuse? I asked, falling into step beside her. You mean, why does he have a rod the size of the London Shard up his arse? I winced, hoping wherever he was, Nix's voice hadn't reached him. Yeah. He thinks he's got a lot to prove. He spent so long fighting to get to the top, he's forgotten we're not in fairy anymore. Nix shoved open a set of double doors. We strode down a hall, up the main staircase, and out through the front door. A Range Rover idled against the curb a short walk away. Ska was in the driver's seat, while Samuel rode shotgun. Why does he have to prove anything? In a few strides, we'd be at the car, and the answers would stop flowing. Fairy was brutal for his kind. She saw my blank look, slowed her pace, and lowered her voice. In Fairy, the family you're born into defines you. He wasn't born a warrior like the rest of us. Cale found him as an orphan, living on the fringes of Muris, and recruited him. By law, Cale should have let him die. No bloodline, no property to call his own. Samuel was nothing. Fairy isn't kind to those with nothing. So many questions spilled into my head. Nick smiled. He doesn't know how to stop fighting. Much of the London Underground would be closed overnight, and tomorrow, according to Samuel's brief explanation as we drove, strike action would be announced, closing off the entire subway for 48 hours while the FA inspected the tunnels. A nervous engineer led us through the locked gates. Nix winked through the window as Ska pulled the rover away, leaving me about to enter miles of underground tunnels with Samuel at my side. Wonderful.
The Crossrail project unearthed a plague pit nearby,
Samuel said, jogging down the steps.
We've had a unit sweep through here, but given the Lich's fondness for the deceased or dying, I want to take another look myself.
Plague pit? And my night was just getting better and better. The lights rippled on deep into the station and down quiet escalators. At least it wasn't all pitch black, just as silent as a tomb.
Mass graves used to dispose of bodies during London's Black Death.
I don't suppose we can blame the Fae for the plague, I asked, following behind Samuel as he climbed the static escalators.
You'd blame the Fae for bad weather during Notting Hill Carnival.
Was that a joke? I couldn't see his face, and his voice had remained level. If he was joking, he was an expert at deadpan. Yeah, but did you have anything to do with it?
You ask a lot of questions.
Because the Fae aren't fond of answering them. We leveled out and headed toward the silent platforms. You still haven't answered. I definitely heard a frustrated little growl.
The plague happened long before our arrival, though we had a similar outbreak in Fairy.
Oh, aren't you all virtually indestructible?
Here, yes. Fairy is very different. The weak die quickly there.
Did many weak Fae die?
Not as many as could have.
He glanced back.
The hunt destroyed hundreds. The infected and those who happened to be considered exposed.
The hunt? I was about to ask who or what the hunt was, but Samuel strode on to an empty platform, his long-legged stride difficult for me to keep pace with. Under the harsh underground station lights, he seemed all the harder. From what I'd heard, to survive in Fairy, you learn to kill. Nix's words came back to me. Samuel is an orphan, with nothing and nobody. I knew that loneliness, and that fight. I'd kill to survive, so had he. And we'd both do it again. I stopped at the platform edge and peered into the dark tunnel. Where would a lich come from? My words sailed into the quiet, along with the sound of our footfalls on the platform. Samuel stopped at the edge and dropped down onto the track bed.
Like the rest of us, they were pushed here when Fairy's elders decided to banish those they considered the worst of us.
And is Kale one of those? One of the worst? Samuel backed up and lifted his head. He studied me, quietly assessing the best way to answer, or formulating a lie.
The Queen brought General Kale with her, and those most devoted to him followed.
I shivered as the alien memories bubbled to the surface of my thoughts. She'd offered Kale what he must have seen as redemption for the death of his soldiers. Once here, and caught in her web, Kale, like Rain, likely had no other choice but to follow her. That didn't mean the general wasn't guilty. He turned the FA against London by having them work for the Queen. He'd been responsible for the deaths in the tunnels, the Fae warriors I'd killed, and yet there had to be something good in him to take in Samuel as an orphan boy, when, according to Nix, Fae law dictated he shouldn't have. I considered Nix's words as I walked beside the Fae who Kale had saved. The general didn't seem the sort to help anyone unless it benefited him. So why had he helped Samuel? Maybe he'd seen the same potential in Samuel, seen something he could use. Samuel did follow Kale's orders without fault. If there was a bond there, I could exploit it to get my answers. He stopped at the platform's edge, unclipped a small flashlight from his belt loop, and tossed it to me.
How well does a construct see in the dark?
He flicked his own flashlight on and turned toward the tunnel.
The track electrics have been disabled. We can walk the tunnels between here and Bank. Are you afraid of the dark, Elena?
I'd learned there were various shades of dark, some hungrier than others. Flicking on my flashlight, I followed Samuel into the tunnel, trying not to think about how easily a lich could hide in my peripheral vision, close enough to breathe down my neck. I swept the flashlight beam around me. The air smelled dry and dusty, with a twang of metal. If you were a lich beast, this is where you'd be, huh? I walked between two rails so as not to fall over them, but I still couldn't see much farther than a few feet ahead. Samuel didn't seem to be having any problem striding into the dark. Shivers trickled down my spine. I swept the torchlight behind me, piercing the dark, but finding nothing more than bundles of cables running like veins along the tunnel walls. Facing ahead, I tripped over a rail and stumbled onto Samuel's side of the tracks. He raked a really glare over me.
Sometimes you're entirely too human.
And when he faced ahead again, I smiled at his back. He'd think he'd insulted me. We walked on, the loudest thing the sound of my own thudding heartbeat. That clinic you took me to, all the FA go there?
You don't like silences, do you? That's why you ask questions.
You don't like direct questions, do you? That's why you keep changing the subject. He hesitated, but kept moving.
Yes,
Yes, what?
yes. All of the FA are required to frequent that particular clinic.
Don't you know, well, I mean, isn't it a bit beneath you? That garnered me an over-the-shoulder raised eyebrow glance. I'd have to be subtler in getting my answers.
It serves its purpose.
He said.
It's that, or we stalk humans on the streets of London. As enjoyable as that may be, it's not likely to endear us to the people. And then there's the fact the FA are meant to be enforcing the Trinity law, not breaking it. We can live in peace here, I'm sure of it. It just takes careful management.
Don't the FA ever, want more? Like enough to steal people and keep them hidden somewhere? People like Becky? He stopped abruptly and turned his flashlight on me, shining it off to my right so as to keep it out of my eyes.
Nix told me you'd starved yourself. What were you doing on the underground in that condition?
I blinked and lifted my chin at his indignant tone. Trying not to act on the thoughts in my head. I could still feel the need crawling beneath my skin. Nix's top-off had taken the edge off, but it wasn't enough, particularly after the training session.
Your resistance could have ended in unwilling bespellment. Next time, take what you need at the clinic. I'll take you back there and tie you down if I have to.
He was right, but that didn't mean I had to like it. I pushed forward, around him, and headed into the dark. Does Kale use the same clinic? My voice echoed ahead until the tunnel swallowed it up.
Why?
He seems so restrained. I can't imagine him waiting in line like we had to. I lowered the flashlight and watched my footing over the tracks.
Yes, Kale uses the clinic.
I didn't miss the slight inflection at the end of Samuel's sentence, more of a question than an answer. But
Ask him your irritating questions.
you can thank the Queen for that.
She deliberately made you irritating.
I snorted. She made me curious. A few more steps into the dark.
What's it like, being a construct?
I huffed a laugh through my nose. What's it like being an arrogant fey asshole? The words left my lips before I could stop them. Or maybe I hadn't wanted to. It's not like I was telling him something he didn't already know.
I don't have a frame of reference to compare it to.
Exactly. I'm me and you're you. And we'll never know what that feels like.
But you're Arachne too, if we are to believe what we've seen so far.
Arachne. My stride tripped. The way he just dropped it into conversation, as though it was common knowledge. My heart beat fast and light inside my chest, shortening my breath.
What must that feel like? Her power inside of you. Exhilarating, I imagine.
I'm trying not to think about it. The general had been talking, sharing his theories with Samuel, and others too, probably. Hearing the spirit's name on Samuel's lips made her reel and brought home exactly what it was I was battling inside. I'm not sure what I am. There's never been a construct quite as complex as me. Maybe I'm just a thing, made with mismatched pieces of fairy. Maybe I'm nothing. What difference does it make? When he next spoke, he'd moved closer.
Granted, possession of a construct is unlikely. But don't you want to know?
I turned on my heel and shone the beam in his face. He flinched away, but not before his tricolored eyes contracted in the light. What I want is to live like normal people do. I just want to go for walks in the park on Sundays, maybe go on a date, eat chocolate cake, swim at the beach, have sex, have lovers, friends, people, and things I care about. And people who care about me because of me, not because of the damn touch or bespellment or what I might be. A real life. That's all I want to know. It was true, all of it, and hearing myself say it wrapped the loneliness around me all over again. Samuel pushed my flashlight aside. He rapidly blinked. His dark eyes adjusted, pupils widening, and he looked down at me, his fey features tightening in, what, confusion? Doubt? I wasn't sure. He couldn't possibly understand. A fey like him, ancient compared to my few weeks of life. He had everything. I had nothing. I turned away, but his fingers curled around my upper arm and pulled me back. I opened my mouth to protest when he squeezed hard enough to hurt.
Our words no longer echo,
He said, breath cool against my face. The dark swallowed his sentence. I froze, acutely aware of my own short, sharp breaths. The quiet pushed in. The glow from my flashlight ended a foot ahead of us, as though I'd pointed it at a seamless curtain of night.
We're not alone,
I whispered, inching back against Samuel. He pulled me close. I wouldn't have thought him afraid had I not felt a slight tremor run through him. I twisted the torch, painting blobs of white on the blackness, until I found a slither where the beam punched through. There! Go! I bolted. Samuel had hold of my arm, but from one step to the next his grip slipped and his fingers released. When I glanced back, the dark folded over him, his wide, fearful eyes fixed on me. And then he was gone, swallowed by shadows. I skidded to a halt. Hey! Remember me? The dark rippled. Samuel's in there. That thing is eating him alive. I stood firm and dug deep inside my own mind, reaching for the memories I knew to be as dark as the shadow now slithering toward me. Memories of a beautiful world poisoned by violence. Memories of the slaughter and the power. So much Driocht, so much life. The air, the earth, everything. And all of it was mine. I opened my arms and welcomed it. More. I needed more. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. Feed. I laughed into the dark and welcomed the lich as it wrapped its slick tendrils around my body. At the touch, I pulled, consumed it down as though I'd been starved, blinded, and trapped. And the lich's life, its Driocht, was now mine. I could see again, breathe again. I was alive. Chapter 13. I came back to myself, sprawled across the tracks. Flashlights flicked back and forth deep inside the tunnel. Samuel. Over here! I called. I stumbled to my feet and staggered to the crumpled body between me and the incoming FA. Samuel lay still, his eyes closed and face milky pale. I dropped to my knees and touched him without thinking. Instantly, a jolt of pain and pleasure skittered through my hand and into his cheek. He snapped his eyes open and focused them on me. His lips parted as though he wanted to say something, but hands grabbed me and hauled me away. Wait! I yanked on the grip. The FA warrior whirled me around and shoved me toward two more warriors. Get her back to HQ! Kale's orders! I didn't hurt him! It wasn't me! Arms wrenched me backward. I bucked and kicked until another warrior moved in and bore down on me with murder in her eyes. A growl bubbled up my throat. Hit me again, and I'll open up your pretty face with my teeth. She stopped, probably juggling the odds of surviving an encounter with me without the general to back her up. I yanked myself free and turned in a circle to regard the three of them. They each took uncertain steps back and checked one another to see who'd be the first to make the mistake of jumping me. Try it. Go on. Or stop wasting time with me and help Samuel. Kale's orders, the female said. Fuck Kale's orders. I don't need you to haul me back to him. I'll go on my own. They growled and grumbled in unison, but parted to let me by. As the circle of Fae wouldn't let me get anywhere near Samuel, I returned to street level and commandeered a Range Rover and its driver. When I pushed through the FAHQ doors into the entrance hall, there was nobody around to stop me marching all the way through the house to Kale's war room. He knew I was coming. Someone had called ahead. He didn't wait for me to enter his office before laying into me. Instead, he met me in the doorway, raked those gray eyes over my FA uniform, and pulled his lips back in a sneer.
Do I need to have you restrained?
I barked a bitter laugh. You can try, I said, sounding eerily like rain.
What happened?
The Lich happened, I replied, standing my ground while a number of Fae entered the hall behind me and stood close enough to shove a dagger in my back should their general give the order.
Why were there just two of you?
Kale demanded, eyes as dark as storms.
I gave explicit instructions to move in teams of 4.
Ask Samuel. He took me there. Some of the fight fizzled away as I recalled how I'd last seen him, sprawled out cold across the tracks. Is he okay?
Is the Lich still at large?
Kale stood over me, so much taller and built to slam the likes of me into a wall. It's not there, I growled back.
Then I need to seal the tunnels for another day while we track it down.
He turned away, heading back into his room.
I want double put.
It's not anywhere. I stomped after him. Kale pulled up short beside the table. The presence of the Fae behind me had my skin crawling. They were glaring, and they'd hear what I was about to say, take it back to their comrades, and I'd have a target on my back. One a fair amount larger than the one I'd already earned. I smiled at them all and closed the door. Kale frowned.
What do you mean, it's not anywhere?
I licked my lips and considered all the ways to explain what had happened. Samuel said something about plague pits in that area. He wanted to investigate, but I don't think he really expected to find anything. But the Lich found us.
Where is the Lich? Construct.
Kale asked, a little more carefully this time, his mind working to confirm what he must already know. I'd subdued the Lich before. He must have suspected I'd done the same again. I absorbed it. He blinked once, twice, opened his mouth, and paused a moment before asking,
Would you like to explain exactly how that's possible?
No. I wasn't sure I could explain how I absorbed the dark and how it surged through my veins even then, making me new and bright and alive. The Lich is gone. It's not coming back. Kale's worried frown deepened. He pulled out a chair from beneath the large table, but didn't sit. He gripped the back hard enough to whiten his fingers.
This is...
Messed up, insane, terrifying, exhilarating. His throat moved as he swallowed. He looked at me, and this time those eyes didn't judge.
This is... significant. A construct shouldn't be able to devour another Fae being.
Damn right it's significant. He was still watching me, waiting for something by the oddly pensive expression on his face. My explanation, I guessed. Well, he wasn't getting one. I'd figure it out myself first, and then decide how much he should know.
Arachne,
He whispered. I turned away and sent my gaze about the room, at anything but him and the expectations on his face.
What did she feel like?
Like the nightmare I've been running from since I killed the queen. I couldn't stay here with him. I'd say too much. He'd ask all the right questions, and I'd tell him everything, because I needed to share the truth with someone, even my enemy. Is Samuel here? Can I see him? I pushed. For whatever reason, he was avoiding my questions regarding Samuel, and I wanted to know why.
I'd like you to return to Under.
He said.
Not now. Rest first. Then you will see if you can find any signs of fairies' castaways having been released from the catacombs. I need to know if the Lich was an isolated incident.
You want me to go back to Under?
Yes. I'm sure you'll be fine.
Alone? Kale's smile was entirely predatory.
You've killed enough fey creatures that I'm certain should you encounter anything, you'll survive.
Suddenly so confident in his pet construct, now that we knew who it was I harbored. Are you expecting more things to be down there?
The Lich escaped. Someone helped it, or the catacomb prisons, like that of the Queens, are no longer holding. We need to know which. My warriors are all engaged elsewhere. My resources are finite.
He waited me out, seeing doubt cloud my face. I sucked in air through my nose and sighed. The deal was you train me, and you get a potentially powerful ally. So far, Samuel has been training me. How does my going back to Under fit with the deal?
The deal has changed. Samuel is perfectly capable of training you, and in exchange, you'll follow my orders.
I bristled inside. Keeping me at a distance would mean he could conveniently keep me from discovering any clues to Becky's whereabouts. He didn't want to let me go, but at the same time, he wasn't going to let me in. Not yet. I needed Kale to trust me enough that I could get closer to him and discover what he was up to when he wasn't ordering his warriors around. But Samuel isn't you. His eyes narrowed, as though looking for deception. In Under, when I fought you to get to the Queen, you summoned the worst of me. You've seen what I can do. You've experienced it. You know what I am, Kale. It has to be you. He hesitated. My argument was a valid one.
I'm sure we'd both prefer we didn't have to draw daggers against one another, considering our past in that regard.
Was he afraid? I tried to read his face, but as ever, he guarded his expression. He should be afraid of me. I was.
Don't go back to Under because I've ordered you to. Go because if any of those beasts are free, the peace we've worked for years to build will collapse. People and Fae will die. Go because I'm asking you, Elena, not ordering you.
Appealing to my humanity. Smooth. When I get back, will you train me?
I'll consider it, yes.
He replied, a little too quickly for my liking. Can I see Samuel?
Will you do as I ask?
I slowly pushed to my feet. All right. I'll check out Under, but only if you train me when I return. He crossed the room to the door and nodded at one of the waiting warriors.
Has Sam returned?
Sam? Interesting.
Yes, General,
The warrior replied.
take Elena to see him.
I left the war room with Kale's gaze burning into my back. He had a quick mind. He'd be considering my devouring revelation, trying to think of a way to utilize what he knew. The Queen was dead, but the spirit lived on. The Queen's architect, my architect, was Arachne. I had to know the ramifications of that before Kale did. I needed help. The warrior escorting me knocked on a cherrywood door that I assumed belonged to Samuel's bedroom in the east wing of the house.
The construct is here.
He cast me a side glance, one that had me wondering if the news of what I'd done was already whispering through the FA ranks.
Let her in.
The warrior opened the door and gestured for me to enter. I gave him a typically sweet Elena smile and watched his brow furrow. Yeah, they weren't going to trust me now that I'd devoured a lich. I was too powerful, too dangerous. Samuel sat on an enormous four-posted bed, his back to me, shrugging a shirt on over his shoulders. Considering I got to get a good look only at his back, it was a fine view and one worth admiring.
What happened?
He asked, focusing on the buttons. How do you feel? I skirted his question, mostly because I didn't have a reply, at least not one that made much sense. He didn't answer immediately and instead rolled up his sleeves.
Alive.
Well, that's good. I dared not get any closer to the bed. He hadn't yet faced me. Was that because he knew I devoured a lich? Did you, uh, did you see me? When I...
No. The last I saw, you were running.
He stood and moved around the foot of the bed, but wavered and reached out a hand to steady himself against a post. When he lifted tired eyes, I made myself stay rooted to the spot, fighting an unexpected urge to go to him. The lich must have taken a generous chunk out of his driocht. He was lucky to be alive.
You stopped it.
He brushed his hair back, his fingers trembling. He saw me notice and curled them into his hand with a heavy sigh. I need your help. I swallowed, mouth dry. I couldn't carry the weight of Arachne alone. You and Nyx. Leaning his shoulder against the post, he winced a little.
I should have been more careful. I was so sure. I could have.
He closed his eyes and breathed deeply.
It was reckless. I'm sorry.
Damn. Was he beating himself up about dragging me down there? Did he actually care? It's okay, I replied softly. He winced, and not from physical pain.
I'll help. I owe you that much.
You have to tell me everything you know about Arachne. Samuel lifted his chin and sucked down a deep breath.
There are 3 spirits who together controlled Fairy. 2 were sent here during the purge.
Kushi and Arachne, I confirmed. But when the queen died, Arachne didn't die with her?
The spirits themselves are not so easily destroyed.
He leaned against the post.
Should Sovereign have fallen before the purge, Kushi, the Hound, would have found another host among Sovereign's bloodline. It's forever been that way.
I pressed a hand to my chest, trying to slow my racing heart. I need to know exactly what this means.
Nyx and Skaw can tell you more.
He straightened with considerable effort and came forward, stopping close enough that I had to look up to meet his eyes.
Thank you.
His lips lifted in a small smile, but it was real and honest.
Whatever you did, whatever you sacrificed to stop the Lich, I owe you my life.
He leaned forward, and for a few seconds I tensed, expecting an attack, a dagger in the ribs, something typically and brutally fey. What I didn't expect was the slightest brush of his lips against my cheek, and a delicate, barely there kiss. I blinked, caught between pulling away and leaning into the touch. This close, the scent of pine and something like cut grass, but sweeter, tugged on memories. Fairy. A voice in my head told me. He smells like home. Samuel didn't pull away as quickly as I'd expected. Or perhaps he did, and I was just stuck between one moment and the next. Fear of the unknown spiraled in my head, while his touch seemed to tug on all the things I needed. Someone to care, someone who'd listen. He angled his head slightly, his lips brushing the corner of mine. I might have chased that touch, turned it into something real, but he pulled back and brushed by me. The lingering tingles were all that remained of a moment I wasn't sure meant something, or if I was so completely desperate to be held that I'd found meaning where there was none.
Skaw will be able to tell you our law,
Samuel said, leaving the room and me behind as he strode down the hall without looking back.
Lorekeeper, give Alina what she wants,
Samuel said as we entered a library lined from floor to ceiling with overflowing bookshelves. As Skaw was the only one around, I assumed Samuel referred to him as Lorekeeper, and I shot Skaw a questioning look. He closed the book he'd had his nose buried in and set it gently down on the table.
When we were expelled from Fairy, there was little time to collect personal belongings,
He explained.
We had only the possessions we could carry, and most carried weapons. On arrival here, it was agreed our verbal history and important events should be recorded by a nominated Fae known as the Lorekeeper.
Ska leaned back in his chair and spread his hands.
I'm your designated Lorekeeper, librarian. Goodreads rated top 3 librarians in the UK.
Really?
Dead on his scalv.
He drawled, laying on a thick Cockney accent. A designated lore keeper who reads 50 Shades of Grey, I noticed with a smile. In fact, most of the books strewn about on the table in front of him were fiction. I spotted a few encyclopedias and history books, but most were genre fiction. Thrillers, crime, and romance novels.
We have eclectic tastes.
He smiled back. He had a quiet composure about him. The other Fae seemed to exude restrained violence, like wild animals who appeared tame, but were in fact waiting for the right time to attack. Ska didn't look at me like he wanted to stick a dagger in my back. He had an easy smile and patient eyes. He looked to be early 30s and human years, but his quiet contemplation had me wondering if he was much, much older. What do you know about Arachne? I asked softly.
There isn't much I don't know about Fairy and her spirits.
Though he has the same knack for avoiding direct answers. He leaned out and cast Samuel a cursory glance around me, as though checking for permission. My annoyance bristled, but I kept quiet. Samuel must have nodded, because Ska pulled out the chair beside him and beckoned me to sit. I did, and I caught a glimpse of Samuel out of the corner of my eye. He'd taken up residence in a raggedy armchair, head back, eyes closed, his commanding Fae self slumped in the cushions like a cat sprawled in the sun. Tell me about the 3 and Arachne, I said, turning my back on Samuel.
None of the 3 had absolute control.
Ska replied, reaching forward to rummage through the spread of books until he found a tattered, leather-bound sketchbook.
Or at least they didn't, until 2 were exiled here during the Purge.
He flipped through the pages, found what he was looking for, and held it out.
There's no way of knowing what's happening in Fairy, but we can assume the Harpy, also known as Mara Rigan, the Morrigan and Maka, translated as the Nightmare Queen, Phantom Queen, and versions thereof, rules without her counterparts to stop her.
I took the sketchbook and immediately recognized a charcoal sketch as a close copy of the battle scene tapestry hanging from the walls and under.
The balance of the 3 once controlled every aspect of Fairy, but it was a balance based on war. The spirits forever fought. None could defeat the other, though they continually sought ever more subversive ways to do so.
I lost my thoughts in the sweep of gray and black across the page, the swirl of dark clouds and the deep strokes gouging out troughs of the fallen, the dead. Did you draw this?
Me?
He said, and chuckled.
No. The artist died of her wounds shortly after capturing that image. The sketchbook was brought here by her sister.
A delicate inflection in his tone drew my eye back to him. He didn't elaborate and looked back at me with that same measured calm. Kushi and Arachne, they were deliberately trapped here? He nodded.
Like each of the 3, Arachne is formidable, immortal, infinite, but so is the Harpy. The Harpy controlled the Hunt and Elders controlled the Purge. The Purge was chaotic.
I studied the sketch again and wet my lips, considering how best to approach my questions. A quick glance at Samuel and the slight rise and fall of his chest suggested he was asleep. Kushi resides in Sovereign, and the Harpy, or Morrigan.
We prefer to call her simply the Harpy. Giving her a name gives her power.
He cast his gaze high and blinked rapidly.
She's terribly insane.
I swallowed. The Harpy is in Fairy. Arachne possessed the queen, who Rain and I killed. When she died, Arachne possessed me. Not an echo or memories, but the actual spirit now lives in me.
Absolutely. Immortality tends to make the spirits exceptionally difficult to kill.
He smiled a sympathetic smile.
Of course, one of the three has never inhabited a construct before, but then there's never been a construct quite like you.
I wasn't sure what I had expected to feel on hearing my fears finally confirmed, but it certainly didn't settle the concerns rattling around my head. I set the book down, pulled my legs up to my chest, and rested my chin on my knees. So there it was, confirmed without any doubt. I was still me, for now. I had fey urges, fey needs, to touch, to absorb life, but I was still Alina. But for how long? A sudden thought occurred to me. Can I get rid of her?
Yes.
My heart stuttered, but before I could ask how, Scott added,
If you die, she'll possess another fae.
So the only way out of this is for me to die? He nodded solemnly.
Death of the host releases the spirit.
In other words, there was no escaping Arachne. I had better learn to live with her, like Rain lived with the Hound. What can I do with Arachne in me? What does it mean? I asked.
What do you think it means?
That I'm afraid? I closed my eyes and breathed deeply. Rain controls the Hound, mostly. I can control Arachne.
And that's what we're all waiting for, Elena. At least those of us who suspect you're more than you appear to be.
A crocked smile slipped onto my lips. The American girl.
The perfect subterfuge.
Nyx sauntered into the room, popsicle in hand. She perched herself on the edge of the table and cocked her head at the side of the old sketchbook. Her gaze flicked to Ska. An unspoken conversation seemed to pass between them, something I clearly wasn't invited to be a part of. Whatever its content, the result seemed to be Ska breaking eye contact with a sigh, and Nyx plastering an overt grin on her face.
History lesson over with?
She asked us both. Ska tucked the sketchbook beneath the piles of paperbacks.
It's late. I'm on shift tomorrow. Try and get some sleep, Elena. I'm happy to answer more questions then.
For a moment, it sounded as though I was being dismissed, but Ska was the one who stood and headed for the door. I watched the lorekeeper leave, numb inside, while fears and unknowns drifted through my mind.
You did a good thing today,
Nyx said. She pushed off the table, tossed her popsicle wrapper in the trash, and then took up Ska's seat. She appraised me with a look caught somewhere between apprehension and admiration.
Saving Samuel.
She tipped her head at the sleeping Fey warrior. I drained its life, I said flatly. I could still feel the hunger for more. Always more. Was this how Rain felt? I think I might be capable of much more. She nodded, almost too easily.
I'm sure Kale suspected as much when you arrived.
If I stop being me, if I turn into a rampaging monster... She knew where this was going and smiled.
You won't have to worry about that. There'll be a line a mile long to stick a blade in you, sweetheart. All but him.
She flicked her thin fingers at Samuel.
You just had to go and save his arse, didn't you?
My lips twitched. He does have a nice ass. Laughter burst from Nyx. I glanced at Samuel, but he didn't stir.
He does, for a male.
Nyx looked fondly at the warrior.
I've never seen him that weak. We had to get a donor in to revive him.
A donor from the clinic? Her smile faded.
No.
Her tone said she wasn't about to explain. They'd taken someone, probably unwillingly, broken their own rules to save one of their own. That was likely why Kale had been stalling in his war room. Looking at Samuel now, asleep in the chair, and how I'd seen him, near death in the tunnels, an odd flutter of concern skipped my heart a beat. I was glad they were able to save him, but my old friend guilt returned when I considered the price. What happened to the person he used? I asked, keeping the judgment out of my voice.
She's fine. She'll be taken care of.
Is that what happened to Becky? I wondered. Was she used up and discarded? Does that sort of thing happen often? You're Faye. Accidents happen. After today, I get it. I might have caused one such accident in the subway had the lich not distracted me.
Occasionally.
Her eyes turned cold. And Kale? I asked as delicately as I dared. She shrugged.
Who knows?
My heart thudded a little faster. What do you mean?
I don't know what his feeding habits are, or any of his habits, if I'm honest. I've worked with him since we arrived in London, but he's the same today as he was then. Absolutely professional and completely detached. Maybe you should ask Samuel. He spends more time with Kale than any of us.
But Kale would go to the clinics like the rest of you. Us. He wouldn't break the laws. She leaned forward, looked me in the eyes, and said,
Kale does whatever the fuck Kale wants to do to get the job done. We don't question him. And if you poke that hornet's nest, you'll find what wakes will rip your arm off.
She smiled, like she just told me how wonderful her day was. Then she pulled the old sketchbook from beneath the pile of books, jumped from her seat, and strode for the door.
Friendly warning, you understand.
She saluted with a sketchbook.
I like you, Elena. I'd like for Kale not to kill you.
Kale killing me wasn't the problem. Gathering from the looks he'd given me, he was more likely to test me over and over, just to see how far I could be pushed before summoning Arachne. Alone with sleeping Samuel, I lingered a while, watching his chest rise and fall. He'd tell me more about Kale if I asked. Samuel had denied knowing Becky, but he might not know her name. If I could get a picture, the one from Andrews's mantelpiece, and show it to Samuel, he might recognize her. Someone must have seen her or know something. She couldn't just vanish. I'd go to Under, follow Kale's orders, and with Samuel's help, discover more about the General's secrets. The house creaked, and somewhere above, the floorboards shifted. It was just me and Samuel, but you were never far from one of the Fae. They made a tight family unit, devoted, loyal. I had no idea what that felt like, to be a part of something. Or did I? I was alone, that was true, but I was also connected to the Fae on a level I'd yet to fully understand. Arachne. What did that mean? Was I good or bad? Rain was possessed by the Hound. What did his hound make him? He told me he wasn't good. I'd never really known whose side he was on. Perhaps that would be my fate. Forever connected, but forever alone. I wasn't sure I could survive this on my own. Somewhere inside, one more flicker of hope died, along with another part of the American girl. Chapter 14. As soon as I set foot back inside Under's tunnels for the General's request, it was clear something big and nasty had ripped its way through every room, every tunnel, and gone to great lengths to destroy anything it found. It couldn't be the Lich, at least not that I knew. Those things were shadows. A shadow didn't rake 4 distinct claws through one of the 3 tapestries hanging in the lounge. I stood in front of those tapestries, a sense of hollow emptiness inside at the sight of the shredded scenes. Rain had told me the Queen had woven them before she'd become a half-spider lunatic. The fact the Fae had brought the tapestries from Fairy meant they were important. Whatever had done this had no regard for Fae history or a race of people who were slowly, bit by bit, year by year, losing their identity. Something else was loose below London's streets. Kale's gonna be pissed, I mumbled. Helena? Shay stood in the doorway, an overflowing box cradled in her arms. Her silvery eyes widened at the sight of me.
Oh my!
I'd forgotten the sight of my leathers might alarm her. Oh, this. I'm not going to arrest you. I'm undercover. Sort of, I think. I smiled, despite the fear in her eyes and the wrenching in my gut when I remembered the last time I'd seen her, writhing beneath Rain's touch. My fake smile seemed to come easier now.
You appear much changed.
She drifted farther into the room, her white lace and silk dress as glamorous as a wedding gown. She probably considered it casual. She couldn't have looked casual in sweats. Her hair fell in a waterfall of curves down her back. She'd even braided it in some elaborate pattern. She always looked like she could have stepped out of one of the tapestries. Modern London, Starbucks lattes, Converse pumps, and cell phones were not meant for the likes of Shay. What happened here? I asked, willing the unwanted memory of her and Rain deep, deep down where it couldn't reach me. She set the box down on a table and started to rifle through various possessions.
You don't know?
No, I've been distracted. I worked my way around the broken bits of furniture and stopped beside her. She picked up a London Bridge snow globe, the type of tacky tourist item you could buy for $8, and turned it over. The snow tumbled. Tears glistened in her eyes. Shay, what is it?
Rain.
The hollowness I'd been feeling intensified.
What about Rain?
She blinked, tossed the snow globe into a box of trinkets, and wiped a tear off her cheek.
I'd hoped it would get better. I wanted him to control it. I thought with you, he had a chance.
I leaned closer, so she had no choice but to look at me. Tears wet her smooth cheeks and brightened her beautiful eyes. She looked deep into her box. Shay, did Rain do this? Her bottom lip quivered. What if Cale was right? Could Rain be behind the Lich's escape?
You were supposed to help him.
She resumed searching through the junk, her movements sharp.
You said you were going to help him.
I grabbed her wrist and pulled her around to look at me, ignoring the tingles skipping up my arm. Tell me exactly what happened. She yanked her arm free.
I don't know.
The tears fell freely now.
It doesn't need a reason. Sometimes it just comes. He's been out of sorts since the dome, since he's been trapped down here with me. It's not enough. I was never enough. Fairy was never enough for him.
She shoved her box away and turned to look at the tapestries.
He needs help, Alina. I'm afraid for him.
She swiped at her tears, but more came.
We can't live like this. The Fae, us, curfews and clinics, laws and rules. It's not right. It's not our way. Something is going to break. We're going to break.
Her hand trembled as she wiped again at her face.
I don't think London can survive us. I really don't. There are things in these tunnels. Bad things. Wicked things. We're predators. And the things in these tunnels. Something has them all stirred up, and I'm afraid. So afraid, Alina.
The Fae weren't designed to hide, to be pushed into the shadows. All I need to do is remember Rain's words and look at Shay now. They weren't meant to live here. It wasn't their fault, but that didn't change anything. Around me, the broken bits of under took on a new significance. Cale and the FA had an impossible task. How many Fae were in London? Hundreds, thousands, and all of them restless, angry, and the worst Fairy had to offer. Are you living down here? I asked.
No, it's not safe. I'm staying with some others. There's 10 of us in a flat near Leicester Square.
She laughed suddenly.
We have little money. I can't stand behind a checkout and scan items for hours, Alina. Look at me. I can't be like the people here.
She lifted her head and blinked quickly at Under's curved ceilings, seeing London beyond.
Some of us, like Rain, worked at blending in. They each had lives. And now, that means nothing. People on the street call us things. Bad things.
I was about to tell her I was sorry, but when she lowered her head, she squared her shoulders and said,
Do you know how easy it is for us to kill them? They think that because we look pretty, we couldn't possibly be dangerous.
Her eyes narrowed.
They have no idea.
A smile slashed across her baby pink lips.
You understand that. I see that you do. I'm not safe to be around people. None of us are. It's a terrible mess.
There must be support. Haven't the government... She laughed bitterly.
Your government, it pretends everything is fine, just as long as the FA keep us scared. The mayor and the general shake hands and smile for the cameras. But it's not fine. Believe me, I hear what the FA are saying. The group I'm living with hunt together. They're preying on the homeless for now, so nobody notices. But that will change. More are joining them. Some visit bars and they bespell people, then steal from them. Money. Other things. Bad things. We lost our identity to live in harmony here. We adopted new lives, new faces. And now we're losing those too.
Her eyes softened with regret.
We're as restless as the beasts in these tunnels. As restless as the hound. There's a reckoning coming.
Cale must know what's happening. I'll talk with him.
And Rain? Will you talk with him?
I wanted to help Rain, but I had no idea how to, or if I could reach him. Where is he?
I don't know. I haven't seen him since...
She looked at the room and her lip quivered again. Okay, let's get you out of here. I scooped up her box of trinkets. Is there anything else you want to take with you?
Nothing. There's nothing left.
After dropping off Shay's items and receiving frosty glares from her Fae roommates, I returned to FAHQ, my head full of Shay's warnings. I'd told her I'd speak with Cale, but any hope I'd once seen in her eyes was long gone. She'd looked as hollow as I felt. She'd begged me one last time to help Rain, and I'd promised I would. Making more promises I wasn't sure I could keep. Was Cale doing anything to help his people? Was he even aware of the crisis developing under his nose? London isn't ready for the truth. More than ever, I needed to corner him somehow. Make him tell me what was really going on. He'd never answer direct questions. I had to find another way to get him talking. Him training me was the only way. But by the time I'd returned to FAHQ, Cale was nowhere in sight. I checked his war room, the lounge, the training hall, nothing. And nobody seemed to know where he was either, or they didn't want to tell me. He'd known I'd be looking for him as soon as I returned with news of Under, so why wasn't he here? I strode through the corridors, steps swift and impatience broiling beneath my skin with every second. What if my going back to Under had been a means to get me out of the way while he went off and did whatever the hell he got up to? I rounded a corner and came eye to chest with a warrior. A steel grip circled around my arm, probably with the intention of stopping me from falling, but I shook it off. Hey! It was only when I looked up I realized it was Samuel frowning back at me. He noticed my hand slipped to my dagger and arched a brow. Where's Cale? I snarled.
On patrol.
He was eyeing the daggers again, and it occurred to me that he might be wondering if I planned to stick my blades in the general or him. He had me report to Under, I quickly explained, crossing my arms so I wasn't tempted to touch the blades. And now I can't find him. I heard some things about the Fae, and I wanted to talk with him. Now he's gone again, and I couldn't tell Samuel what was really on my mind. Help me find Becky. Help me discover the truth.
He'll be back,
Samuel finally said, his stance relaxing now that I wasn't about to free a dagger.
Until then, come with me on patrol.
It was worded like an order, but he'd added a questioning lilt at the end. Cale, I should wait.
You're armed and ready, clearly. Cale can wait. We lost a good warrior last night. I could do with your help.
Help me. I rolled my lips together and sighed through my nose. He waited with that infallible Fae patience. He'd lost a warrior, and given Shay's warning about the rogue Fae hunting in packs, my time would be better spent on the streets than waiting on Cale. I was ready for a fight, and rattling around the big house wasn't going to help. Fine, I grumbled. Chapter 15. We walked toward Covent Garden's 7 Dials. I could see the pillar ahead, where 7 roads diverged to the one central point. Cobbled streets glistened beneath a rain shower heavy enough to drive the crowds inside. Why is this place called 7 Dials if there are only 6? I asked. Samuel had been quiet since the drive from FAHQ. I couldn't stand it any longer. He clearly liked painfully tense silences. I did not. He looked at me like I was an imbecile, and then lifted his gaze to the pillar ahead. 6 dials clearly crowned the top. His violet eyes narrowed a fraction.
You're right.
He said it like my being right was more shocking than the fact 7 dials was only made up of 6. When he looked back at me, humor sparkled in his eyes.
And I have no idea. But I'll be sure to find out and let you know.
The humor now lifted his lips, too.
You've more questions. I can see them in your eyes.
I had all the questions, but only one thing I really wanted to know right then. Are you okay? I mean, after the lich? His smile faded and the humor vanished. Cale was clearly worried, and I was too, I wanted to say. But he'd quickened his stride and glared into the murk, his barriers building around him. We turned down a narrow alley where the period townhouses huddled together. Rain hissed on the sidewalk, and I feared I'd have to endure another half-hour of excruciating silence.
We lost Grace.
The rain had plastered his hair to his face, but it didn't seem to bother him. I watched a droplet roll over his cheekbone before he finally swiped it away. A weariness dulled his eyes, and it wasn't anything to do with the downpour. I'm sorry. I didn't know Grace, but I'd seen her with Nix. The two of them had been close. He nodded once, acknowledging my words for what they were worth.
She was cut off from the group, cornered, and killed by a rogue group of Fae.
I didn't know what to say, and I found myself thinking of Shay's warning, of how things were changing. The Fae and the world they came from wasn't designed to be shackled by laws. How's Nix? Samuel winced and didn't reply. The attack must have been brutal to kill an FA warrior. A barbed knot of guilt twisted inside. I'd been on the other side of the FA ranks and dealt a few FA their final moments. That fact hurt more every day. Samuel went on to explain that the nightly patrols were getting worse. Tensions strummed through London streets. More Fae were breaking the rules and finding FA daggers in their backs after numerous warnings.
We could really use your help out here,
Samuel added.
Cale believes you'd make a powerful ally once you harness your potential. We need it. We need you.
My stride tripped a little. I hit it, and instead watched a small group of people spill from a bar, pull their heads up, and scoot quickly into another bar. The FA needed me. Or a version of me? The version that devoured. We strode on, silence descending between us once again.
My family were killed.
He said flatly.
It's my earliest memory.
I came to a stop outside a store selling beads and shook water from my hair. An awning shielded me from the rain, but Samuel still stood in the downpour, immune to its chill. I blinked up at him, while thousands of questions sparked inside my thoughts.
I don't even know why.
He continued, scanning the street.
The elders ordered the hunt to kill us, and so they did. They came for me last.
This was the most he'd ever told me about himself. More questions fought to be free, but every time I asked the Fae anything, they deflected or changed the subject. It practically killed me to stay quiet, but after a few more of those tense moments, he joined me under the awning, ran his fingers through his hair, and shook the water free from his fingertips.
The hunt is like nothing you've ever seen. They strike fast and slaughter without remorse. The lore claims they're not Fae, but something older, something primal.
I focused on the dimly lit display of beads, not seeing any of them. What must it have been like to be hunted by something the Fae considered monsters?
I shouldn't have been able to fight them off. I was just a juvenile, hardly old enough to lift a sword.
Crossing his arms, he leant back against the windowsill, but kept his keen eyes on the slow-moving traffic.
I fought them and ran. Cale found me much later, lost, starving, beaten, and weak. I attacked him. He should have killed me for my insolence.
What kind of world kills its kids? I stole a glance his way, but he continued to gaze across the street, his mind elsewhere.
He took me in, put a blade in my hand, and told me it was always meant to be that way. I believed him. I still do.
His lips twitched in a slanted smile.
The death of my family ultimately resulted in my path here, to a world where a bloodline is no standing on how high you can rise. Where I'm respected for my skills with a blade, not the strength of those who came before me.
I looked at him. Really looked at him. His blonde hair had turned almost black under the weight of the rain. It was cut just short of brushing his eyes. He'd be the type to cut it all off, should it impede his vision. Even now, so close, he seemed so far away. I'd spent day after day in his company, and he told me more about himself in the last 15 minutes than he had in the entire time I'd known him. When I'd pushed questions at him, he'd shut down. Became guarded, against me, against the others, and so terribly alone. Thank you, I said, meaning it, for telling me that. He took my words in, and then shifted against the sill, leaning closer.
You look at us, at me, as though we're your enemy.
He said quietly, as though sharing a secret.
The FA aren't bad, Alina. Neither is Cale. We are what we are. Products of fairy.
I know.
Cale has an impossible task.
I know that too, but how much to tell him? I wanted to tell him everything. Becky, Andrews, the bespellment, and Rain. But I couldn't. Not yet. Cale has secrets. I don't trust him. That crooked, precious smile still played on his lips.
He says the same about you.
Secrets. It seemed we all had them. Samuel pushed off the sill and held out a hand.
There's a bar not far from here, where the rogue fae frequent.
I clasped his hand in mine, marveling once more at the normalcy of the touch. He hauled me to my feet, a little closer than I'd been prepared for. His grip tightened. It was only slight, making me wonder if I'd felt it at all. And then he let go and strode out into the rain. Samuel had spotted one persistent Fey offender cruising the bar for his hit of Driocht. The warrior had delivered a quick warning by the point of a blade, stirring the crowd, while I'd watch from the sidelines. Samuel had something of a reputation, it seemed. He certainly had a presence about him, a stalwart commitment to the red and black's uniform.
They'll see our colors, and their first instinct is to run,
Samuel said as we wove through a crowd. This one sparse enough for me not to worry about accidentally brushing up against someone. Although the thought wasn't far from my mind, it seemed my dose of lich hadn't entirely cured the need pulling on my nerves.
I know you can run.
Samuel's sly tone drew my attention back to him.
Let's see how you fare in the field.
He didn't quite smile, but there was definitely a glint of something in his eyes. Or perhaps that was the subdued lighting. I still couldn't figure him out, and had no idea what he was thinking from one moment to the next. I'd spent more time with him than anyone else in my short life, and yet I still didn't feel as though I really knew him, like he'd shut half of him away. Now that he told me about his childhood, I wanted to know more. A lot more. Scanning the crowd, my gaze snagged on a well-dressed fae, one I knew well. He'd taken a chunk out of my shoulder. There,
Another two just entered.
Samuel said. The fae immediately spotted us in our leathers and tensed.
Take yours. I've got these two.
As soon as Samuel moved, so did his two fae. They turned right around and disappeared back out the door. The commotion drew the attention of my alleyway biter. The relief on his face at Samuel's leaving quickly turned to fear once he noticed me and my uniform. He shot from his table so fast his long legs got tangled in a chair, sending him sprawling, but in seconds he was up and sprinting for the back door. Procedure dictated I gave him a verbal warning before any physical force could be applied. I figured he'd already bitten me once, so I was within my rights to get physical in return. So I dashed after him. He hammered down the staircase and slammed his way through a fire door with me close enough to bounce the door with my hands and chase him down. My fingers itched to palm my daggers and throw one at his back. Legs pumping, I was bearing down on him when he veered across the street through a small crowd and darted toward a line of construction fencing. I didn't slow, and wouldn't. He was mine. He burst through the gate, snapping the chain, and sprinted toward an old building in the throes of renovation. Bounding up the steps, he threw himself through the door. I nearly had him, just a few more strides. Dagger in my hand, I lunged as he stumbled over a work light and slammed him hard against the wall, eliciting a yelp. He sent a right fist wide, teeth flashing and eyes bright, but I ducked the blow and pushed the flank of my blade up and under his chin, holding him still. The thrill of the hunt surged through my veins, and now I'd won my prize. You picked the wrong, unreal girl to run from, Faye, I snarled, my voice smoother, darker than that of the American girls. He glared down his nose.
You gonna kill me?
So he remembered me. Good. I should.
I have rights. There are laws.
You broke those laws when you bespelled that girl on the street and then took a bite out of my shoulder. He snarled.
What are you, anyway?
I'm made of fairy dust, didn't you know? A purr sounded from behind, accompanied by the sounds of scuffing feet and a high whistle. I chanced to look. 3 fae, 2 male, 1 female, armed with makeshift weapons. They came through the door and fanned outward, blocking my exit.
You wear the FA colors, bitch.
The lead male purred.
But you don't look Faye.
A delicate trickle of fear spilled through me. Without turning back to my catch, I let go and pushed away from him. Run! He disappeared farther into the building somewhere, while I freed my other dagger and faced the pack. They moved like the animals they imitated, their every step deliberate. Didn't know General Kale recruited mongrels, the female snarled, approaching from my right, closing their net. You won't put up much of a fight, will ya? Not like the other FA bitch we cut up. I licked my lips and swallowed. By order of the Fey Authority, you are hereby under arrest. Any resistance will be met with deadly force. They glanced at one another and chuckled. Yeah, laugh it up. You have no idea these next few minutes will be your last.
You're not very bright, are you, mongrel?
The leader of the pack moved closer. He had a gaunt face, made sharper by the pull of a short ponytail.
We don't care about the FA rules. Not anymore.
In the calm settling in my head, I considered how best to cut through them. Ponytail would lunge first, but he'd miss and find my dagger in his gut before he could blink. That's how it would start. The female would be next. She'd back up her mate. But the one at the back, he'd. Rain leaned in the doorway as casually as though he'd been there all along. His smile was a sly, sideways tilt of his lips, and mischief danced in his eyes. He might look perfectly normal, if not for the buckled boots coupled with a three-quarter-length coat. Artfully disheveled. Ponytail was talking, saying something about how he'd enjoy cutting up my uniform. I slid my gaze back to him. I'm sorry, I got bored. Did you say something? He spat various obscenities, and then sprang. The killing calm fell over me, the part that detaches all the doubts and concerns. Ponytail's blade skimmed my waist, but mine punched home, deep into his gut. Surprise! I snatched his ponytail and held him rigid while his warm blood spilled over my fingers. I should kill him. By his own admission, he'd killed one of the FA. He deserved it. But, by that definition, so did I.
I wouldn't piss Alina off.
Rain's luscious voice, that alluring combination of purr and growl, echoed about the foyer, stopping the female Fae's approach in her tracks.
She's more than she looks.
The change in my attackers was instant. The remaining male ran for the door. Rain snagged his coat, yanked him back off his feet, and slammed him to the floor. The female froze and hunkered down, making herself small and submissive. Rain's catch spluttered and begged,
Don't hurt me, please. My fairy, please.
He lifted his hands as though he could somehow fend Rain off. I yanked the blade from Ponytail's gut and shoved him back toward Rain and the door. Clutching his wound, he took one look at Rain and stumbled out the door. The female scrambled after him, giving Rain a wide berth. Their combined fear was so palpable I could almost smell it. They knew who he was, what he was. Rain stepped aside and watched the Fae he'd planted into the floor practically crawl out the door.
You could have killed him,
He said, his back to me, still watching the door. I sheathed my daggers and wiped my bloodied hand on my thigh. I should have. They'd have killed me.
They'd have tried.
He turned and approached me in a way not dissimilar to the prowling Fae. Slow, deliberate.
Red and black suits the new you.
The way he said it, though, there was a double meaning there, a hint of irony. Nerves fluttered low, not because of him, at least so I told myself, but because I'd run my prey down and didn't get my payoff. And I was hungry. So damn hungry. Rain rode his gaze over every inch of me and made no attempt to hide the appraisal.
FA all the way, huh?
He circled behind me, his gaze invasive and equally hungry.
Not much left of the American girl. It didn't take long.
What didn't?
For the FA to control you.
They don't control me.
No.
He stood in front of me now and peered deep into my eyes.
No. I see that they don't.
I couldn't deal with this, with him. Not right now. Samuel would be close. If he discovered me with Rain, I'd lose his trust. I should leave, move around Rain, and just walk away. But I didn't move. Where have you been?
Wherever I wanted to be. American girl.
He shrugged and backed up, spreading his arms.
Living the dream, right? Or should that be the nightmare? I'm not entirely sure anymore.
Something was off. His words were slow and lazy, like his pace. His gaze wandered, his focus wavering. Are you drunk?
Drunk? No, I don't think so. Ask me another one.
He kicked his way through the discarded tools and debris of the renovations work. Irritation pulled at my patience, unraveling it. Driocht?
Ah, that I cannot deny.
He pointed a finger.
So sharp with the questions.
Rain, for God's sake! Are you trying to bring the FA down on you? His smile tucked into his cheek.
Like I said, let them try. Cale knows where I am. He can try me any time. I'll happily chew him up and spit him out, and the General knows it too. He's afraid of me. They're all afraid of me.
You know what's happening?
The packs of Fae, the Lich, the Constructs. Yeah, I know.
He didn't sound as though he cared at all. High on Driocht, maybe he didn't. He'd only ever cared for himself anyway, so why should that change? I could have done with you being around.
Why? It's not like you need me, right? Isn't that what you said?
Oh, get over yourself already. There's more happening here. What about the tunnels and under? Did you trash the place? Did you have anything to do with the Lich escaping? He scowled, a deep, cutting expression.
Always with the damn questions, Alina.
Shay? She needs you. His snarl twitched.
Shay needs to open her eyes.
This wasn't like him. It had to be the Driocht messing with his head. Rain, you can't be like this. You're too dangerous.
Dangerous?
He ambled toward me and reached for my face, but I batted his hand away. When he reached again, he caught my chin and pulled me forward.
What's dangerous is Cale sinking his teeth into the construct. You think he doesn't know exactly what you are, exactly what you could be. Arachne was his savior. She lives in you. What does that make you to him? An ally? Or a weapon?
So he did know Arachne possessed me. He'd known all along. The disgust on Rain's face turned my stomach and twisted my fears. I freed a dagger and pressed it against his ribs. Let me go.
They're liars. All of them.
Being now almost pressed face to face, the tips of his canine teeth seemed sharper. I pushed the blade harder. He flinched, but wouldn't back down.
They will use the ugly and the wrong in you.
He leaned in close. Too close. His lips brushed mine, and instantly a flood of tingling stole a gasp from my lips. Need slammed reason out of the way. I slanted my mouth across his and kissed him deep. His hand fell away, curled around my back, and yanked me hard against him. No, this can't happen. But it was, and he tasted divine. It wasn't a kiss, but an assault, and I was in control. Driocht simmered beneath my skin, itching to escape, and the power in him swelled. I could feel the pressure pushing down and in. More. I need more. He tried to pull back. A moment of indecision, a weakening, but I chased his retreat, caught his attempt at denial, and crushed it behind the savage need. He broke free and slammed his palms into my chest, shoving me back. His eyes blood red, and the fear on his face summoned a smile on mine. I had him. I could feel the beast lurking inside, pacing its cage, and I could free it.
Don't.
Rain whispered. Summon it, control it, take it. I had to know.
Don't, Elena. Please.
He staggered backward.
Let go. You can let me go. Please.
Free the hound. Rain made it outside the building and down the steps before falling to his knees. In the dark of the building site, hidden behind the construction site panels, swirling green vapor licked around his prone figure. His body heaved as he fought to breathe through his waning control. But I had his reins now, and with just a twitch, the beast would come.
Elena! Don't do this to me!
He said, panting, and then let out a cry, tremors rolling through him. Something came out of the shadows and hit me in the side like a battering ram. In the next second, I was face down in the dirt with a knee in my back, pain throbbing in my chest.
Stay down.
Samuel growled.
You feel the bleed?
I could. Cool, hard against my neck.
Focus on that. Just that. And no, I will cut you should the hound manifest. Understand?
Samuel's weight shifted, but kept me pinned. It seemed like forever I lay there, the bleed an ever-present threat. I'd released Ring the second I'd been knocked off my feet. I couldn't see or hear him, just my own breathing and Samuel's.
I'm going to let you up. Sovereign isn't here. Do not go looking for him. Attack me, and I will respond in kind.
Guilt twisted inside, so heavy and heartfelt that all I could do was sob. I didn't mean to attack him. I didn't know. I didn't want to, but it felt right. So right. To be strong. It felt good. So good, Samuel. I wanted it. I still want it. I didn't realize I'd spoken aloud, or that Samuel had pulled me close. I just knew that Rain was right. Inside, I was ugly and wrong. And if I couldn't control it, I'd hurt him. Chapter 16. I lined up the dagger with the target and threw it again for about the 100th time in the past however long Samuel had been barking orders at me. It punched home, but missed the center, where I'd been aiming, by a good couple of inches.
Again,
he snapped, standing proud in his FA colors, arms crossed and face impassive. But he didn't hide the anger simmering in his eyes, as it had since he'd stopped me from summoning the hound several nights ago. I wasn't sure how much of my conversation with Rain he'd seen or heard, but enough if that angry glare was anything to go by. So much for earning Samuel's trust. We'd barely spoken since. I was fairly certain he was pissed at me in every way possible. We had that in common, since I was pissed at me too. If the hound had gotten loose in public, the blame would fall on the FA for not having already caught the beast. The fragile peace between the Fae and the people of London could have easily been shattered, and all because I couldn't control myself around Rain. I threw the second dagger. It hit handle first and bounced back, skidding toward me. It's the weight. They're too heavy for throwing. I swept my hair back, swiping at the stubborn strands clinging to my face, and pulled my tank top away from my clammy skin. Samuel scooped the dagger up, yanked my other failure free of the dummy, and threw the two blades at the target to my right. Naturally, both hit home, virtually dead center.
again,
He said. I missed and spat a curse.
again.
I'm sick of this. Marching toward the target, I shot him a snarl. I'm sick of this place. I'm sick of Kale avoiding me, and I'm sick of you barking orders.
Again.
He growled, low and deadly enough to trickle shivers down my back. Screw you! I retrieved my daggers and headed for the door. This wasn't working. Nothing was working. I needed another way to get to Kale, another lead to follow. Something, anything, instead of throwing daggers at a target and getting nowhere. Maybe I could ask Andrews if I could see Becky's journal, but even as I considered it, I knew I shouldn't go back there.
You're sick. I'm sick of your constant self-indulgent whining. If you quit, what do you think will happen the next time you start to get hungry? The next time someone pisses you off?
I don't care, I snarled.
You lack discipline and control. You're afraid and weak and confused. You also lack focus and integrity.
I laughed. My integrity is just fine, thank you.
Why are you here, Elena? What is it you really want from us?
I stopped. I don't know anymore. I didn't turn, didn't want to see the disappointment on his face. The door was close, my way out. I'd leave, get away from the FA. Stay with Andrews.
You can't run from this,
Samuel said, so close behind me that I jumped. You have no idea what I'm going through, what's happening to me, I said quietly.
I know temptation. The Fae live with it every day. We war with ourselves inside and out. You need to accept your nature in order to master it.
I sighed. How could he possibly understand the madness clawing at my mind? I just want to be Elena again. The reporter who needed the scoop to get her job back. Everything had been so much easier then. Samuel stepped between me and the door, blocking my exit and forcing me to look up to meet his gaze.
Your old life. It wasn't real.
His fey eyes glared hard and cold.
Get over it.
I shouldn't have come here. I don't know what I was thinking. I made a move for the doorway, but Samuel sidestepped into my path.
You're just going to leave?
He asked, lip curling. When you get out of my way. There was that incredulous disappointment again.
You know I can't let you leave unsupervised. You're too dangerous.
So I'm a prisoner? He didn't answer, and didn't smile. Just stood there like a damn statue. Rigid and stubborn. Wow, I laughed. You're gonna stop me? Try it. I snatched for my dagger. Samuel's fast, but I'm faster. I plucked the weapon free and danced back, light on my feet. He snarled, a purely fey ripple of a warning at the back of his throat, and tensed to throw a right. I feinted one way, and when he made a move to grab me, I spun and hit him in the lower back with a dagger handle, enough for him to know it could have been a lot worse. My moment of triumph lasted long enough for me to recognize it before Samuel kicked my legs out. I sprawled, flat on my back, teeth slamming together so hard the noise rang in my skull. He pinned my wrist under his boot. I twisted, brought my knee up, and knocked his weight-bearing leg forward. He crumpled hard, falling back with an immensely satisfying oomph. He laughed. I'd never heard him laugh before. This was a deeply rich chuckle, somehow equal parts wicked and joyful. The laughter cut off the moment I straddled his legs, pinned him still, and lifted the dagger. Something funny, Sam? He pinched his lips closed, but the chuckle still jerked through him. His lips twisted as he fought with a grin and failed. You're not supposed to laugh. I braced my arms on either side of his head and leant over him. My hair fell on one shoulder and trailed against his cheek. The chuckles faded, his smile melted away, and he stilled. I like it, I said. We weren't touching, not skin to skin, and yet I could feel the tug of something like Driocht. A simpler desire, a human one. The warmth of him, the fresh smell of pine and cedar, of woodlands and grasses and freedom. Home. Fairy.
Elena.
He rested a hand on my shoulder, perhaps intending to keep me at arm's length. I just wanted a taste, to experience something that wasn't screwed up or tainted by Driocht or hunger or the hound. Just a little bit of something normal. Tell me to stop, and I will, I whispered. His fingers dug into my shoulder, but he didn't push. He waited, an unreadable expression on his face. I closed my eyes, breathed him in, tasted him on my lips, my tongue, and kissed him slowly, brushing my lips over his. He could stop me if he wanted to. I kissed again, a long, lingering taste. He opened a little, allowing more. There was no surge of power, no messed up need, just a light tingling where our lips met, enough to know I liked it. He tasted sweet and surprisingly soft. I licked the tip of my tongue across his lip and then nipped. His intake of breath sprinkled darts of pleasure way down low. He released my shoulder and slipped his hand down my back, pulling me down as his mouth chased mine. I pulled back a little and smiled as he came with me. His eyes had darkened, pupils dilating. He wanted me. The girl made of nothing but wicked thoughts and bad dreams. His fingers slipped into my hair and pulled me down into a heated kiss, heavy with desire. I eased my hand under his shirt and soaked in the warmth of him. Hard and yet soft, in all the right ways. I wanted to taste where my hand roamed, and more. All of him. The kiss broke apart. I nipped at the line of his jaw, his neck, and felt his body twitch beneath me. This was real. Not some twisted, fey battle of wills, but two people, each needing the other, for no other reason than because it felt good. I flicked open a few of the uniform buckles and trailed delicate kisses down the line of his collar. His sharp breaths, the feel of his thighs trapped between mine, his hand clenching against my back. These things licked pleasure all the way through me, shortening my own breath and fluttering my heart.
Alina.
There was a ragged plea in the way he said my name. Tell me to stop. I whispered the words against his chest and eased my hand inside his jacket, relishing the feel of him. I spread my fingers wide. The rise and fall of his chest quickened. I hadn't known I could do this, have this control over pleasure, his and mine. I flicked my gaze again to his. He watched, lips parted, a new hunger in his eyes. Rising up, I unbuckled the rest of his jacket and flicked it open. Ever since the pool, I'd wanted to touch him. That was curiosity. This was something else entirely. He was perfection in every inch, tanned and smooth, but hard and unyielding where I trailed my fingertips low. I skimmed where his waistline dipped into a tantalizing V and dove below his waistband. He sucked in a sharp hiss through his teeth. I'd found where he liked to be touched, but he caught my hand and yanked me forward before I could explore any further. His eyes pinned me still as he raised the inside of my wrist to his lips and brushed maddening kisses along the tender inside of my forearm. Need throbbed low, overriding whatever reasoning I had left not to do this. I pulled my arm free and pinned his shoulders down, drilling my stare into his. The laughter was back in his eyes and on his lips. I kissed him hard and hungrily. He sank his hand into my hair and returned the madness, tasting like fairy, touching like he needed me, just as much as I did him. I broke the kiss, shifted down so I could flick my tongue along the planes of his chest, and nudged a knee between his legs. A groan or a gasp escaped him. I wasn't sure which. I eased my hand between us, riding my palm over exactly where he needed it. A deep, guttural growl rumbled through him. I need this, I whispered, and tilted my head up so that my chin grazed his chest. He pulled me back into a kiss, hooked his leg around mine, and rolled me onto my back. No madness, no urge to control, no hound. Just the feel of Samuel moving over me. Someone coughed nearby. Samuel and I both froze, the only sound that of our panting and my pounding heart. Samuel, I can see that you're incredibly busy with your training session, Nick said. Cale has urgently requested your presence. Shall I inform him the construct has you in a compromising position? Samuel's eyes met mine. Promises glittered in those tricolors.
Later,
He whispered, before somehow climbing off me with all the grace and poise of an FA warrior. Flushed, hot, and wet in all the right and wrong places, I wasn't sure I could stand, and didn't dare look at Nix. Samuel strode from the hall, working on his buckles to masterfully avoid Nix's pointedly raised eyebrow. You too, Alina, she added. I reluctantly got to my feet, straightened my clothes, and tried to keep the mischievous smile off my lips. Nix raised her eyebrows at me and mimicked a one-handed claw at the air. Rah! That's some training session, she said, following me out of the hall. I choked on a laugh. Later couldn't come soon enough. It was clear as soon as we reached the entrance hall that something big was going down. It seemed as though the entire FA were spilling out of HQ and packing themselves into a convoy of waiting vehicles. Samuel veered off toward the lead car, probably to check in with Cale. Nix and I climbed into Ska's Range Rover.
Buckle up,
He said.
it's a hot one.
What have we got? Nix asked, settling into the front seat and fastening her belt.
Ogre.
What? We both asked in unison.
There's an ogre in St. James's Park,
Ska replied, his grim face a testament to the gravity of his words. How? Nix snapped. I was glad to see her surprise was as real as mine.
Sam will know more.
Ska nodded at the returning warrior. Samuel climbed in the back beside me.
go.
He ordered, barely inside before Ska planted his foot to the floor.
Ogre.
Samuel confirmed, while tucking a communications earpiece into his ear.
News crews are all over the scene. This has to be professional, clean, and quick. No mistakes.
The last ordering, masquerading as advice, was aimed at me. How? Nix asked again, twisting in the front seat to fix her glare on Samuel.
Its origin is unknown.
There aren't any ogres in Under, I asked.
No.
All three Fae replied at once. So where had this one come from? I really wanted to ask if this ogre was just a big-muscled Fae, or the fairy tale giant kind of ogre, the kind that ate people. But considering the stony faces, I figured it might be easier to think the worst and hope for the best. Ska squeezed every bit of horsepower out of the rover's engines and every inch of grip from the tires as he raced through London's late-afternoon streets. A police barricade had cordoned off the Mall, the stretch of wide tree-lined road that hugged one side of St. James's Park. The route through to Trafalgar Square was blocked at one end, and Buckingham Palace barricaded at the other. The FA's rovers were waved through the cordon, hardly slowing. A scattering of cars lay strewn about the road. One had hit a tree, and flames engulfed the tangle of metal and wood. I was trying to get the measure of the carnage through the windshield when a gray, hulking mass of muscle, about the same size as a London bus, came thundering across the grass and punched the lead Range Rover, sending it careening into the park, toward the water. Oh, the eating people kind of ogre.
Group 2, abandon the vehicles and move in.
Samuel said, speaking into his earpiece.
Group 1, use the cars to block it if it runs. It must not leave the park.
Samuel's tone made it quite clear there was more at stake here than bad PR. Ska pulled our car to a skidding halt, and we were out in time to see the ogre tear a tree from the sidewalk and slam it down into the road, shattering the asphalt. It opened its cavernous mouth and roared loud enough to set off nearby car alarms. The FA moved in, their distinctive black and red attire drawing the ogre's attention. It lifted the tree and swung it like a bat at the converging FA.
Alina,
My attention snapped to Samuel.
you're fast.
He said, freeing his own daggers and narrowing his sight on the ogre.
I need you and Nix to get behind it. There's a weak spot at the back of the neck. Stab it there, sever its spine, and it'll go down.
Right, Nix said, immediately turning on her heel to circle around behind the creature.
Go!
Samuel barked at me, and then jogged toward his company. Okay, sure. I could climb the ogre's back. A police helicopter swooped in low over the surrounding buildings and trees. The ogre saw it, straightened its back, and let loose another air-shattering bellow. Damn, it was tall. Yeah, okay. I can do this. I'd fought a possessed spider queen. This thing was all muscle and didn't look nearly as calculating as her. I jogged after Nyx, telling myself over and over how this would all be over soon. The few of the FA saw Nyx and I, and they moved in to distract the ogre, while we lined up behind the massive gray. "This is nuts," I said, loud enough for Nyx to hear me over the car alarms and ground-shaking stomps. Nyx grinned. "This fellow's just a baby." She punched me in the arm, like that was supposed to help. "You took on a lich, Alina. This is a walk in the park. Literally." This thing wasn't like the lich. While I could feel the by now familiar tug of a fey connection, I couldn't taunt the ogre and drink it down like I had the lich in the underground. It would likely pummel me into the earth the second I opened my arms to it. If I had any other tricks up my sleeves, now would be a good time for them to manifest. I rolled my shoulders and tried to summon the deeper fey part of me. Considering everything I'd accomplished in the past, I should be able to do this. "Ready?" Nyx grinned, clearly enjoying this way too much. "No." A shiver of Draocht trickled down my spine, or it could easily have been fear. "Watch for when he drops." We readied to run. The ogre swung its tree in a wide arc over its head, and then hammered it into an abandoned rover. "Go!" Nyx bolted. She took a running leap at the ogre's thigh. The ogre roared and spun, throwing its massive hand out toward me. I ducked, bounced to my feet, and ran right at it. Samuel would be nearby, cursing my mistake. Running headlong at the ogre was not part of the plan. The ogre's gnarled face screwed up even tighter. It bunched a fist into the earth, a warning, and when that didn't work, it raised the tree up high. Head down, legs pumping, I kept running. A staccato hail of gunfire punched through the air. The helicopter dipped low. The ogre bellowed and swatted it out of the air. It went down fast. Screeching metal pierced the air as the helicopter swept across the ground, taking with it anything and anyone in its path. And then its fuel tanks went up with a boom loud enough to shake the air and trip me out of my stride. The ogre forgot me and turned all of its rage on the fire. Screams, alarms, fires, smoke. I blocked the chaos, focused ahead, and visualized my route up the ogre's back. I can do this. I took a running jump and clung onto the rough skin of its leg. Digging my nails into the solid cracks, I climbed. I'm made for this. Where the hell was Nyx? The ogre's muscles twitched beneath me. The smell of its hot and rancid flesh burned my nose and clogged my throat. I climbed higher, digging the toes of my boots and fingers into the crevices. By the time I'd reached its shoulders, the ogre, knowing it had gained a passenger, started thrashing around in a circle, clawing at its back. I pulled myself in tight against its skin and clung on while London whirled out of the corner of my eye. Fear froze in my place. Just a little higher. Don't look down. It stopped circling. That's good. And started retreating from the line of Fae, shoving its way through the trees to stomp deeper into the park. The lake. The water. Oh. The ogre threw its massive bulk forward and rolled. My heart tried to jump out of my chest. Black lake waters rushed up to greet me. A shock of cold flooded across my face, up my nose and down my throat. Cold inched its way into my clothes. I kicked off the ogre, pushed as hard as my burning thighs allowed, and broke the surface with a gasp. Blue sky and freedom had never seemed so far away. A mountain moved in front of the daylight, blocking everything. The ogre scooped me up in its cage-like fingers. I scrabbled around, trying to grip my slippery daggers, and saw the creature's mouth gape. Teeth like concrete blocks, eyes like coal. Fear clutched at my heart and twisted. And all I could think was how I hadn't found Becky. Andrews would never know if she was safe, and I couldn't let that go. I couldn't die here. I wasn't ready. The ogre peered through its fingers. Its massive eye rolled in its watery socket. A pupil the size of a football widened, focusing on me. The ogre huffed, blasting me with moist, pungent air. I peered back at it, breath sighing through my chattering teeth. A shiver rolled over me, not from the cold, but one of recognition. And fear. Terrible, icy, maddening fear. Tingles passed through my hands. Driocht. I felt what it was feeling. The fear of London, of the noise, the light, the people, and me. It recognized me too, at least the me inside. I brought its hand closer to its eye and snuffled at the gaps in its fingers, breathing me in. Sorry, but you don't belong here. I slashed a dagger across the ogre's palm, parting its leathery flesh. It let out a hideous shriek, and in the next second, air rushed by me. I reached for something, anything, to grab a hold of and hit the water hard enough to punch air from my lungs. I didn't think of Samuel, or Nyx, or Arachne. Shay, Rain, they meant nothing. All that mattered was me, and how in the next moment I might not exist. Entangled in panic and fear, a visceral rage burned so damn cold that it sent its chilling numbness through every part of me. I do not die here today. Green vapor, driocht, whipped around me, giving me buoyancy. The power cocooned me, and would probably have saved me had a steel-like hand not clamped around my foot and yanked. The ogre lifted me clean out of the water and dangled me high in front of it. The world swirled. "Elena!" I heard Nyx, but couldn't fix her in the whirling blur of color and light. The ogre let out a harrowing cry. I hit the water again, this time inhaling lungfuls, before finally breaking the surface in time to see the ogre fall face first into the lake. It lay still. Waves caused by the fall washed me toward the edge, where I somehow managed to drag my battered body onto the bank before retching up what felt like all of my insides. Only when my body had stopped heaving did I look up to see Nyx striding over. She looked the same as she had before all of this, bright-eyed and grinning from ear to ear.
Distracted while I take you down? I like your thinking,
she said between breaths.
Anything broken?
Everything.
Ah, you're fine.
She grabbed my arm and hauled me to my feet.
Just a bit damp.
Then she took my hand in hers and squeezed.
Now that's what I call proving yourself, Elena.
Chapter 17. We had orders to group in the lounge and wait for the general. I had enough time to strip off my wet clothes and find some dry sweats. Numerous cuts and grazes throbbed and burned. I wasn't sure how I'd stayed in one piece, and I tried not to think about it, especially when so many of the Fae had suddenly begun flashing me smiles. It appeared as though all it took to be accepted by the Fae authority was an old-fashioned fight with an ogre. Tired and restless, the same old urges plucked at my nerves. To touch, to feel, to feed. Waiting for Kale wasn't helping. I still hadn't managed to corner him. At least, now that his warriors seemed more inclined to welcome my presence, I might be able to get some answers about Becky. My thoughts drifted to Andrews, and with those thoughts, the need followed. I could have blamed the desire to see him on concern for a friend, but it would have been a lie. A hush passed through the crowd of warriors. Kale strode through the parting crowd, the soft light muting his silvery eyes, turning them storm gray. He stopped at the end of his massive table and regarded the Fae waiting on his next words. He'd always had a commanding presence, but among his own, he cut a formidable figure.
Everything I'm about to say is restricted information. If I hear of anything being leaked to anyone outside of this room, Fae or otherwise, repercussions will be swift and merciless.
The straight-faced F.A. stayed silent. I checked the expressions of those closest to me and found only admiration and respect in their solid gazes. Where's Samuel? He should be here. I stretched onto tiptoes and got a good look about the room. No sign of Samuel.
As we are all very much aware, an ogre found its way into St. James's Park.
Cale began.
We were lucky the damage was restricted to the confines of the park, but the implications of this, besides the obvious negative impact on public relations, are far-reaching and potentially disastrous to our continued peaceful cohabitation with the people of London.
He paused and scanned the room. Nobody said a word.
There are no ogres in Under. To be entirely sure, I've had a team check Under's catacombs.
Cale's attention briefly snagged on me at the mention of Under.
They are intact,
He said.
The lich did not come from Under, as we first assumed, and neither did the ogre.
A murmur rippled through the Fae. Nyx eased into a gap beside me. She changed out of her leathers into jeans and a padded fur-lined jacket. She acknowledged me with a slight smile, but her lips turned down when she faced the general.
There's only one place the beast of fairy can originate from,
Cale said.
But that's impossible,
Someone called out. Cale lifted his chin and straightened.
It's entirely possible. We are evidence of that fact.
The murmuring grew louder. Nyx frowned at me, tucked her thumbs into her jeans pockets, and said under her breath, Fairy, it can't be. But I thought there wasn't enough Draocht here to... My whisper cut off.
There are two possible sources.
Cale raised his voice, quietening the restless crowd.
One, the elders are reopening the path between Fairy and Terra.
I gathered Terra was their name for our world. The crowd erupted.
Two,
Cale boomed.
someone here, most likely an organized group, has reopened the path to Fairy.
Shivers raised the fine hairs on my arms. The faces at the Fae told the story clearly enough. Fear, panic, anger. Hisses of impossible, why, dangerous, elders became full-blown outcries. Cale let it go on, watching and absorbing his people vent their frustration.
Are you all finished?
He boomed. The crowd settled, but a brittle sense of fear moved through them.
We need to consider both possibilities.
Cale continued.
The elders haven't woven a path to Terra for hundreds of years. As far as we know, there's no reason for them to do so. They aren't aware we're alive. This is not a purge, or we'd be overrun with fairies inhabitants. Considering the atmosphere in London and the dissent among the Fae, the most likely source is a small group harvesting enough Draocht to weave their own path.
Why? The cries went up.
There aren't any elders here.
Suicide!
How? That's not possible.
Cale weathered the onslaught of questions before lifting a hand, instantly silencing the room.
Whoever they are, they haven't yet succeeded in weaving a stable path, or we'd have more than a stray ogre to deal with. I will discover the source. Until then, double patrols, night and day. Anything suspicious, anything at all, immediately report it to me.
He unrolled 2 maps of London, a street map and a maze-like map of the underground.
We're looking for concentrations of Draocht. The unit which searched Under reported an unusually high level of Draocht near the catacombs.
He pointed at the street map, somewhere close to the easternmost bend on the River Thames.
It dissipated just as quickly as they could track it. While we know the catacombs are intact, the beasts are restless. Until we discover the source and the motive, be on your guard for any manner of fairies creatures. I'm expecting the highest level of professionalism from each of you. If we lose the faith of the public as well as our own kind...
He paused, leaving no doubt how serious this was.
We've already been cast out of one home. Let's not allow the same to happen here.
Cale waited a few beats, scanning the crowd as he did.
Dismissed.
The murmurs turned to noisy chatter in his wake. I followed the general out of the cafeteria into the hallway. General? When he turned, tiredness pulled tight at his features. Fine lines had gathered around his eyes.
I'd like to thank you for your conduct at the park,
He said.
Had it not been for you and Nix, the ogre could have proven far more problematic.
I swallowed, unsure how to take what felt like entirely honest praise from a fae I despised. Have you thought about what I said? About training me? He held my gaze.
After everything you've just heard, that's what you're going to ask me.
He sighed and started walking away. Wait, I wanted to ask about Becky, to demand where he'd been and why he was avoiding me. But with the threat of Fairy looming over us, Andrew's missing sister seemed the least of our concerns. Cale had the future of the Fae in London resting on his shoulders. The strain of that weight showed in the downturn of his lips and slope of his shoulders. Is it true? I asked. Could someone be bringing these things through from Fairy? His smile was a shallow curve, but it was the haunted, knowing look in his eyes that concerned me.
Where Fairy is concerned, anything is possible.
Who are these elders you mentioned? He lifted his chin and gestured for me to walk with him back through the house. I fell into step as he said,
Elder Fae are born into powerful bloodlines. They're able to harvest more Dreocht than any other Fae, and to weave it together, giving purpose and form to life. A Dreocht concentration focused in one place could link Terra, here, and Fairy.
he said, a note of gruffness scratching through his voice.
No elders were sent here during the purge, and they do not know we've survived. Had they suspected, we'd have been slaughtered long before now.
Wasn't kicking you out of Fairy enough?
Elders orchestrated the purge to be rid of us. If they thought for a moment we'd survived, thrived even, they'd have sent the hunt.
Worry clouded his expression.
Put simply, if the elders knew we lived like this, we'd be dead tomorrow. All of us.
He drew in a breath and steeled himself in the next step.
I suspect we're looking for a disgruntled group working exceptionally close together in order to gorge themselves on Dreocht. Someone among them must have knowledge enough to attempt to weave a path. The incident at the park clearly shows they've tried and briefly succeeded.
Rain had been high on Dreocht. Was that the kind of gorging Cale meant? Rain had also said he didn't want to be here if it meant hiding. He was hurting. But was it enough to somehow open a path to Fairy? He'd once told me he'd never go back. But that was before he lost everything. So, a group could do this? It doesn't have to be one person?
With a large enough source of Dreocht, a prior knowledge of weaving it, I believe it's possible.
But you aren't sure? I jogged up a set of steps beside Cale.
No, I'm not sure.
We'd reached the entrance hall. He hesitated by the front door and turned to settle something of a softer gaze on me.
I'm going to need each and every warrior at my disposal, should whomever this is succeed in opening a stable path to Fairy. As much as I'm not convinced by you or your motives, I need you.
Me or the spirit?
All that you are.
The girl made of fairy dust. I'll do what I can, but not for you. For the people of London, who'd get caught in the crossfire. For the Fae shoved into the dark for no other crime than being who they are. Cale curtly nodded and opened the door. General, do you have any leads at all? His eyes narrowed, sharpening into suspicion.
Sovereign is entirely capable of everything I've mentioned.
Of course he'd blame this on Rain. The rock star and the hound were a convenient scapegoat for every Fae screw-up. I laughed softly. Really? You're gonna blame this on Rain? He might not much like the life right now, but he wouldn't sabotage his chances at getting back the life he's lost. The general wasn't fazed by my words. and that determined glare only reminded me of how little I really knew.
Sovereign has many lifetimes behind him, Alina. He'll create another. Same as we all will, should the worst happen. Now, unless you have anything else to say, I have many lies to spin for the mayor.
Lies? A tight smile hooked into his thin lips.
London isn't ready for the truth.
I returned to the lounge as the Fae started to trickle back through the house. Nyx was slumped back in a chair, her boots up on the table. Hey. I stopped just behind her. Have you seen Samuel? Can you believe it? She asked, ignoring my question. After all this time, they're trying to open a path back. You couldn't drown me in Dreock to get me back there. A TV chatted too loudly behind me. One of the Fae immediately switched the channel to London News. I winced at the widescreen footage of the ogre trashing St. James's Park. The feed cut to a neatly presented reporter holding a microphone in front of shoppers on Oxford Street. Why don't they go back to where they came from? The shopper made a sweeping gesture with her hand, nail polish flashing. We don't want their trouble here. It's bad enough we got immigrants from overseas. Now we got to pay to keep the fairies fed. I don't pay my taxes so they can sit on their asses all day looking pretty. Another few faces, this time a well-dressed older couple.
Before they came, everything was better. You didn't have to worry about the touch all the time. What's the government doing about it? This isn't the London I grew up in.
Cut to a cabbie leaning out of his black cab.
No, I won't take 'em. Can't risk it. There ain't no knowing what's going on in their heads. I mean, if they kept this secret, what else are they hiding? That general has a lot of questions that need answering.
The few Fae still watching did so in silence. I knew exactly what it felt like to be looked down upon as different, as not wanted. But seeing them experience the same left me hollow. London was their home, as much as it was any of those people from the news report. They'd been here centuries, hiding, shunned. Nyx's smile pulled down into a grimace. The falling property prices, the increase in missing persons cases, even the damn rain, they're blaming it all on the Fae. This needs to be stopped before it gets any worse. She planted her boots, stood up, and headed for the door. Check the roof, she called back. Huh? For Samuel. I lost her in the warren of corridors, but made my way to the fire escape. I breathed in the after-rain evening air and welcomed London's background din. Samuel was here, as Nyx had said he would be. He was standing close to the edge, hands buried in his pockets, framed by London's sparkling nighttime cityscape. I hesitated, but only to run my gaze over the cut of his profile. I knew what he was capable of. I'd been at the receiving end of his warrior skills often enough, but I'd never really stopped to see through the warrior to the man beneath. Alone, up here, with his face turned toward a city where tension crackled in the air, he seemed both powerful, in that typically masculine Fae way, and vulnerable. Hey. My dislike of heights kept me a few feet behind him, but close enough to see the seriousness etched into his face. He turned his head toward the vast Ferris wheel, the London Eye. You okay? I asked. You missed the pep talk.
It's no joke, Alina.
My smile faded. I know. I ventured a little closer, just enough for him to be able to glance over his shoulder at me.
You don't. I was young when the elders purged us from Fairy.
He smiled, but it was a cruel, ironic smile, part snarl.
They killed so many, searching for peace by making war.
He paused, a painful frown sharpening his features, likely from the memories.
Hundreds died, fighting for their right to stay. Our young, our old, friends, family. The hunt came, rounded us up like beasts, slaughtered the weakest in front of us. That fear, it's...
He looked down, breaking away from my gaze.
We couldn't escape the cut of their blades.
I wanted to help him, to say the right thing, but I wasn't sure how. What could I possibly say or do to make right what had been done to them? Nothing. Perhaps that was all I need do. Nothing. Just listen. I stepped closer, close enough that I could have slipped my hand in his. I wouldn't, though. If I tried it, I'd probably end up face down with his knee in my back. He turned his face back to London, but the city's lights still glittered in his eyes.
We didn't know what awaited us here. We had our own myths about Terra, as you have myths about Fairy. Those myths weren't inviting. We fought with blade, with teeth and claw, with everything we had. That wasn't enough. Only the three spirits combined can temper the elders.
Cale mentioned that an elder could weave a path to Fairy. He cast his gaze toward London, his smile sad and knowing, but I knew that look. His thoughts were another world away.
Fey blood is rich with life. Old blood. The bloodlines of families who can trace their heritage back to the time of the reckoning. They are different. Driocht is more a part of them than any other Fey. They're able to harvest it, take it into them, manipulate and weave it, as though it's a tangible substance. Those Fey, we call them elders.
He spoke as though in awe, but I knew by now that nothing in Fairy was heroic. Everything there was out to destroy and devour. A breeze carried with it the hum of traffic and a distant siren. This world wasn't like theirs.
So beautiful you'd cry tears of blood. So enticing you'd sacrifice everything you've ever loved to stay one more day.
Rain had told me, both afraid of his world and in awe of it. There's no place like home. A part of me knew that feeling of coming home and ached to go back. It didn't matter that I'd never seen it, breathed its air. Fairy was a part of me, the same as it was a part of all the Fae exiled here.
We, the Fae, we don't belong here,
Samuel said softly.
It takes great courage to move forward when all around you holds you back. We could make it work, but I fear it's coming apart.
I held his gaze, looked deep into his tricolored eyes, and really knew him, as he knew me. Outsiders looking in. For all his skill and prowess, the loneliness aided him. Inside, we were more alike than I'd realized. I swallowed to clear the hitch in my throat. Do you think the Fae, the ones who were trying to open a link back, just want to go home? He considered my words for a few moments, turning his gaze once again to London and her sprawling patchwork of old and new. Long evening shadows played on his face and darkened his eyes that studied the city as though searching for answers along its jagged horizon.
No, there's more to it. If we were to return, the elders, the Harpy, they would kill us. Terra has us scattered and divided. This world has softened us, made us weak. If we were to ever go back, we'd have to be strong. Stronger than this world allows for. We'd need more Driocht than can be found here, and an army behind us.
Then why meddle with Fairy at all? He smiled at the city.
You have Arachne within you. You must know there's only one reason to risk the ire of the elders.
What I knew of Arachne just told me she'd fought the Harpy and Kushi, that all three wanted to rule, but none could. Perhaps Arachne, like all Fae, wanted to be recognized. The London Fae weren't ever going to be satisfied living in the dark. They wanted their freedom back, and more. Reinforcements? He nodded.
They, whoever is doing this, want to prove to the elders that we didn't die here. Quite the opposite. We're alive and...
He trailed off, his gaze finding me once more, but this time a fresh hunger glittered in those amethyst eyes. And what?
The Fae could control this city, this land, and its people.
The general had spoken as though this was the work of a few individuals. Samuel spoke as though the Fae all wanted the same thing: to rule. That's a big leap.
Is it? You know what it's like out there. The Fae aren't going to be pushed into the shadows. The Queen's death was the catalyst. It's inevitable.
The icy nip of the breeze sprinkled goose flesh across my skin. The FA will stop it.
Will we?
He pulled his hand from his pocket and held out a crumpled piece of paper. I took it, unfolded it, and read the neat, tightly packed handwriting. Their laws are laughable. Love isn't the worst we can do. Their minds are pliable in our hands. We twist their dreams, distort their desires, make them ours. At least now they look upon us with deserved respect, albeit born of fear and suspicion. Control the Fae. No more free-roaming rights. No more positions of power. We, the Fae Authority, agree to these conditions. They appear to need reassurance to keep the masses calm. Their contracts are as worthless as the paper they're written on. We do not follow their laws, but will pretend to, for now. The pitiful humans of this forgotten world cannot fathom the danger waiting in the dark, seeking the light. We've been buried too long. The death of the Queen is proof enough. We cannot live among them, on their level. Such a notion is folly. This leaves only one solution: rule them as the gods we are. They will worship whether they want to or not. There is no choice for them to make. We take their choices from them. We own them. Our time is now. Who wrote it? Dread hollowed out my insides, letting the cold rush in, along with a memory. London isn't ready for the truth. Samuel didn't reply. He didn't need to.
For the first time since I ran from the hunt, I've no idea what to do.
He turned away from the edge and strode toward the fire exit. Wait! I followed. We can't let this go. You know that, right? He stopped at the door, hand on the handle.
Alina, Cale is...
Samuel's shoulders slumped.
You have to understand. He saved me.
I reached for Samuel's arm. He turned at my touch and looked down at me, not with disdain or frustration, but with concern, those brilliant eyes muted by weariness. He's dangerous, I said.
Cale has saved all of us in the FA. He gave us purpose when there was nothing left. We'd give our lives and follow him into Magmeal if he asked us to.
Magmeal, the underworld, my memory supplied. You'd follow a man with dubious morals who's killed hundreds of his own men on the battlefield to your death? Anger flashed in Samuel's eyes. He brushed my hand away.
He's made mistakes, as have we all.
This isn't a mistake. It's intent. Cale knows exactly what he's doing. Mistakes? I've never heard anything so ridiculous in my life. You'd think after a few hundred years you'd know better. Granted, I've not been around for long, but still. That little note is practically a confession. He wants to rule the people here. And you're just going to go along with it because he says so?
There's no evidence he's put into action any of what he's written. If anything, he's doing everything he can to stop the unrest.
No evidence, but plenty of suspicion. How did you get this? He threw his gaze toward the amber-tinged evening skies. Where, Samuel?
Tucked into the planner in his desk. I saw it when you were looking for your daggers.
Then there's no doubt. I folded the note and tucked it into my pocket. And it's not the only thing he's guilty of. We have to confront him. If you won't, I will. Cale needed to explain the note himself, face to face. And he could explain where Becky was, too. No more avoidance tactics. No more vague questions. I was getting direct answers from him if I had to hold a knife to his throat to do it. I shoved by Samuel, but he caught my arm, jolting me to a halt.
Don't.
That tone was one he'd used on his FA brethren. An order. I bristled and looked down at where his fingers dug in. His grip relaxed, but he didn't let go.
Not yet.
He said softly.
If we call him out with the FA behind him, he'll order them to take us in. And they will.
Even with you questioning him?
Even with me. You've experienced their loyalty firsthand.
The beating, the tunnels, yes. I knew what their loyalty felt like. I searched Samuel's face, the determined press of his lips, the intelligence in his eyes, and the fey desire to touch tingled through my hand, curling my fingers into my palm. Would he turn away from me? I'm not letting this go, I said through clenched teeth.
We wait.
He stepped closer.
And we watch.
Another step. Samuel eased his hand up my arm. His touch skimmed my shoulder, and then his warm fingers brushed my face. He moved quickly enough to waylay any protest I could muster.
The note doesn't change anything,
He said, his words soft, whisper-like, and those whispers held hidden promises.
We have streets to patrol, control and order to maintain. I'm closer to him than any other fae this side of Fairy. He'll confide in me.
His words might have been severe, but the intention in his touch was something else entirely. It's clear he's lying about a lot of things, I said. While half my thoughts clung on to the severity of Cale's plans, the other half were already lost in the tingling play of Samuel's touch and what might happen should he close the small distance between us. He tucked my damp hair behind my ear. His fingertips spilled tingles where they brushed my cheek. The fading light scattered in his beautiful fey eyes, lending them an endless depth, the kind you could lose yourself in. He eased his fingers into my hair, tilting my head up.
You hide it well, but there's true beauty in you, Alina. Fae beauty. You're afraid of it.
He touched his lips to mine, just the lightest of brushes, and whispered,
You don't need to be afraid. Not with me.
His words, he couldn't know how they wrapped around my fears, softening them, until beneath the brush of his lips, I forgot why I was afraid to get close to anyone. With him, it didn't matter what I was. A single touch wouldn't send me spiraling into madness or summon something dark and untamable as it did with Rain. Samuel wanted me from me, and that was okay. His lips on mine, his hands pulling me against him. I forgot my fears, forgot trying to be something, someone I wasn't.
Do you still need this?
He whispered, words slightly ragged around their edges. Yes.
Do you want it?
His smile moved against my lips. I hooked my arms around his neck and pulled him down into a kiss that would leave no room for doubt. He moved against me, his hands finding places I didn't know could make me gasp. He came alive beneath my touch, his body moving in a tantalizing combination of hard and soft. He was a different Samuel now, an apex predator tamed beneath my hands. Not the stalwart fey warrior, but someone else. Someone who knew the real me. Someone who cared. And my lonely heart broke open. A sparkling nighttime London was our backdrop, while he discovered all my weaknesses and teased them with his mouth, his fingers, his tongue. His kisses burned, his touch too, but not from Driocht. My fingers against his warm skin summoned breathless growls. My playing nips earned me the kind of deep, throaty response that had my insides fluttering. I didn't want him to stop, and for a while, I wasn't the construct. I wasn't even Alina. Beneath him, he roused the raw, most basic part of me. I didn't need a reason. This wasn't about love, just need. A pure, simple, uncomplicated need to be a woman. To be alive. Chapter 18. Relentless patrols kept the FA on edge and the general out of sight. Samuel assured me he was doing everything he could to earn Cale's confidence, but the FA was stretched thin. The next few shifts saw Samuel stepping in to stop what might have turned into a deadly knife fight. I, too, might have been losing my mind if it hadn't been for the moments Samuel and I stole between shifts, and between his sheets.
You need 3 oct,
he said, trailing his fingers down my bare arm, spilling a little cool drioct in their wake. Good shivers skittered low. I tucked my chin into my chest and pulled his arm around me. Tangled together, sheets knotted around us, it seemed nothing else existed in the world. Outside his bedroom, doors slammed and murmuring voices occasionally passed on by. These moments, short-lived as they were, made me forget the chaos unraveling on London streets. I could forget a lot of things while held close against him, listening to the steady beat of his heart. I liked forgetting. It made the worry, the doubt, and the fear seem distant. I know. I'll go to the clinic. He brushed his chin against my shoulder and purred low and deep. The sound of it rumbled through his chest. I smiled and shifted just enough to elicit a deeper growl, the sound I hunted for when I knew I had him. In every way, Samuel was made to entice. He had a body that begged to be touched, a sharp mind, and a deeply delicious, wicked streak that spoke to all my inhibitions and tore them right out. I was under no illusions. This wouldn't last, not least because of the fae spirit I had residing in my temporary soul. But I'd take him, all of him, while I could. Nyx came close to being overwhelmed tonight, I said, remembering how the gang of fae had descended on us in a Camden parking lot.
She's too quick and smart to ever be overwhelmed.
He nipped at my ear, eliciting my own purr. I twisted in his arms and punched him in the shoulder, which didn't do a damn thing other than prompt him to raise an eyebrow as a challenge. I'd have liked to challenge him. His look told me he'd like it too.
My shift starts soon.
Where are you patrolling?
Islington.
My latest patrol in Camden had reminded me of the promises I had to keep. Andrews and his sister. The FA need help. Samuel's smile was fading, as it often did when I mentioned work. When in his uniform, he wore his role like a second skin. The smiles, the playful glint in his eye. He kept all of that well guarded among the FA. He told me the FA didn't need a friend. They needed a leader.
You're thinking of your policeman friend?
Samuel asked, clearly recognizing where my thoughts were headed. The Met should be involved.
That's not up to me. And Cale, he's wary of allowing the police access to our methods.
Wary of being found out, more like. Andrews is with SO30. Maybe they know something that could help us.
Special operations don't know anything. Cale's made sure of that.
But Andrews is different. It's not just a job to him. He knows more than most. If I tell him what's happening, he'll help. Samuel brushed my hair out of my face, tucked it behind my ear, and then spilled his touch down my neck and over my shoulder, in a way that had me wishing we had more time.
You shouldn't go back to him,
he said.
Your presence will make his bespellment worse, if he hasn't already succumbed.
And that was the other reason I needed to see him, to know if he was okay. It had been weeks since he'd begged me not to leave. He'd have seen the FA on the news. He'd know all about the rise in violence, and of course, my apparent heroics during the ogre event. I might not have found Becky, But I could tell him about Under's catacombs being sealed, about the origin of the ogre. He might be able to help locate the Fae who were dabbling with the Driocht.
Go to your detective, then.
Samuel sighed, recognizing defiance on my face.
Don't be surprised if he turns you away. You felt that temptation. Imagine it magnified tenfold, and you'll have an idea how the need is eating him up.
I knew that. I did. And I knew going back to him would probably destroy whatever shred of friendship we might have had left. But the FA needed help, and Cale was a bastard. It was time to get the people of London involved. That meant the Met's Face Special Operations SO30. Detective Danny Andrews would have helped before. He'd want to help now. Samuel trailed his fingers lower. A curious curl of a smile tilted across his lips.
I have approximately 30 minutes before my patrol.
He bowed his head, watching where his fingers traveled along my arm. The hooded, hungry focus in his eyes when he trawled his gaze back to me had all the hallmarks of a predator's gaze. One locked on his prey. The hunt was on. My cell rattled on the bedroom shelf. I scooped it up on my way out of the door and answered the unknown number as I strode down the FAHQ's halls. "Helena, you need to come. It's Rain," Shay said, words rushed and breathless. "Hold on." I headed out the main entrance door, careful to check the lit windows for any twitching drapes. Nobody was watching. "Go on. You have to come. Please." She rattled off an address in the East End and hung up. I had a half hour to kill before my next shift, and had planned to call ahead and then drop in on Andrews. I wasn't going to make it to the East End and back in half an hour, but Shay's tone had been urgent. I had to go. I quickly tapped out a text to Nix, letting her know I was heading to the clinic for my top-off. That way, they wouldn't question me. The train took me only so far. I had to walk the rest of the way, alongside a traffic-snarled road and beneath an overpass. Derelict Ford factories loomed out of the dark. They'd long ago been decommissioned and left to rust. Redevelopment hadn't quite reached this far out of the city yet. The din of traffic dulled my hearing. Fewer streetlights spread layered shadows. I had my daggers in sight. Those, and the red and blacks, should be enough to deter any unwanted attention. The address didn't exist, at least not that I could find. I had the right street, but the barren swathes of cracked concrete didn't have numbers.
Elena.
A whisper, spoken like a promise. Shivers spilled down my back. I turned my head, expecting to see Rain, but the access road was deserted. I could feel him, though, that incessant tug gently drawing me forward. He was here. I freed my daggers, ducked through a gap in the chain-link fence, and slipped quietly down the side of a hollow warehouse. The sounds of traffic faded, until all I heard were the beats of my own steady heart and the wind. Considering how I'd last seen Rain, on his knees begging me not to summon the worst of him, I wasn't entirely sure how he'd greet me. I tightened my grip on the daggers and followed the undercurrent of power into the warehouse. He sat almost dead center on a chair in the vast cathedral-like space, leaning forward, arms resting on his knees, waiting. There wasn't much else to look at. A tattered old couch, a small table, and we were alone.
Look at you.
His voice filled the space, ricocheting about the shadows until the quiet devoured it.
Rocking the FA colours like never before.
"We need to talk." There was no sign of Shay.
Yes, we do.
He got to his feet as I drew closer. He looked as good as always, in that raggedy way of his. Ruffled hair, colorful eyes, a smile playing on his lips. I kept my daggers at my sides, but relaxed a little as I drew close enough to see a closed file on the table. "What's going on?"
I'm sorry about the call. I had to get you away from the FA, and you wouldn't come if I just asked you to.
More lies. You put Shay up to it? He slid his gaze away and moved to the table.
If you'd like to snip me with your F.A. daggers, American girl.
He spread his arms, flaring his coat without looking behind him to see if I was moving.
Take your best shots.
I considered it, if only because he deserved to know what it felt like to have your heart ripped out.
It'll take more than a dagger in the back to kill me,
He added. I couldn't see his face to know if he smiled, but he sounded as though he did. You just have to be dramatic, don't you? You couldn't just pick up the phone and talk to me like normal people do. I noticed a few more personal items along with a few overnight bags. Was he living here? Was Rain sleeping rough on the street?
Some things have to be said face to face.
An unexpected slice of guilt cut through me. This was a long way from his Kensington house. I resheathed my daggers, crossed my arms, and plastered a rigid expression of indifference on my face. I wanted to reach out to him, to tell him to talk to me, to let me back in. But we'd moved way beyond light touches and soft words. Only a bitter cold distance existed between us now. Rain turned, came forward, and held out the file, expecting me to take it. What's that? I raised an eyebrow.
Proof.
Of what? Metropolitan Police was stamped across the front.
Your new F.A. friends and their lies.
Rain said. I kept my arms crossed and met his gaze. He even had the balls to look sorry. Did you get this from Andrews? He pushed the file closer.
He wants to help you.
I'm not the one who needs help.
No.
After giving the file a shake, he turned and tossed it back onto the table.
You're in the wolves' den, Alina. And they've got you so wrapped in their ways, you can't see them hunting you.
I sighed. Nothing was going to change. He hated the F.A., and the F.A. hated him. And I was stuck somewhere in the middle. You know, they think you're leading a band of Fae and opening a path back to Faerie. He snorted.
I'm possessed by Ku Shi, not nuts.
He slid a sidelong glare my way.
You don't believe their lies,
Lines appeared between his eyes, cutting deep.
do you?
I...
He's really gone to town on you, huh? Little pet Alina, led along by General Kale. What's the appeal? I know you like 'em old, but...
Just let it go, okay? My hand clenched into a fist. He saw it, and his smile turned smug. I'd forgotten how infuriating he could be. You do your thing, and I'll do mine. I know that now. Rain pulled a metal chair around, so it faced the wrong way, and then sat down, resting his arms on its back.
Did you know SO30 has a file on every known Fae in London? Some 3,000 in total, give or take a few.
3,000. More than I'd imagined. He looked innocent, like this was just small talk, but I knew him well enough to know everything he did. Every word that left his lips had an ulterior motive behind it. That's great. Look, Nix will be looking for me. I need to get back.
How's Samuel?
The way he asked it, just slipping it into conversation, like he hadn't been dying to ask that since I'd set foot in the warehouse. I pressed my lips together before anything foolhardy could slip free. He'd been checking up on me, behind my back, and using Andrews too. I unfolded my arms and planted a hand on a hip while the other rested near my thigh, and the dagger sheathed there. Samuel is fine.
Fine.
He tapped his fingers on the chair back.
He's not who you think.
I glanced at the file again. You asked Andrews to look up Samuel?
A quick fuck against the fire escape door, and you think you know him.
Cool, slippery rage, the deadly kind, spilled into my veins. You were watching us? He held my stare, his beautiful fey eyes defiant.
There wasn't much to see.
It didn't last long. Your Samuel flouts the laws he's supposed to uphold. A string of unwilling bespellments, year after year. 2 in the last 6 months. And every time Cale steps in to say it'll never happen again. What else does he lie about?
Rain's smile had died, and the spark of humor in his eyes had been snuffed out, leaving them cold. This was personal and pathetic. I wasn't believing a word of it. Samuel wouldn't make mistakes. Not like that. Samuel is... My voice quivered. I could barely get the words out through the blistering rage. Samuel's helped me more than you ever did. The words sailed into the dark, and Rain bowed his head, breaking away from my glare. What is this about, really? His lips turned down and his shoulders bowed. Huh? Tell me what I did to piss you off so much that you have to throw this at me. Is it because I left? Or maybe you just don't like the fact you're not the center of attention anymore. He winced, and I was glad my words hurt him.
I'm trying to help.
You're jealous. That's it, isn't it? You saw me with Samuel, and you couldn't bear the thought that I might actually like someone else. So what, you had to dig up dirt to destroy it? I looked away and rolled my lips together, struggling to swallow the acidic rage. Hot tears pricked my eyes. I blinked them away before they could fall. You know, all along I thought I was the broken one. I thought there was something wrong with me. But it's not me who's broken. It's you, Rain. You're toxic. Jaw set, he glared back.
I would have helped you,
He said quietly.
I offered to. I was right there. You shut me out.
I shut you out? How? How could he not see what his betrayal, his selfishness had done to me? You wouldn't even look at me. You did everything you could to push me away. I needed someone, anyone, and you might as well have been a ghost. You had Shay. I had no one. So yeah, I'm with Samuel and the FA now because they've given me a purpose. And Samuel cares. More than you ever did. I picked up the stupid police file and threw it at his feet, sending the papers sliding across the floor. How dare you wave a file in my face and tell me it's all for nothing? Why don't you just let me live my own life, Rain? He shot to his feet, kicked the chair away, and whirled on me. But he stopped inches from grabbing my arms and pulling himself back at the last second.
I never wanted to hurt you.
No, I saw you and Shay. I saw you. Confusion crossed his face, abruptly ending his anger. And then he got it. And right then, the unspoken sorry softened his eyes. He staggered back and ran a hand through his hair, sending his gaze about the empty warehouse. Anywhere but at me.
Did you ever think I might be having a hard time of it too? Yeah, Shay came back, and sure, I'm not going to lie, I needed her. I needed someone, anyone. I can't get within 2 feet of you for fear you'll pull the hound right out of me. I was going out of my mind in under. I need Driocht, and I can't go to a damn clinic because the FA would haul me in. I lost everything I worked for in the blink of an eye. When the Queen died, so did I. So sure, I fucked Shay, and yeah, I'm taking Driocht where I can. And I'm singing in bars because it's the only damn thing left that I own. The world doesn't revolve around you, Alina.
I understood all of that. I did. I knew why he turned to Shay. But the file, him watching, trying to destroy everything that was mine, his jealousy, his arrogance, it was too much. I lifted my hands and stepped back, struggling to get past the knot in my throat. I can't do this. I can't listen to this. Rain stepped forward, reaching.
We're the same.
I'm FA now.
I'm well aware of that. But it's not the FA I'm talking about. The spirits. You feel the connection? I know you do. You can't walk away from what we share.
I backed up. I had to get out, to get far away from him. Another step. But he came closer, anger blazing in his eyes.
Don't walk away from me.
I swallowed the sting of betrayal and lifted my chin. Watch me.
Alina?
He said my name like a question, as though asking if this was the end. The sound of it raced ahead of me as I strode back the way I'd come. I couldn't escape him. The spirits within made sure of that, but I could damn well turn away.
Be careful!
He called. I didn't know if he meant those words as a warning or advice, but I didn't stop to find out. Rain's words played over in my thoughts, the things he'd said and done. Going behind my back to dig up dirt on Samuel, and then watching us on the rooftop. A quick fuck against a fire escape door and you think you know him? I'd seen him with Shay, but that had been a mistake. What he'd done had crossed the line. He'd always been an arrogant ass, but this was different. He was different from the Fae who'd once wrapped me in his coat and told me we could be alone together. But how could I judge him when I'd changed too? There wasn't much left of Alina, the American girl, and the parts I stubbornly refused to let go died a little more every day. I stopped outside Andrews's apartment door, breathed in deeply, locked all the concerns down deep where they couldn't distract me, and knocked. Andrews? The door muffled sounds of shuffling and padded footfalls. It's Alina! I pressed my hand against the door, leaning a little closer.
You shouldn't be here.
The closed door couldn't hide the quiver or the accusation in his voice. There are some things you should know, as a detective. Not a friend. I wasn't here for personal reasons, was I? I swallowed. I'd also like to see your sister's journal, if it's okay.
Alina,
I won't hurt you. It hurt enough inside for the both of us. I won't stay long. I just need to see that you're okay. The lock clicked. I waited, watched the door open, and then saw a man who barely resembled the easygoing Danny Andrews who'd warned me off asking too many questions. His face had thinned. Shadows hollowed out his cheeks and eyes. His face was a milky pallor, speckled with several days' worth of stubble. He flicked his hazel eyes to me, then darted them away and stepped back to let me in. His place was a mess, worse than before. He was a mess. Shock emptied my thoughts of detachment. I'd done this to him. Danny.
I know. You don't have to say anything. Please, just don't say anything.
Even his voice sounded ragged and broken.
You look really great,
He mumbled. I mustered a small smile and tried not to show the pity on my face. There are things SO30 should know about the Fae and what's happening in London.
Wait.
He started to rummage through the papers, books, files, and magazines piled high all over his living room. His shirt hitched on the jagged angle of his shoulders and hung off his thin frame. He'll die if he continues like this. My heart fluttered. Fear. For him. Guilt twisted an acidic knot in my gut. He pulled his cell phone free of the mess.
Just let me record this. I might forget. My thoughts are... they're...
Okay, I said softly. My heart ached for this ghost of the man he'd once been. I cleared a space on his couch, sat and told him what I knew about the ogre and Cale's suspicions, then went on to explain Cale's confessional note. He listened from across the room, his eyes far away, nodding in all the right places, but he was hardly in the room with me.
I'll make sure they know. Thank you,
He said. He wouldn't or couldn't meet my gaze. Where was the Danny who smiled and said the things I was thinking? The Danny who'd sacrificed some of his life for mine all those weeks ago? Do you have your sister's journal? I'd like to know what she wrote about Cale. He nodded and disappeared down the hall. Rain patted against the windows and somewhere a clock ticked. No radio chatter, The silence and its loneliness weighed heavily in the air. I studied the mess strewn about the room, regret dragging me toward despair. This wasn't living. Andrews was going through the motions, but so far away from reality, he probably no longer recognized what was happening to him. I had to get him help, get him checked in somewhere. Nix would know where. Andrews reappeared with a butterfly-embossed journal.
She hadn't written it for years, not since we were kids. Then, after the Fae bespelled her, I think writing events down helped her try to make sense of it all.
He turned the journal over in his hand and ran his fingers over the pattern, perhaps reluctant to let it go.
Most of it is nonsense, but you might find something of use in there. She mentions seeing a Fae known as the General. That's how I
He
knew.
He held it out, his red-rimmed eyes darting. Thank you. I reached for the journal. Cuffs ratcheted around my wrist in a snap. I pulled back, but he yanked me forward, bringing me within an inch of his face, close enough to smell the sweet smell of fear and desire.
I'm sorry. You shouldn't have come. Why did you come?
Pain crumbled across his face. He didn't want this, but at the same time wanted it too much. Don't! I pushed against his chest. Don't, Danny, please! He stilled. His glare held steady as his grip on my arm.
I don't have a choice.
He tugged me off the couch. My knee cracked against the hardwood floor, but it was the elbow between my shoulder blades that slammed me down. I can stop this. I pushed back. He caught my other arm and snapped the cuffs closed, restraining both arms behind my back. Damn it, Danny!
Sorry. So sorry.
He tugged me upright and shoved me against the couch. Madness clouded his eyes. Bespellment. I knew what was coming, even as he straddled my legs and slammed both hands against my face. Fiery pleasure and pain flooded through my veins. He arched back, eyelids fluttering. Everything Danny Andrews spilled into my head. So much pain and hunger. The crawling, wicked, devastating need, chased by a cool wash of relief. Life, his, fell through my mind. I had him, all of him, wrapped in my web. He was mine. Too many touches, too much need. He teetered on the edge for too long, and now he was falling. His mouth smothered mine. I could have turned away, but the touch, it summoned parts of me I tried to keep hidden. I did nothing.
So sorry, Alina.
He said against my lips.
I didn't want to. I tried. But you're in my head. I can't get you out.
Do it. More. The darker part of me inside growled. Life. Fresh, real, bright, and delicious. I took it all, and he pulled it back through the touch. The high spilled over me. A brilliant, mind-shattering pleasure. His face. I'd never seen such peace there before. He'd not rested since his sister had vanished. His memories showed them together. A night out, a movie theater, drinks afterward. He'd slung his arm around her, made her laugh. He'd always looked out for her, and she him. He'd fought for her. He'd never stopped looking. It had been all that he'd lived for. But not anymore. Now, caught by bespellment, his pain, his fears, his doubts, they melted away. Nothing mattered. Nothing but the touch, the need, the high. His head was full of me, and the wicked, unreal love had him entrapped. This love was poison, and it had seeped into every facet of his mind. The touch, the thrill, it vanished. A cold emptiness shivered through me. What? I peered through a drunken haze at a tall, dark figure. Dark hair, dark coat, dark boots. And inside, there too, he was dark. Rain. Danny. Where was Danny?
Alina.
Where rain brushed my cheek, sharp, brittle sparks snapped between us. I gasped, breaking the surface of the madness. Andrews. Where? Danny lay face up, sprawled across the floor, breathing, but out cold. Rain, I didn't.
I know.
Rain pulled me forward and swore at the sight of the cuffs. I wanted to explain, to say that it wasn't my fault, that I'd come here for all the right reasons, but I couldn't. Rain returned to Andrews and rummaged through his pockets for a key.
You have to leave. Quickly, now. I'll deal with him.
I could see the rise and fall of Andrews' chest. That was good, wasn't it? I couldn't stop him. Even as I said the words, I knew they were lies. Rain tucked the key into the cuffs and released me. It happened so fast. Unease squirmed inside, and guilt, and something else too, like shame. Shame that was the acid burn in the back of my throat. Saliva pooled in my mouth. What have I done? Rain's steely fingers gripped my shoulders. He peered deep into my eyes, and for a while I lost myself in their colors.
Focus,
he ordered.
I'll need to know if you're right.
I opened my mouth to say I was fine, but I wasn't. It was so fast. I couldn't push him off. I couldn't do anything. I'm supposed to be strong, and I couldn't even stop him from... My vision blurred, head throbbing. I could have broken the cuffs. I could have fought him, but I didn't. I could have stopped him. The truth broke free of my denials and spilled from my lips. Rain, I wanted it. I wanted this. I wanted to hurt him. I enjoyed it. I'm just like them. Like all of them. Like you. No, not yet. I was still Alina, wasn't I? Still the American girl?
Look at me.
Tears blurred my vision. I clamped a hold of Rain's arms, afraid to let go, afraid of the harrowing guilt gnawing at my thoughts. What have I done to him? Rain didn't waste his breath with lies. The worry on his face told me all I needed to know.
I'll help him.
He hovered a hand beside my face, his frown cutting harder as he struggled with wanting to touch me and knowing he shouldn't.
It'll be fine, remember? Go.
No, it wouldn't be fine. I'd bespelled Andrews for good. I'd made him mine, and I'd wanted it. Danny Andrews wouldn't know anything but the need. I destroyed him. Killing him would have been kinder. Cool tears slid down my cheeks. He's not going to be okay, is he? Rain's grave face was my answer.
I'll do everything I can. But you have to leave. Can you do that? Are you going to be okay if I let you walk out of here?
Yes. He took my elbows and pulled me to my feet. Yes. My gaze drifted back to Andrews.
He's not the same man you knew,
Rain said.
He's too far gone to control himself.
I bit my lip and nodded, holding back the sobs that would come eventually. But not here. Not in front of Rain. Not when Andrews needed help. I pulled out of Rain's grip, scooped up Becky's journal, and clutched it close to my chest.
It's not your fault either, American girl.
Rain called after me. He couldn't see my tears. I wouldn't let him. And by the time I'd reached the street, they were gone. Chapter 19. Hot water pummeled my skin, but as hard as I tried, I couldn't wash away the shame. I had another patrol looming, but didn't feel like moving. I wasn't ready to go back out there, wrapped in red and black, marching to the same tune as the rest of the Fae. I wasn't like them. I wasn't. You okay? I'd heard Nix enter my bathroom a few minutes earlier, but kept my back to the shower door and my head bowed under the jets of water. Yes, I'm okay. Whatever tremors remained in my voice, the hiss of the shower hid any sign of weakness.
This isn't about sovereign, is it?
She asked, after processing my stilted words. I lifted my face and let the pressure jets burn my skin. I could just make out her figure through the fogged shower door, leaning against the basin.
You went to see your policeman friend.
Samuel must have told her. It wasn't a secret. Maybe it should have been. I was subject to Fey law, and I'd taken his drioct. Willing, unwilling, what did it matter? Rain was right. Andrews didn't have a choice.
Something happened.
It was more of a statement than a question. I pressed a hand against the cool tiles and spread my fingers. I can't go on hating what I am, but I don't want to stop caring either.
The touch?
I could have fought him off. It would have been easier to fight him, but I hadn't. The ugly in me had won. I wanted to hurt him. I wanted it to happen. The words came out flat, like the chilling quiet in my head. I want to cut out that part of me. You're Fey. You can't cut that out. But I was made to be human. So what if I'm not real? If my body is fake and my memories are fantasy? It doesn't change the fact that the Queen made me to be Elena O'Connor. In my head, I'm the American girl. But my body was woven by the Queen, and my spirit belongs to Arachne.
When you put it like that, it does sound pretty damn screwed up. For what it's worth, you shouldn't even be alive. Yet, here you are, sticking it to the world.
Fairy dust glued together with lies. There wasn't anything good in me. A monster had made me, and after I'd killed that one, a new monster took its place. I drank him down, Nix. Danny was a good guy. He'd only ever tried to help me, and I fed on him. I liked it. I stepped back out of the jets and ran my hand roughly over my face. I did know I couldn't hide in the shower forever. Turning off the water, I opened the door, took the towel Nix offered me, and wrapped myself in it. She stepped back, giving me room to move. She dressed in tight jeans, equally tight knee-high boots, and a hooded top. Out of her FA uniform, she looked smaller, but there was nothing vulnerable in her glare.
My sister, the warrior whose sketch Scott showed you. Her name was Iris.
Nix scooped up a top from the floor where I'd left my clothes in a pile and handed it over.
We just returned from the front, our blades bloodied. We'd usually take to the feasting halls, but not that night. I'd seen a change in her, and I thought it was just a phase. But that night, while the rest of us drank and made merry, she stayed home. I found her awake when I got back, sitting on her bed, clothes still blood-stained. She looked me in the eye and told me the Fae would never be happy. She died in a battle soon after, believing we're broken, all of us. In the end, she was so damn tired of fighting.
Nix lifted her chin. Defiance burned in her bright eyes.
I'm not going to lie. Some of us are broken, but there are others, like me, like Skaw, who have hope. We make our own destiny, Elena. So do you. But you have the advantage. You're a blank page. You can sketch your own fate, dark or light. It's up to you.
What if what I wanted was concealed in the dark? I turned my back on her, hiding the truth she might see in my eyes, and pulled my clothes on.
Did Samuel tell you how I almost summoned the hound near Leicester Square?
No.
I would have freed it on the street, right there in public. I wanted to. I could control it. You're starting to figure out what the rest of us have known for some time. You're dangerous. There's little point hiding from that fact.
Turning, I caught my reflection in the misted mirror. A Fae with the unreal heart of a human girl. A monster among my own kind, whatever kind that may be. It was time to stop pretending. Where's Cale?
Cale?
She frowned at my sudden change of subject and then followed me out of the bathroom.
With Samuel, I think. He sent me out looking for you when you didn't show for your shift.
I stopped by the bed where I'd spread my FA leathers. They'd taken a few knocks and scrapes since I'd started wearing them, but Nick's had been right. These days, they fit well. Samuel. How was I going to look him in the eye knowing how Rain had watched us together? He should know, but I couldn't tell him. I wasn't supposed to be anywhere near Rain, and what I'd done, dispelling an innocent man. I'd earned Samuel's respect, but now all I deserved was a dagger in the back like all the other rogue fae. Was I even fit to wear the FA colors?
Elena.
I'll be down in a minute. I didn't turn, not until I heard the door click closed, and only then to make sure I was alone. I couldn't think about Rain, or the things he'd said about Samuel. None of that mattered. I had to find Becky. I had to do this, even if I had to fight Cale for answers. There wasn't any room for games. I was changed, altered in ways that I couldn't make right again. I had to get Cale before it went too far, before I burnt out or became something worse than I already was. I tugged on the leathers, then removed Becky's journal from under the pillow where I'd stashed it earlier. The well-read notebook had clearly been loved. Its pages were shadowed by thumb marks and the corners dog-eared. I flicked it open to a random page. He came again today. I know it's wrong. I know I shouldn't want him. I tell myself I won't, but I never listen. He comes, and I'm his. I never want it to end. Inside, I scream at him to stop. I beg him to stay, but inside, I tell him to go. I don't know who I am anymore. I'm empty. I close the journal. Oh, Becky. Had Andrews been thinking the same things when he'd cupped my face in his hands? He'd been lost, too far gone to know what he was doing. I didn't have that excuse. I'd asked Cale to teach me to be more like him. Was that what I was becoming? I tucked the journal inside the upper half of my leathers and zipped them closed. Samuel waylaid me in the entrance hall. He strode straight toward me, wrapped in leathers, daggered up and back in his warrior role.
I need you at Tottenham Court Road Tube Station.
He nodded toward the door. I glanced at Cale's office. I just need to see...
Cale's already on site. The station's closed. The most recent patrol discovered large concentrations of Drioct. We have to leave now.
He opened the main door and beckoned me forward. Cale's there? I passed by Samuel and stepped outside into a cool drizzle.
He kept the call to himself,
Samuel added, following close behind me.
I only learned about it after speaking with dispatch. We need to hurry, before he covers up whatever he's doing down here. If we can catch him, Elena, if we can find the evidence we need, the FA will stand with us.
Cale had to be stopped. I would be the one to stop him. It was always meant to be that way. I wasn't afraid, not when I knew I was doing this for the right reasons. I touched the journal, pressed against my heart, and knew it would end tonight. Even if I burnt out. Whatever it took. Chapter 20. Rain had settled over London and dragged with it a blanket of fog.
The Crossrail development runs right through Tottenham Court Road. The station's been closed for months.
Samuel wove the car through slow-moving traffic. The windshield wipers beat back and forth, their jagged squeaks setting my teeth on edge.
Remember the plague pit at Leicester Square, close to where the Lich attacked us? That's the Northern Line. The Central Line, where you first encountered the Lich, meets the Northern Line at TCR. All suspect lines lead back to Tottenham Court Road. It's the source. It must be.
He muttered something distinctly guttural and fey.
I should have seen the connection sooner.
There are hundreds of miles of tunnels under London. You couldn't have known. I cast him a smile, but it fell far short, and his frown made it clear he'd noticed. Is everything okay? Nick said. Everything's fine. I unzipped the top half of my leathers and removed Becky's journal. It felt warm in my hand and smelled faintly of perfume. A pang of remorse pulled my thoughts away from our destination onto the words hidden between the pages.
I didn't think you were the sort to own a journal.
Why? Because I've not been around long enough to collect memories? I regretted the words, but couldn't take them back. I'm sorry. I forced a smile, which only made his frown heavier. I'm just tired. Tired of the lies, tired of running, tired of being afraid. And ready, I silently added. The presence inside stirred awake, shifting around my thoughts before settling once more. Ready to stop Cale. I flicked to a page where the pencil marks scored deeply. Today, I begged him to stop. I found the words. They'd been floating around my head, but I couldn't reach them. Until today. Today, I told him to kill me. He laughed. His laugh. It's poison. I hate it and love it and want more. It never ends. He laughed and told me there wasn't an escape. Then he touched me all over, and I fell into the madness again. Wanting, not wanting. Hating, loving. It's killing me. He's killing me. I love him. I know it's not real, but I love him. I'd die for him. Inside, I scream.
It's not far. Be ready,
Samuel said. I turned a page. Sometimes he's gentle. I like those times. I like all the times, but I like it best when he sits with me. It makes it real, as though this isn't a never-ending nightmare, as though this love could be real. He tells me it will be worth it. He tells me I'm special, that he needs me. There are others, he says, like me. He says he'll take me to them. It makes me angry. I don't want to share him. He's mine, my love. I shouted, raged at him, and he held me, filling me with the smell of him. He lay beside me, took me away, his touch on my skin, his fingers braiding my hair. He likes to weave his fingers through my hair. It feels like magic. Samuel was talking, but his voice, the rumble of the car's engines, the swish of the wipers, all faded behind Becky's words. And something Nix had said to me. She'd pinned my hair back and teased that Samuel might braid it for me. Something fluttered tight and nervous in my chest. I flicked through more pages and scanned Becky's broken thoughts. The car bumped onto a curb. He came here again. He picked someone else, the girl who cries. I hate him, hate her. I wonder where Danny is. Another page. I cried today, and he licked my tears away and laughed. That laugh. Another. His eyes, they capture me, hold me still. They're all I see. Beautiful. Shades of violet. Amethyst eyes. He let me braid his hair today. I love him. Cale had silver and gray eyes. But Samuel... I lifted my head and peered through the windshield into the rain.
Elena, are you ready?
Samuel took Becky. I'd asked if he knew her, and he denied it. He'd lied. Samuel had been the one who tormented her, twisted her mind, made her love him. How many lies had he spun? Yes, I'm ready, I said, voice distant.
We're here.
I tucked the journal back inside my leathers and stepped out into the rain. A tiny voice in my head tried to convince me the words were wrong. Becky was wrong. It might not be him. There had to be other Fae with the same colored eyes. And the braid. The one he'd cut off after we'd met. Another Fae. Or had I been looking so hard for someone to care about, for someone to care for me, that I'd missed the signs? Construction panels encircled the station. Samuel pulled open a gate. I stepped inside, boots sinking in the mud. Floodlights chased away the dark. Stark white light illuminated the motionless, heavy machinery. My feet moved forward while my thoughts raced ahead of me. All this time. The smiles, the touches. Lies. Warning signs declared open pits. One such pit yawned beside the old station entrance, easily the width of 2 cars and as deep as the underground tunnels. I hung back, my boots slipping on the wet rubble. Samuel's gaze crawled up my back. He'd lied about Becky. What else had he lied about? The note? Was it even real? Was Cale a part of this? Had they worked together? I needed time to think, to clear the thoughts in my head, to see past the rage building within. A siren wailed outside the construction site. I lifted my head, caught movement in the corner of my vision, and skittered aside. The bar came down, slamming into my cheek and knocking me to my knees in the mud. Pain and noise filled my skull, blurring my vision, and blood burst across my tongue.
It's hers, isn't it?
Samuel snarled. He lifted the bar over his shoulder.
That journal!
When the bar cracked across the back of my head, the world went black for a blink. Mud and grit scratched my lips and tongue. Something warm and wet spilled down my neck. The bar came down across my thigh, and a scream tore free. There wasn't time to organize my thoughts, to react, to fight back. I twisted onto my front and dug my nails into the earth.
All you had to do was distract Cale, but you couldn't stop asking questions, could you?
I dragged myself forward. Blood blinded my eyes and pain yanked on my consciousness, threatening to tear it away. If I blacked out, it would be over. But I couldn't see, couldn't think through the agony. The world rippled and drifted.
What a shame to waste all of that potential in a construct.
The bar cracked across my back. "Sam!" I spluttered. He hooked his fingers around the collar of my leathers and yanked me up. Disgust twisted his face. His cruel eyes, amethyst eyes, sparkled with malice.
Do you know what it's like to lower myself to the level of a creature such as you? To pretend to be nice? To fuck you like it meant something? Do you know how sick it made me?
I fumbled at my side for my daggers, but the world blurred and my head throbbed.
Infinite Fae power trapped in a weak human shell. It took too long, Alina. You and your human whining. I can't wait. I'm ready. The London Fae are ready. It's our time.
He laughed, a cruel curl of laughter that echoed about the construction site.
I'll take Arachne's Dreocht right out of you.
He yanked me close and licked his tongue up my cheek. I screamed at him, but the sound never made it to my lips. I raged, kicked, but my body wouldn't respond. His smooth, warm tongue slid easily across my skin, and behind its path, Dreocht crackled. My Dreocht. Strength and warmth draining away, and a hollow cold soaked deep inside. When he pulled back, blood glistened a stark red on his lips.
Love isn't the worst we can do.
He held me out at arm's length. I sensed rather than saw the hungry, yawning space below me. With one hand, I clawed at his grip, while the other fumbled to get a grip on my dagger.
Welcome to the new Fae world.
He grinned, and in the brilliant floodlights, green fragments of Dreocht shone in his eyes.
Shame you won't be around to witness it.
He let go. The floodlights rushed away. Wind whistled by me. Through the blurred madness, I saw Samuel standing over the pit, His lips twisted in a wicked smile. Hot rage broke over me, but it was too late. Everything was too late. The shadows rushed in. Chapter 21. Breathing. Breathing was important. In and out. The pain receded and rushed in, back and forth, over and under. It gathered me up and crushed me down. Breathe. In and out. It wasn't over. I wasn't letting go. So many things left undone. A life not yet lived. Samuel wasn't taking that from me. Nobody would ever take my life from me. In and out.
I'm about to heal you. To do so, I need to touch you. Your instincts will demand more. Control it. I'd prefer not to add to your pain.
I heard Cale's whispered words as though they were meant for someone else. Someone in another room, perhaps. But his eyes, they were fixed on me. Darkness swirled in their silver shimmer. His cool hands touched against my cheeks, and pain ransacked my body. I bucked and tried to push him off. He's killing me! He pressed a hand over my mouth and pushed into me, holding me pinned under his weight.
Be silent.
He hissed.
We're not alone.
It hurt. It hurt so much I fled inside myself, shrinking away from the burn. But I glared back at Cale with all I had left. If he was going to kill me, let him look me in the eyes and do it. He turned his head away, jaw set with tension.
We can't stay here.
An intense prickling sensation shot down my leg and up the side of my face. My skin crawled and tugged, as though someone was stitching it together. Cale closed his eyes and bowed his head. He'd gritted his teeth and was clearly fighting his own battle. The needle-like prickles ran across my back, and a dull ache throbbed where the pain had seconds ago burned.
Take only what you need,
he hissed. The strain on his face was my doing, I realized. I was drawing his Driocht into me, or he was giving it freely. Either way, Cale was helping, not hurting. His eyes widened a fraction, and immediately the pain subsided, replaced by a tingling numbness. Where was Samuel? Did Cale know? Had he seen what happened? Were they working together? Plots, betrayal, and deceit. Where the pain had gone, now confusion sank its claws in.
Enough,
he whispered, so close his breath cooled my cheek. He lifted his hand away from my mouth. I nodded, not quite ready to reply. Cale could have let me die. He let go completely, breaking the touch, but didn't pull back. A shiver swept over me, and finally I could take in my surroundings. Darkness, dampness. I smelled wet earth and metal and decay. The tunnels. We were in the subway tunnels, but this one was new. No tracks, not finished. Samuel. Sickness rolled through me. I slumped to the side and pressed a cool hand to my mouth, trying to keep my insides from rolling up my throat. Samuel tried to kill me.
Listen, Will,
Cale whispered, bringing me back to the now, the tunnels, the darkness, and him.
I have no intention of hurting you. If you plan to attack me, I suggest you save it for after we've escaped the tunnels. We're not far from the station. I had to drag you here, away from the lich.
He hesitated and studied my face, while his own tightened with concern.
Samuel opened Under's catacombs. All of them. Every beast that came through with us during the purge roams free.
I squeezed my eyes closed and pushed the acidic burn of hate aside. Later. I could rage later, but not yet. He took my Driocht. My voice fractured. He'd almost killed me. Cale closed his eyes and bowed his head. I heard the sound of his teeth grinding where he clamped them together. Samuel's betrayal hadn't been reserved just for me.
He fooled us both,
Cale said.
played on our dislike for one another to prevent me from looking too closely at him.
I shifted against the wall, trying to reacquaint myself with a broken body that didn't feel quite like mine. Numb in places, sensitive in others, and inside, I was still in pieces. Samuel had been grooming me from the moment I joined the FA. He'd seduced me with lies, and he'd almost won. Something shuffled in the dark. Cale jerked his head up, waited, and then whispered,
Unless you can tackle the worst of Fairy in your current condition, we need to keep ourselves hidden long enough to find a way out and alert the FA to Samuel's betrayal. My phone won't get a signal in these tunnels.
He checked both ways, up and down the tunnel, but couldn't possibly see much farther than a few feet. The darkness was so thick it seemed to swirl like smoke.
This city is about to be overrun by nightmares.
Did you know? I asked in a broken growl. Always so proud, so strong. It was an act, just like all the other Fae. The Cale who faced me now, he wasn't a general, just someone who'd made a terrible mistake. He didn't reply, but the truth was written plain as day all over his face.
He's trying to weave a path back to Fairy. If he's strong enough to hold the path open, we're going to need you to help stop whatever comes through.
His firm fingers locked around my arm. Instincts wanted me to pull away, but I'd yet to fill up those empty parts of me. The smothering darkness churned as he pulled me to my feet. I clutched tightly as his arm and his grip responded in kind.
You have questions,
He said, with a softness I'd have thought him incapable of had I not heard it myself.
So do I. We'll get our answers.
I leaned against Cale as we quietly moved farther into the darkness. A faint breeze drifted through the tunnels, cooling my face and bringing with it dust and distant rumbles. Trains, I hoped. How are you here? I asked quietly. The tunnel walls shuddered. I heard rattles and sighs, scurrying things, and my own thudding heart. Cale's grip on my arm relaxed enough for me to wobble on my own 2 feet. He nodded, satisfied I was able to stand on my own, and continued forward.
Samuel believed I'd appreciate his secret.
Cale ground his teeth. He glared ahead, avoiding my eyes.
He wanted me to share in his revolution and brought me here to show me exactly what he's capable of. As soon as I felt the nearby flood of Dreocht, I expected the worst. We fought.
Cale's throat moved as he swallowed and looked away.
I couldn't bring myself to hurt him. I should have.
You're not part of this?
No.
With that one word, the tightness in my chest eased a little. Perhaps we weren't enemies. At least, not right now.
There were signs.
Cale went on.
I've spent the past few weeks trying to keep the peace. I trusted him, but there were misspellments. His appetite for Dreocht, his mistakes. Signs I should have seen.
I thought of Rain's words, how he dug up the dirt on Samuel's mistakes and waved them in my face.
I barred him from the briefing because I suspected something, but I wouldn't see the truth.
Cale saw the questions in my eyes and replied with a sigh.
Samuel is an eldest son.
The elders, the ones who had purged Fairy. He told me the elders killed his family.
That's true, as far as I know.
Cale stopped and lifted a hand, bringing me to an abrupt halt beside him. The dark sighed around us. Tunnel air threaded through my hair and breathed against my face. Loose earth rattled about our feet as a train passed somewhere close behind the walls. Then all was still once more.
Elders are forbidden to breed. Fairy has enough problems without more elders disrupting the balance of power.
Cale moved forward, his strides more confident than mine.
It would seem one of them defied their law and wore Samuel in secret. They must have placed him with a foster family, hidden him away, either for his own safety or as a weapon they might use later.
Cale paused, but only to gather his thoughts.
In a land built on secrets and lies, neither can be hidden forever. The elders must have discovered the lie and sent the hunt to execute the boy.
Cale shook his head with regret and smiled, despite the gravitas of his words.
Nothing escapes the hunt. I should have realized then, as soon as he told me that he was just a boy.
Cale's pale face tightened with pain, but not the physical kind.
You think me heartless, but I had a son. He fell in the war, as our finest often did. I let my past dictate my decisions. Samuel was... He helped me capture some of the family I'd lost.
I swallowed, tasting the metallic air at the back of my throat. My strength was returning with every step, and with it, my thoughts were clearing. There was no doubt. Samuel had used Cale's past to his advantage.
With no family to guide him,
Cale said,
it's likely he didn't know what he was until much later.
I remember Samuel's words from the FAHQ rooftop. They want to prove to the elders we aren't dead. We could control this city, this land, and its people. He told me everything, and I was so willing to believe Cale was behind this that I didn't see the truth behind his words.
He knows now, and he's tired of hiding in the dark. He wants to be recognized.
Fairy's elders killed Samuel's family. This was about more than a revolution. He wanted to prove his worth. He wanted revenge on everything and everyone who'd ever thought him less than what he was born to be. The rumbles grew louder. We followed a curve in the tunnel until the walls opened to reveal a silent platform. Cale helped me over the platform's edge. I gritted my teeth against the pain pounding in my head, but the worst of it was passing.
You still have your daggers?
He asked. You'd have to pry them out of my dead hands, I replied, risking a smile. Cale could easily have done just that. The general had shared his Driocht and patched me up when he could have finished what Samuel had started. I owed my life to a man who'd once killed me. I'd spent so long hating him that when I looked at him on that platform, draped in shadow, and saw the man who'd been betrayed by someone he thought of as a son, I wasn't sure what I was supposed to feel. I knew that betrayal. It twisted in my gut like a thing alive. We shared that. He knew it too. Might even have been thinking the same as he looked back at me. A crawl of power slid across my skin. A warming sensation wrapped around me, like sinking into a hot bath. It was delicious, but Cale's cool glare warned against letting it have me.
Driocht,
He said.
More than seems possible. He spent a great deal of time here. In the absence of any obvious Driocht source, he must be drawing the life of London into him. You're feeling the residue of that process. The overspill.
Unseen Driocht licked against my skin. If he could waste this much energy, exactly how much could he contain? I searched for any signs of anything unusual, but saw only an empty, half-finished platform.
Fairy's beasts feel it too. They'll be close.
Cale moved by me.
Come.
My feet felt heavy and my mind slow. I didn't want to leave. I could soak the Driocht into myself, drink it down, and absorb its strength. I needed it to make myself powerful. Infinite power trapped in a weak human shell. Not anymore, Samuel. I know what I have to do now. Wait, let me... The shadows rippled. A blast of warm air pushed from behind, followed by a rhythmic snarl that no earth beast could muster. Cale spun, freeing his daggers with a flick of his wrists. His silver eyes shone in the dark, and then the words began. Foreign fey words, smooth and intoxicating all on their own. His voice traveled into the dark and poured into my ear, trickling through whatever defenses I had left and seeking out the ancient part of me. Power. Surrounded by Driocht, I smelled the rich and sweet scent of Faerie, of home. A tiny spark inside me, the one I'd kept hidden, started to burn. I turned my head. The Lich, made of shadow and night, pulled the dark around itself and reared up in front of us. I saw it then. The truth of it. Eyes like embers, teeth like the daggers I had in my hands. So vast, its bulk pushed against the curved ceiling. Had I seen it before, really seen it, I'd have been afraid. Its eyes laughed. It knew me, saw the truth of me as I saw it. And as Kale's words whirled around us, we stood united, the Lich and I. Old Driocht.
You seek to control me when you cannot control yourself, Arachne's host,
it said, speaking into my mind as the Queen had once done. Control? No. You can't control the dark, I responded. A smile darted across my lips. Kale's ancient words rolled on, worming me through in the same way the Driocht had. I limped forward, toward the rippling dark. The Lich tucked its beast-like chin in and brought its head low. Its elongated snout was easily the length of my leg, its teeth the size of my fingers. As it settled its chin on the platform, oily shadows flowed around it. I reached out a hand. It snuffled. A forked tongue flicked out and swept over the back of my hand, barely there at all, but real enough for me to feel the spritz of Driocht.
I do not know this place. It is hard and empty, but I know you,
the Lich said. Kale's words were distant now, far away and half forgotten. Would you like to go home? I could take it into me as I had its companion. I smelled like Faerie, and the general's words settled around it, reminding it where it came from. This monster wasn't bad. It was lost. In that, we were alike.
There are people here, little Fae construct. People the Elder's son used. Many have perished. They too are lost, like us.
People? Becky? Fear and hope fired through my weariness, jolting adrenaline into my veins. Show me, I said aloud. Please let it be her. Hope fluttered in my chest like a thing alive. The Lich turned so fast that a wave of shadow washed over me, snatching a gasp from my lips and drenching me in Driocht. I staggered, but pushed forward. The Lich rippled along the length of the platform into the tunnel. I ran into the dark, Kale's calls chasing me. The tunnel rumbled, and ahead, our disused tunnel joined another. A subway train burst into the opening, sparks dancing around its wheels as it clattered and thundered through the junction. In seconds, it was gone again. I watched its red lights fade in the dark, and then turned my gaze back toward the similarly red eyes of the Lich. It sailed into the active tunnel, pulling the dark with it so that it absorbed every one of the maintenance lights it rode over. I jogged along the tracks after it until it surged through a closed maintenance door and out of sight. I tried the door. It didn't budge. The ground rumbled, the walls too. Another train, or something worse.
What in the name of Magmeal are you thinking?
Kale growled, pacing up to me, his eyes just as deadly as those belonging to the Lich.
We need to leave now, while the Lich is elsewhere. We must return to Holland Pop.
Becky, she's here! I kicked at the door, but all it did was rattle the hinges. Help me! He reached for my arm.
The Lich will kill us.
I shook him off and kicked the door again. I'm not running from it, Kale. More rumbling shuddered through the tunnel walls. It's helping me. It's lost, that's all. It's not trying to hurt anyone. It's just confused, like the rest of the damn Fae. This time, when I slammed my shoulder against the door, something creaked, but it still hadn't budged. Kale was looking at me, his gaze harsh and hooded with shadows. Whatever was going on inside his head, I didn't have time for it. Becky didn't have time for it. Are you going to help me, or wait for the next train to pulverize us?
What are you expecting to find in there?
I threw my hands up. Becky! And others! He was still looking at me like I was nuts. He's not been feeding on the life of London. Wake up, Cale. He's been taking people, bringing them down here and taking their driopt, like he did with me. He took Andrews' sister. They're inside. The Lich told me. Help me open this door. His gray eyes widened with shock. He nodded once and stood beside me, eyeing the stubborn door.
On three. 1, 2, 3.
The door flung open, sending us both stumbling into the dark. The stench of rancid meat hit hard, watering my eyes and coating my throat. I gagged and briefly turned away.
Death,
I heard the Lich say from above.
all around there is death, where once there was life. No life here. The Elder stole it all.
A small hue of orange spilled from the tunnel's maintenance lights into the chamber, illuminating enough for me to see Cale standing among the bodies. So many bodies, I couldn't see the floor for pale hands and hollow-eyed faces. Cale,
Hundreds,
he whispered. The chamber traveled deep into the dark, and the dead covered every inch.
The Elder Son has their power now, little fey construct.
I looked up and saw the thick ripple of dark above, like the night sky without its stars. Do you know where he is?
Your companion does.
Cale knelt beside the nearest body.
I should have killed him as a boy.
He touched the face of a woman.
I should have killed him, but I couldn't.
His lips drew back, as though touching the dead pained him.
I've seen enough death. But this... I could have stopped this.
Cale, we need to find him. The general stared at the dead, and my words went unheard. I stepped into the chamber, inching carefully between upturned hands and dust-covered, ragged clothing. Homeless people. Shay had told me the Fae were taking the homeless. Samuel had been doing the same. Sobs clogged my throat, but I gulped them back. The hope I'd held on to slowly slipped through my fingers. I didn't want to look, to see their faces, and never forget. They'd been snatched from their lives by Samuel. Did they have people wondering where they were? Waiting for them, like Andrews waited for Becky? And that's when I saw her. Curled on her side, her legs pulled in, as though she might be trying to make herself small and unseen. Her eyes were closed, and for that I was thankful. She barely resembled the laughing, smiling young woman from the memories I'd stolen from Andrews' mind. But I knew her. I heard her words, her pleas for help, and I felt her despair crush around my heart. I was too late. I'm so sorry. A few days ago, I lay beside Samuel, while these people were dying, trapped in this room. Bile burned my throat. I swallowed hard, tasting the pain and disgust on my tongue.
You knew her?
Cale said from beside me. I hadn't seen him move, and almost didn't hear his words. At least she was at rest. That was all she'd wanted, in the end.
He's drained them of all life.
The general said, his voice tight with control.
It should be enough to hold open a path to Fairy. He won't fail this time.
A sharp strike of rage rushed through the calm. I couldn't save her, but I could damn well stop Samuel. It wouldn't bring Becky back. It wouldn't save Andrews from knowing the horror his sister had endured. But it would bring an end to it. Where would he go? I quickly swiped at the wetness on my face. The general's eyes had lost some of their chilling hardness. His face, too, had softened. regret, sadness.
3.
He said.
Always 3. He'll need 3 focus points to anchor the path. Somewhere open, somewhere people will gather to watch. He'll need a crowd to feed from. People and 3 anchor points.
He swallowed and said again.
Always 3.
His glassy-eyed gaze drifting over the fallen.
He can't cover this up. While he's laden with Dreocht, he'll have to act now, before news of our disappearance reaches the FA. I need to mobilize my warriors.
Then let's go mobilize them.
You have Arachne, one of the 3 within you, little fey construct,
the Lich said from above. I followed the general to the door, letting the words settle around me.
They will follow you.
I paused in the doorway. The tunnel rumbled, and behind me the dark breathed, alive and waiting for my reply. The beasts of Fairy, those like you, in the tunnels, I said. Kale turned, surprise widening his eyes as he heard me speak Fey words. I focused on the Lich. Stay hidden. Don't harm anyone, and I'll help you. Somehow, I silently added, before closing the door on the dead. The general and I emerged from the station entrance. I gave the construction site a quick scan for any sign of Samuel. My gaze snagged on the boot prints in the mud and the pit where he'd pushed me over the edge. I followed Kale through the fence onto the street outside. Something flowed through the narrow alleys and switchback junctions now. Dreocht danced unseen through the air, a tantalizing summons. Kale lifted his head.
There!
Above the rise of London's office buildings, curious wisps of green teased into the night. Where is that?
Trafalgar.
Kale lifted a cell phone from his pocket and started to stride down the street. He stepped off the sidewalk in front of an oncoming car and turned his glare on the driver. Tires screeched on wet asphalt. Kale wrenched him out of the driver's seat, snarling,
Fey authority, get out!
I shot the gaping driver an apologetic frown and climbed into the little car's passenger seat, slamming the door on the verbal abuse. Kale tossed the cell phone into my lap and turned the car on the road.
I'm not getting any reply from HQ. Try Nix.
Hanging onto my seat with one hand, I scrolled through the contacts and found Nix's number. Kay raced the little car the wrong way down the narrow one-way A400. Oncoming traffic flashed its headlights. He bumped the little car half onto the sidewalk and plowed on, unfazed. The cell blipped, and a voice answered. General, we've been trying... Nix, it's Elena. Silence. Nix? Why do you have Kale's phone? Her tone had that nonchalant inquiry about it, which really meant she was considering all the ways she could stab me. Don't worry, he's fine. He's right here. We're heading toward... Let me talk to him. She clearly didn't trust me. Has Samuel told you something? Just let me talk to him. Construct. A threatening growl bubbled beneath her words. Kale steered the car into the center of the road and took the cell phone from me.
Listen to Elena,
he snarled, handing it back.
Okay, that sounds like him, but Samuel told us you'd gone after Kale, that all of us, were to meet him at Trafalgar to stop you.
Son of a bitch. It's not me who needs stopping, Nix. Samuel's trying to open a path back to Fairy. Samuel! She barked an incredulous laugh. How? He's an elder's son. She took barely a second to process the information and said, Well, that's the sort of information that would have been useful to know before now. We're on our way to Trafalgar. Try and warn the FA. They've been lied to. We all have. I really didn't want the entire FA trying to slice me into pieces on sight. I'll try, but I've been having trouble reaching them. Kale slammed on the brakes, throwing me forward in the seat. The car twitched and skidded to a halt. A crowd of civilian Fae filled the street ahead. A handful turned and fixed their tricolored eyes on us. Their lips moved, and they nodded our way. I couldn't hear what was said, but it was enough to turn the crowd around. They started forward, and my guts sank. Their array of daggers and blunt weapons glinted in the low light. They don't look happy to see us, I said. Kale let out a snarl.
I'll talk to them.
I don't think that's a good idea. Too late. He was already opening the car door.
What's going on?
Nix asked through the cell. I shoved open my door and clambered out. The Fae filled the street from sidewalk to sidewalk. Knives glinted in their hands, their blades as sharp as their cutting glances. And the general headed straight toward them, his daggers still sheathed and his stride true. Tension simmered in the air, as intoxicating as Driocht. Kale was going to get himself killed. Nix, contact the others now. Tell them it's a trap.
Elena, what?
I hung up the call, eased my daggers free, and moved up behind Kale.
We don't follow the FA orders, General.
One of the many Fae said. I couldn't tell which. They flowed as one, pushing forward, sweeping into doorways and clambering over cars. Kale suddenly stopped. He dropped his left hand, spreading his fingers, a sign to hold me back.
If you do this,
He began, his voice loud and clear over the sounds of relentless marching.
everything we've worked for will fall.
The FA? A new voice spoke up. We no longer recognize your authority, General. They closed in, their numbers spilling into side streets, blocking possible exits.
Kale,
I growled, sotto voce.
London will not forgive this.
His fingers twitched, and slowly he closed them around the dagger hilts.
We're not looking to be forgiven!
The crowd burst forward with a roar. Chapter 22. Kale and I ran. He barked a few directional orders, so we veered quickly and out of sight into a pedestrianized side street, disappearing behind St. Martin-in-the-Fields Church. Kale cut down the handful of Fae who would follow closely enough to see our escape route. He dropped them in a blur, wasting no time on flare. Once out of sight, tucked in behind the church, he took his cell phone back and dialed a few numbers. But when the third call didn't answer, he uttered what I assumed to be a Fae curse.
If they're not already here, they'll come.
His warriors. They'd come. And they'd die. The crowd, the Driocht, I could taste the anticipation in the air. Fear shivered across my skin and dread sunk, cold and hard in my gut. Kale marched to the side of the church, braced an arm on the wall, and narrowed his eyes on the chaos unfolding in the street.
Samuel did this.
The constant background hiss of so many Fae drowned out all of London's noise. The shouts and hoots rose up like a wave, and inside it, glass shattered and alarms wailed.
He'll be in the centre of the square,
Kale said.
between the fountains and Nelson's column. 3 points. Open space. He has everything he needs.
From my position behind Kale's shoulder, I could see the tops of the landmark fountains of the crowd and the column, where green vapor spiraled skyward, swirling like water down a drain. Driocht. Maybe if we could talk with him? I'd let my blades do the talking.
We'd have to get to him first.
Kale said.
We need a way to cut through the crowd. Every last one of the Fae if we have to. I can't allow him to weave that path.
Maybe he'll fail.
No, we can't take that chance. He brought the ogre through on previous attempts.
The Fae hollered and hooted in the street, their united cry swelling across Trafalgar. I scanned the crowd toward the Fae crawling over the National Gallery steps behind the fountains and spotted one of the FA warriors tied to the balustrade above the crowd. If he wasn't dead, he soon would be. Nearby Fae were passing along a burning piece of debris. They held it against his back, catching his hair aflame. I closed my eyes, but that didn't stop the screams from reaching me, even over the roar of the crowd. Kale's snarl was pure animal rage. He tightened his grip on his bloody daggers, knuckles whitening. Resolute determination drilled through him. He'd stride on in there, and the crowd would swallow him up. Don't! I closed my hand around his arm and stepped in front of him, blocking the scene. We can't get in there. Not in FA colors.
Get out of my way,
He snarled. I pressed my hand against his chest and spread my fingers wide, holding him back. You'll cut down maybe 2, 3 before they turn on you. There are hundreds, thousands maybe. They'll kill you. He glared through me, and for a few moments I wondered if he'd cut me down. We'd been enemies. Perhaps we still were. But I couldn't let him make another mistake. Cale, on the battlefield in Faerie, the day your legions died, you wanted to exchange your life for theirs. His face crumpled. I have the memories. I know how the Queen and Arachne found you. You'd have gladly given your life to save those Fae. The Queen pulled you back. She saved you for her own devices. But not for this. You don't die here today, General. I smiled a shallow, Fae-like smile, one that spoke of threats and hunger. Recognition flickered in his eyes. He lowered his gaze to where I pushed against his chest, and then dragged those silvery eyes back up to me. A shared history pulled between us. Moments that weren't mine. His throat moved as he swallowed.
If we can't stop this, the elders will know we've survived. They'll come. And this peace we've created will all be for nothing.
I grinned and punched him lightly in the shoulder, risking his wrath, but he merely scowled. Way to think positive, Cale. Or you could call Nyx and tell her to go get the best fake crowd control we have this side of Faerie. The Hound. Cale ended the call with Nyx.
She's put the word out, but we've never found him when we've attempted to in the past.
There was a chance Rain was already among the crowd, but given the swelling Driocht, had he been present, we'd likely already have the Hound to deal with. Still, he wouldn't be far. The Driocht would call to him, as it had the others. I could feel it tugging on me, luring me out of hiding. I didn't know how far out that tugging sensation traveled, but any Fae nearby would be drawn in. The crowd wasn't getting smaller. The Driocht wasn't weaning. If anything, Samuel's hypnotic swirl of light glowed ever brighter.
I'm going to secure a vantage point,
Cale said, turning his attention toward the back of the church.
See if you can rally any FA on the outskirts. Bring them back there.
Cale scaled the side of the church, using the ornate Georgian windows as footholds and gripping points. He made it look easy and was on the roof in the space of 3 minutes. I turned toward the back alleys and slipped away from Trafalgar unseen. The roads were snarled with abandoned traffic and police riot vans. They couldn't do anything against an angry Fae mob, besides get the life drained out of them. I didn't look for Andrews. He was too far gone to be working, and if Rain was true to his word, Andrews was somewhere getting the care he needed, far away from this madness. I didn't make it much farther back up the road before I felt the crawl of a gaze and looked up to find a silhouetted figure crouched on the edge of a nearby building. Someone bumped into me, a cell phone at arm's length, filming the riot trucks. When I looked back to the rooftop, Rain had gone. I knew it was him, the same as I knew he hadn't gone far. I could feel him. A tightness in my chest shortened my breath, like a string of tension being pulled toward the breaking point. He emerged from one of the narrow pedestrian streets, striding leisurely, coat peeling back to reveal an untucked shirt and frayed pants. He'd already looked like someone kicked him out of bed to go face the world, but now his disheveled appearance was genuine. The way he moved, though, his casual glances, taking in the people on the street, the police in their yellow high-visibility jackets, and me. There was nothing casual about the predator in him.
Hello, American girl.
His smile was shallow, the type that cut quickly, but hurt no less. Rain. I kept my tone level, although I'd have liked nothing better than to blame him for everything. It occurred to me that the tightness, the frustration, and the anger might not have been entirely mine. Ku-Shi and Arachne, the two fairy spirits using us as carry-alls, famously hated one another. Still, I couldn't blame the fact he was a selfish ass on Ku-Shi. That was all on him.
They started the party without me.
Rain turned his attention down street, toward the sirens and chaos. Blue police lights strobed across his face, sharpening already devastating features. Samuel opened the catacombs. He's trying to weave a path back to Faerie.
Samuel.
His attention snapped right back to me. His tricolored eyes widened and his smile twitched, coming alive.
Samuel did this.
His low chuckle had my treacherous insides fluttering.
You do pick him, American girl.
I clenched my hand into a fist, wanting to punch that smile off his face. Focus. If he didn't know about Samuel, how had he known to be at Trafalgar? Nix didn't tell you?
I haven't seen your FA friend. I came because of the Driocht. There's no fae in London who can resist its call. It sounds like promises.
He lifted his head, and the green hue bleeding through the sky also played in his eyes.
Reminds me of home.
And you just happened to find me? Amusement tugged on the corner of his lips.
You feel like promises. I'd know you blind.
Something primal hid in the glare he raked over me. The hound. His eyes weren't bleeding red, so he wasn't turning, but the beast was there, stalking just below the surface. He leaned closer, bringing himself well inside my personal space. I had to tip my head to look up at him. He canted his head to the side.
Does Arachne control you? Or are you controlling her?
You knew all along, didn't you? He shrugged.
Some things you need to discover on your own.
I wanted to punch him all over again. He could have told me weeks ago. At least then, I might have been more prepared. Those lingering glances, the pregnant silences. He'd always known. Pressing my lips together, I clenched my hand and bowed my head. This wasn't the time or the place for this discussion. While we're talking, Fae are dying.
Do you believe you can control me?
We're about to find out, I replied, not giving an inch, but resting my hand on my dagger should I need it. A smile fluttered across his lips. He turned and started toward Trafalgar.
Don't they know the party doesn't start till I walk in?
Rain, wait! You can't just... He shot me a raised eyebrow as I jogged alongside him.
You've met the hound. I'm certain it doesn't need an invite.
His smile was a mask. So was his swagger. The many-faced rock star. But I knew the truth. Behind all the bullshit, he was afraid. Just listen! I caught his sleeve and pulled him up short. I knew that he had nothing left to lose. He let go. Let the hound have him, whatever the outcome. Just remember who you are, okay? He tugged his arm free of my grip.
Perhaps you should listen to your own advice.
I'm not the one... He grabbed me by the arms and pulled me up, almost off my feet.
You had better know exactly what you're doing, Alina.
His growl rumbled through him, through me.
The hound won't suffer a weak little construct pulling on its reins. One wrong thought, one fuck-up, you'll get people killed. If you're not up to this, it will kill you, and every other fate it can sink its teeth into. And it's not the only one. If you think for 1 second that thing inside of you is content, then it's already beaten you. There's a reason all of the Faerie fears the 3 spirits. And 2 are right here. You better know exactly what you're walking into, or trust me, nothing walks out of this alive.
Fear. I was right. He hid it behind the anger, but I could see it as plain as day. He seemed to think I had a choice in this, when the truth of it was that neither of us had a choice. If Faerie was so damn terrifying, we had to stop Samuel at any and all cost. Then don't fight me, Rain. Help me. He let me go, growled low and deep at the back of his throat, and strode down St. Martin's Lane toward the church. I jogged to keep up, the tightness in my chest still pulling at my breaths. Cale waited at the rear of the church, daggers in his hands.
General,
Rain said, surprisingly without adding a growl. Cale's eyes barely narrowed, but I'd witnessed that expression directed at me enough times to recognize contempt when I saw it.
are you going to run again, Sovereign?
He asked, a razor's edge to his words.
Depends. Are we all about to die because our general doesn't know his arse from his elbow?
A twitch passed through Cale's entire body, and for a second I thought I was going to have to get between them. Rain did his usual cursory glance, the one that makes you feel an inch high, and made his way to the corner of the courtyard, where he stopped to get a look over Trafalgar.
Seems you have a talent for getting your ranks killed, General. How many FA have already died here tonight?
Cale ground his teeth and briefly closed his eyes. I knew that feeling. Rain seemed to bring out a murderous desire in people.
If we'd had the hound that day,
Cale began, and left the sentence wide open for Rain to fill. An explosion on the other side of Trafalgar spewed a cloud of flame into the sky. Rain turned and regarded me and Cale standing side by side.
have you found your ally in Alina, General? Or perhaps you're about to release 2 monsters in London?
Rain? I spoke before Cale could. You see what Samuel's doing out there. This has to end now, before he's finished weaving that path.
You have no idea, Alina. How can you?
Rain pointed at Cale.
But he does. He wants you to be just like the queen he's lost. He'll use what's inside you to protect the Fae, and if that doesn't work, he'll use you up and throw you away. The same as Samuel did.
I'd been where Rain was, despising the general, blaming him for everything. I might have believed Rain's words once, but so much had changed, and at that moment, the general's motives, whatever they might be, didn't matter. None of us could change what I was, and perhaps that was how it was meant to be. Rain, you don't need to protect me. He laughed, but I saw the wince, real this time. I'm ready. I moved forward, lifting my hands. He retreated, backing against the church wall. A slight shake of my head seemed to be enough to settle him. I knew the fear. I could feel its bite, too. His or mine, I wasn't sure. I stopped in front of him and hovered my hands beside his face.
Control it, Alina.
He whispered, eyes widening.
Please. Don't let it win. Be strong. Strong enough for both of us.
The tension melted from his shoulders, and he lunged forward, slipped a hand against my cheek, and bumped his forehead against mine.
Don't forget the American girl,
He hissed. Sparks snapped through my cheek, my jaw, and down my throat. Pleasure, pain, dark and light. I gasped. At least I think I did. But already the world had drifted far away to the edges of my thoughts. His eyes. I looked into his beautiful butterfly eyes. Looked into him. Hungry. You and I. His pupils bled red and were spilling into the whites. Forever hungry.
Bring me back,
He whispered against my lips. Chapter 23. Rain dropped to his knees. Driocht spiraled from his shoulders, his back, and wove around him, building wave upon wave until his outline faded, blurred, and warped. Cale might have been calling me. I didn't care. I only had eyes for the beast taking shape. I'd seen it before, quickly, in between moments. But this was different. I looked into Kushi's blazing glare and watched the dark emerge from the light. Like the lich, the hound gathered the dark around it. It placed a paw forward, black half-moon claws clicking on the ground. Fear trickled down my spine. The hound lifted its vast head and howled. The call shattered the sounds of the riot and the background din of London. I flinched, struggling not to cover my ears, and dropped to my knees. When it was done, silence rushed in to fill the unnatural void, and London held its breath. I couldn't show it fear. I had to control it. For Rain, for the Fae in the square, and the people of London. Slowly, so slowly, I stretched out a hand. It stalked forward, head down, eyes up. Saliva ran in streams from its lips. The muscles along its steaming flanks rippled as it moved. Power coiled inside its grace. I kept my hand out, fingers trembling. It would kill me if it found me wanting. Cale said something from behind. The hound jerked its head up. A low growl rumbled through its body, so close I could feel the sound touch my face. Damn it, Cale! A lightning snap of power slashed through me. And not just me. The hound flinched and swung its head around toward the square. Kale let out a shout, and the hound surged away.
Helena, the path! It's almost open!
Kale's grip dug into my shoulder. He tugged me back, or upright. I wasn't sure. The thoughts in my head didn't feel like my own. Kale was snarling something, his face twisted in fear and anger, but it didn't matter. I drifted in my own mind, free of fear of responsibility, uncaring and cold. Kale's warm hands gripped my face. His eyes filled mine.
Control it, do you understand? Or you're as worthless as I once believed, and we're all dead. Control it, Alina.
The hound, the screams, the path. Fairy. I could smell apples and grass, wet with rain. The earthy smell of dying leaves and a world that wasn't mine. Fairy was close, and so were the beasts converging beneath the streets. I could feel them too, stirring in the dark of the underground, hungry for freedom, for Driocht, for home. Kale pressed his forehead against mine. His touch sizzled hot.
Arachne reigned once, as one of the three. Find that memory, Elena. Find it and own it, for all our sakes.
Kale snarled and shoved me away from him. He plucked his daggers free and strode toward the crowd, striding into what would likely be his death. I can end this. I have to. I have to let Arachne win. The time for fear was over. I had to act, and hope that however much of Arachne lived in me, she wouldn't devour what remained of Alina. Like Kale, striding into the crowd, I scaled the rear wall of the church, fear of heights buried along with the rest of Elena O'Connor. One foot after the other, hands gripping the decorative stones, and rose above the chaos. Samuel stood below the steps leading to the National Gallery, hands raised, his body awash with green vapor. He was the fourth anchor point, and in front of him, where the Driocht poured inward, the path twitched. So close, I can taste Fairy. Home. We, us. They just want to go home. Kale emerged and immediately cut down any Fae who rushed him. A howl rolled over the subdued crowd, igniting panic. They heaved and surged, and my heart pounded fast and loud in my chest. I stood at the apex of the roof and pinned my sights on the hound tearing into the Fae. It snapped its jaws around its victims, crushing them in a single bite and tossing them aside. Those that attacked were dealt with in a blur of teeth and blood. Stop! But my voice was instantly lost amidst alarms, screams, and the howling Driocht. Damn it, Rain! I lifted my chin, closed my eyes, and reached for the cool, killing part of me. When the Queen had pulled on my controls like the puppet master she'd been, I'd walked under, a tool following her commands, and I'd seen the web of life linking all of the Fae. The older Fae had glowed like bright stars in a night sky, and now, with my eyes closed, the hound glowed in the dark of my mind, brightest of all. I reached for the thread feeding into the ancient spirit and yanked it back. The hound's attention rushed full force over me. Old words filled my head, and with them came a deep, heavy dread. Its mind was cold and sharp in its ruthless wants. Rain had been right. The hound wasn't something you could reason with. Samuel, I said, the name leaving my lips as Faye. Chaos swallowed my voice, but the hound heard. Its ears pricked. Find Samuel! It was a death sentence, and yet the words easily slid free. The hound shook off an attack and lifted its mighty head, searching for the elder's son among the crowd. It might have found him, had Driocht not slammed through us all. Life. Fairy. Followed by a complete and suffocating silence. In the center of it all, Samuel laughed. It's too late. The path to Fairy rippled and glittered, like looking into a pool speckled with sunlight. Home. The ancient part of me ached to return. It was where we belonged, not this stifling world, where the colors were dull and the life even more so. But it was a dark promise. Beyond that shimmering door, terror waited. Then came the beasts. They spewed from the light, creatures, hundreds of them, large, small, sleek and vicious, ugly in their hunger, their beauty, their efficiency. Fear nudged me into movement, but not my fear, that of the hounds. It knew what this was. Fairy was coming. I turned my back on the madness and climbed from the rooftop. Fairy's whispers chased my thoughts, but I shut them back. I was stronger now. I had control of the hound, control of myself. I skirted the edges of the restless crowd and ran toward the Charing Cross Underground entrance. Concrete steps descended beneath the streets, and there, in the dark, the creatures of Under waited. "It's time to go home!" I called into the shadows, the fey language spilling from my lips like promises. "Drive them back! All of them!" Rivers of oily black flooded up the stairs. I staggered, reaching for the rail as the dark poured over me in one breathless surge. "Home?" it questioned, wrapping me up in night. "Yes," I replied. "Take them all home." The lich moved in one wave. It rushed over the nearest fey, leaving husks in its wake. More shadows poured from the steps behind me and swept over the crowd. They just wanted to go home. That was all they'd ever wanted. "Elena!" Shay. She came through the crowd, moving like a ghost in her floating whites. The short sword in her hand glistened crimson with blood. When one of the red and black clad F.A. lunged for her, she wielded the blade as efficiently as Kale, striking low and fast, cutting her attacker down without even breaking stride. She fought alongside the rebelling Fae. Did that make her my enemy? "Stay back!" I warned. The lich could drink her down just like the others. "They'll be coming for you!" she called over the crowd. "Who?" I freed my daggers, scanning the chaos. "They'll know what you are!" Her shouts faded, swallowed by the clash of blades and howls. "They'll kill us all!" I couldn't see anything. Just hundreds upon hundreds of Fae. Red and black colors flickered inside the chaos, and through it all, the lich wove their hungry way toward the shimmering path. "Who, Shay?" Before the crowd blocked my view of her, she shouted, "The hunt!" Shivers spilled across my skin. The hunt. The creatures who'd killed Samuel's family and slaughtered hundreds during the purge. Quickly, I spun, searching for anything in the mayhem that might be the hunt, but the crowd had flooded in, blocking my view of anything beyond a few feet. I couldn't worry about something I couldn't see. If the hunt wanted a shot at me, they'd have to get in line. Until then, I had to drive everything Fae toward the opening. The Fae, the beasts, all of them. The hound. I needed the hound to cut me a path through the crowd. I reached for the ancient Driocht link within me and tugged hard. The hound would come. Next, the F.A. If I could find them, organize them, we might be able to do this. Alone, I'd fail. The hound barreled its way through the crowd and padded up to me. Blood matted the fur on its face and dripped from its jaws. Locking my gaze with the hound's, I said, "Drive them back! All of them!" The hound's upper lip rippled in a snarl. I got the distinct impression from its blood-red eyes that it didn't particularly enjoy being ordered to do anything. A mental tug on its reins, and it jerked its head. Its snarl deepened into a growl. I glared back at it, my expression guarded, my fears buried. "Go!" It ducked its head by the smallest of degrees, and then turned and snapped at the crowd. Faye scattered out of its path. I walked in its wake, head up, daggers slick, but my mind, and that of the hounds, clear. Two of the three, working as one, while all around us, London went to hell. Chapter 24. Chaos surged across Trafalgar Square. Beasts churned among the crowd, killing, devouring. Fey blades flashed, cutting through the dark. I smelled blood, sweat, and fear, while a howling wind tore overhead. That too seemed to be alive and hungry. People, Fey, the beasts of Faerie, They would all die here, and the madness wouldn't stop in Trafalgar. Fairy was hungry too. I could feel its pull, its need to devour. Fairy wasn't just a world, it was alive, and it called me back with promises of all the Driocht I could ever need, ever want. Power, it crooned. I'd have it all. Perhaps, had I been entirely Fae, I couldn't have resisted its siren call. But I was more than Fae. I was the American girl, too, and that part of me told Fairy's whispers to fuck off. The hound carved its way through the crowd, herding the beasts and Fae toward the path. I had a more personal target in mind, and fell back, setting my sights on revenge. Those who blocked me I cut down, my daggers finding their flesh easily enough. Samuel was the key. He'd open the path, and he could close it. Everything else hinged on him. I needed to find Samuel, to drive my daggers through his heart. For the lies, for the bodies left to rot in that room, for Becky, for revenge. I carved through the crowd, my thoughts serene, as I followed the glittering lifeline in my mind that would lead me straight to Samuel. Driocht rippled overhead and occasionally licked over me, and each time it did, the killing calm strengthened. Arachne lived in me, but she didn't own me. I wasn't afraid, not anymore. I knew what I was. One of the three, made flesh. A construct who shouldn't be alive. A walking manifestation of Fairy. I gripped my daggers tighter. I had everything I needed clasped in my hands. Should I wish it, I could devour the shadows, take it all into me, and... A shiver rippled through the crowd, and all eyes turned toward the path. 4 Fae stepped through, and I knew instantly who, what they were. The hunt. Refined, lethal. Their shimmering images dissolved into ghosts as quickly as they'd appeared, but their presence had changed the air. Chaos turned to terror. I had to get the path closed. Shay, Kale, and whatever remained of the FA would push the crowd back to Fairy. I wasn't designed to save lives, but I could take them. Take Samuel's. I opened my heart and my head to the thing inside, and with each step, each cutting slash, the spirit of Arachne spilled into my veins. I wasn't alone. I'd never been alone. She was there, and I was ready to embrace her, to let her fill me up, but not control me. Never that. I had control. I was finally and perfectly complete. The crowd parted to reveal Samuel standing beside one of the 2 huge Trafalgar fountains. Raw Driocht rippled off him. With his arms spread, Driocht vapor dripped from his fingers. And his smile. It was the smile of a man content.
You cannot stop this construct.
As a construct, no. I flashed a slash of a smile right back at him and lifted my bloody daggers. But that's not all I am, Sam. His smile gave a reluctant tick, a falter. He snatched his daggers free.
You're not real. You're the ghost of her, an imprint. Do you know what I am?
I started to circle around him. Oh, I know you. You're the same as all the other parasites feeding on the life of London. His lips curled into a snarl.
Elders are gods.
I laughed, and the sound of it rattled across Trafalgar. Not entirely Alina's, but not entirely Arachne's either. Something new. My own. This new, complete me. You do not belong here. None of these Fae belong here. Return through the path you have woven, or die.
Die?
His brow lifted.
And who's going to kill me? You? Do you think you could, Alina?
He matched my strides, circling with me.
It was my idea to beat you. You deserved every blow. I was there. I saw you whimpering and weak, and then you turned to me with your pathetic human needs. So easy to ensnare. I couldn't bespell you, but I might as well have. So desperate for love, You threw yourself at my feet.
He wet his lips, and green licks of Driocht danced in his violet eyes.
I used you, no less than I did the human girl whose journal brought you to me. But now, here, I am Fae, and you are nothing. Do you truly believe a worthless creature such as you can best me?
Once, his words would have cut through me, but I found I barely heard them, and certainly didn't care what he believed. I knew him now. Just a forgotten Fae, an elder's son, seeking approval from those who tried to have him killed. Cool mist from the fountain settled against my face, light and clean, like Driocht. The hunt is here, and I don't think they're here for me. Fear snapped him upright and wiped the smile off his face. You wanted reinforcements. Well, you got them. Only, I don't think they're pleased the boy they failed to kill all those years ago has dared open a path back home. Do you? Samuel's gaze skittered about the crowd, now standing well back from us and watching, waiting. I turned my dagger in my right hand, clasping it by the blade instead of the handle. Close the path, Samuel. Do it now before all of Fairy comes through and brings their war with them. His wide eyes settled on me.
They know. It won't end here. This is the beginning.
The path rippled, open and inviting. The creatures had stopped pouring forth. Some, driven by fear of the hound, passed through from this side to Fairy. But while it was open, the worst was yet to come. I knew it, felt it coming, like an approaching storm. The path had to be closed, or Fairy would swallow London. You've proven your point. But you don't need approval from the elders, Samuel. You don't need them. You're an elder, right? Do the noble thing. Make peace here. Close the path.
What do you know of the old ways, construct? You cannot possibly understand. I will bring them here, show them what we have, and they'll accept me among them. They'll have to. It is my birthright, my bloodline.
I almost pitied him. The ache of loneliness was something we both shared. You already had a family, Samuel, before all this. Kale, Nix, Ska, the F.A. They respected you.
It's not enough,
He snarled.
London will never be enough. Fairy is where we belong. I will not be left to rot here. I am meant for more.
He turned to the crowd.
We are all meant for more than this grey place. This is not our world, our city. These people are nothing to us, nothing but food. And now they seek to control us, to shove us into the dark, hide us away.
Murmurs rippled through the hundreds.
We will not be controlled.
His voice sailed across the square.
Not anymore. Not by people, and not.
His amethyst eyes found me.
And not by you.
A ripple passed through the air and stirred the crowd. I flicked a glance at the path, feeling something tug on my thoughts. Welcome home, it promised. Come back. Samuel lifted his head. His attention slipped from me, toward the path. Come home. Be where you belong. Over and over, the whispers filtered through the madness and pulled. Cut grass and wet leaves, fresh, clean, and alive. I could smell home. Not mine, but Arachne's. And it was that part of me that moved toward the pathway. Others had already come forward and were stepping into the light, answering the sweet voice. Come home, Fairy called. A snarl rippled through the quiet. The sound came through the parting Fae, head bowed. It padded slowly, dragging its heavy paws, scraping its claws among the ground. As it strode by me, prickles of fear dashed against the sweet promises in my mind, plucking apart the compulsion. Shay caught my hand and yanked me backward until we both fell against a fountain. Stop him! Splatters of blood dashed her pale face. You must stop him! He can't go back! He can't! Fear. I could taste it in the air. feel it tight against my skin. Mine, the hound's, Shay's. They were all so terribly afraid. It's a compulsion, Alina. Please, he can't help himself. The harpy, she calls to us all. We'll go and we'll die. Stop, Rain, you must. Stop, Kushi. He must not be allowed to join with the harpy. The harpy! The terror that filled the skies and blotted out the sun, the moon, the day and night. The last of the three, the last ruler of Fairy. I knew her. Arachne feared her. She was the true nightmare, and now she called to her subjects. Shay's open palm slap rocked me sideways and nearly knocked me clean off my feet. Get him back! No! I did not come here to this horrible world to live without him! She spat the words out and slumped over the fountain's edge, her shoulders heaving. The entire side of my face burned, but the pain grounded me back where I belonged. A reality where the London Fae were walking toward what surely would be their deaths. The hound included. I could hear her, the harpy, so filled with sweet promises. Come back, come home, she called. But Fairy wasn't my home. It never had been. I was Alina O'Connor, born in London, the trainee reporter who asked all the questions. I dug down inside my own mind and gripped all that it meant to be me, dragging my control back to the surface and clearing my head of the toxic whispers. You can't have the hound. I reached out a hand, and with it, pulled along the tether of life connecting the hound to me. Find Samuel! I called back to Shay, keeping my eyes on the hulking massive hound as it paused by the pathway's entrance. I closed my outstretched hand into a fist and willed the hound back, but the stubborn beast wouldn't move. Come home. Come back to us. That sweet voice was a mask, a deception. Behind it, Tara waited, her talons like scythes. Alina, please! Quickly! Shay's words distracted me, plucking at my focus. Don't let him go! Bring him back to me! It wasn't working. My link wasn't yet strong enough. Rain, goddammit! I broke into a run, feeling the sweet promises spill over me with every step. The closer to the pathway, the stronger her compulsion became, until it pulled at my body like invisible hands. But the hound had stopped at the threshold. It waited for something, or someone. I shoved through the mesmerized Fae, skidded in front of Kushi, and spread my arms wide. Hey! Up close, Driocht peeled off its thick fur and flickering tendrils. Its jaws could easily close around my head and break my neck. I gulped hard and stood my ground. Rain, you stubborn son of a bitch. I know you're in there. You told me to bring you back. So here I am. Answer me, damn you! So close. Step through, sister. We could rule again. All three. Three, as it was meant to be. Lies. It was lies. Her promises couldn't mask the sense of terror choking the air. The hound lowered its head and speared me with a gaze laden with threat. It raised its upper lip in a rumbling snarl. You know me. I tried not to let my tone waver, but doubt unsettled it all the same. I could do this. I could control him. I had to. Rain? The hound's growl bubbled up from inside its bulk. The hound won't suffer a weak little construct pulling on its reins. The fear in Rain's eyes. Maybe it hadn't been for him. Maybe it had been for me. Kushi's red eyes blazed. There was no sign of that fear now, and nothing of Rain bled through that glare. Whatever power the hound recognized in me before, it didn't see it in me now. Rain! Shay's cry shattered the quiet. Go, Shay, I thought. Get away. Go. Just go. He can't hear you. It's me he hears, here and now. I'm all he knows, not you, Shay. Never you. The hound whipped its head around. Tension coiled in its muscles, cinching them, quivering tight. And then it charged. Not for me, not for the Fae or the pathway, but for Shay. No! I bolted forward. Shay froze atop the National Gallery steps. Her eyes widened, her lips parted. Run! I yelled, but she didn't move. Palming a dagger, I poured everything I had into my sprint. Breath rasping across my lips, legs pumping, but I wasn't going to reach her. I let the dagger fly. It sliced across the hound's hide, but the beast didn't slow. On thundering paws, it closed the distance. Shay! Run! Her eyes glittered, her face frozen in terror. She forgot her short sword, even as she lifted a single hand, as though she could hold back a force of nature. The hound leapt. My unreal heart stuttered. The hound tore into her, every bite sharp, every tear vicious. I didn't want to see the blood soaking her white dress, how her head lolled to one side and her glassy eyes seemed to focus on me, while the hound ripped into her with tooth and claw. Come back to me. The promises still poured forth, but they fell on my deaf ears. An arm hooked around my waist and dragged me backward. A voice I recognized yelled for me to control him, to stop him, before rain turned on us all. It's not rain, I mumbled. Did I do this? I'd wanted her gone. I'd wanted her out of the way. Did my intent turn the hound on Shay? Nyx clasped my face with her hands. He won't stop at her. Own him, Alina. Nothing owned the hound.
Consider this a warning, little construct.
This voice, this was old and new to my mind. It dragged like razor blades through my head, and when I turned to find its source, a vast winged figure filled the pathway entrance. My first human thought was Angel, but she was no angel. Dark peeled off her feather tips and pooled around her talon feet. Claws tipped her hands where her fingers should be, and her face was a contorted combination of unnaturally sharp cheekbones and jutting chin. Hideous. And yet when she lifted her hand, I lifted mine. I wanted to go with her. The Fae around me drifted forward.
You are worthy to contain my sister, and perhaps for that I should be grateful,
she said, sweeping her black-eyed gaze about the square, searching. Her glare returned to me, and the quick flash of a smile revealed vicious needle teeth.
The elder will be found. Have the hound, if you must. Should you weave a path once more, I will come, and I will take. I will own. You do not control my subjects. I do. All of Fairy and her children belong to me. A construct built of Arachne's whim and the undisciplined Kushi.
She laughed, and it sounded like breaking glass.
You are no threat to me. Wilt and rot here, as you were destined to.
She stepped back, and the glittering flow of Driot collapsed in a thrilled rush of energy that surged over those remaining in the square, simultaneously flooding us with life and ripping it away in the next breath. Chapter 25. The open pathway had gone, as had the flood of Driocht and the majority of the Fae. Those that remained lay startled and forlorn. Distant sirens sounded. A plane rumbled overhead. London. As it should be. Sounding dull and blunt to my ears in the absence of Driocht, but full of life all the same. Cale strode through the fallen. Fierce determination had shut down his expression. He'd gained a bloody lip and a slight limp, but neither bothered him. For a few moments, I wondered if he might be about to plunge his daggers into me. I braced against the ground. He snarled, snatched my elbow, and yanked me to my feet. In my post-Driocht swamped state, I wobbled and considered taking a swing at him for the rough handling, when he turned me around and shoved me toward the gallery steps. Blood had crawled its way over the lip to the top step.
"Ye fail to control the hound,"
Cale snarled, his voice riddled with disgust. Rain sat beside Shay's mangled body, confusion cutting deep into his pale face. He lifted his hand and turned it over, admiring how blood dripped from his fingers. His clothes were remarkably clean, but the pool of blood had crept all around him. "Rain!" I made it halfway up the steps when his gaze stopped me dead in my tracks. Fear, pain, alarm, all of it flashed in his eyes, but he settled on anger. I felt that look like a physical blow. Could I have stopped him? He didn't say anything, not a word, just got to his feet, pulled his sodden coat around him, and walked away, leaving bloody boot marks in his wake. Silence from him was worse than any words he could throw at me. Silence meant there was nothing left to say. I did my best. I'd controlled the hound with everything I'd had, but it wasn't enough. All I'd succeeded in was sending Fairy back its monsters while invoking the ire of the harpy. This was Samuel's fault. All of it. I had to find him. Make him pay. "Samuel ran from the hunt," I said, turning to face Cale. Remembering how the hunt had dissolved, I quickly scanned the dead and the debris strewn about the square.
"They aren't here,"
Cale said flatly. He'd guarded his expressions, but his hands curled into fists, and when he turned his silvery eyes on me, the truth shone through. This was far from a victory.
"If they've remained, they'll find him. He can't run from the hunt."
"We need to know for certain." I made myself lock stairs with Cale. To face the consequences. The alternative would be to see Shay's body, and I couldn't look at her. Cale cast a grim glare across Trafalgar Square to the line of police filing in from the side streets. He clenched his jaw and looked at his chin.
"Nix. Go to Tottenham Court Road. There's a chance Samuel returned there. Alina, return to Holland Park. It's the only home he knows. I must attempt to explain this to the human authorities."
Nix's glance seemed to reveal my own concerns in the tightening of her eyes. People had died here. Not just Faye. The residents of London would want answers. They'd want justice. The general would be blamed. And from the resigned weariness on his face, he knew what fate awaited him. He could run, turn around and leave with us. But I was beginning to realize Cale didn't run from his battles.
"Go, both of you,"
Cale ordered.
"Samuel's drained and exhausted. Find him. Finish this."
The thirst for vengeance kept me moving forward. I chose not to dwell on Rain's words or the accusations I'd seen in his eyes. I'd find Samuel and I'd hunt him until the Driocht in me faded away.
"We'll stop him,"
Nix growled as we approached the steps leading down into the underground. She cast one look over her shoulder toward the general and farther across the carnage. And she knew, just like I did. London wouldn't forgive this. It was all going to change. I tightened my grip on my bloodied dagger and headed down the steps, into the dark. I wasn't sure if the unnatural quiet had followed me from Trafalgar, or if it had settled in my head. I have no memory of the train journey and walk back to FAHQ. The tears had long ago cooled and dried on my cheeks. The ugly horror of what I'd seen played over and over in my head. Shay was dead. Rain had killed her, but somewhere in that madness, I feared I'd given the order. When I rounded the end of the street into Holland Park, a figure waited on the path outside the grand house the FA called home. The shoulders were soft, the stance loose, and my heart started racing. "Andrews! What are you doing here? Are you insane?" The questions caught in my throat. Light flooded from the lit windows and washed all color from his face, but not his eyes. And those eyes brightened. For a few foolish moments, I thought he might want to see me, and then I remembered I dug inside his head and yanked out his self-control. Guilt struck me in the gut, tripping my side. He couldn't be here. I couldn't deal with him now.
Alina!
His voice, once so smooth and calm, dragged from his throat, broken and hoarse.
Just listen. Don't turn me away.
I shook my head and scanned the front entrance to the HQ. The lights blazed, but the house was quiet.
Is that blood?
I looked down at myself. Blood had dried on my hand and crusted where I still held the dagger. I'd forgotten I was holding it, and even now didn't want to let go. My cheek itched and my hair clung to my neck. I wasn't sure, but I guess blood had dried on my face. Andrews's right hand twitched. He frowned, then tucked his hand deep into his pants pocket. But his face creased with the effort of restraint. How long before he snapped and lunged for me, for the touch?
What's happened?
He stepped forward.
You can talk to me. You know that, right?
Leave, I said, but couldn't find the conviction to make it sound any more than a pathetic plea. The corner of Andrews's lips lifted into a gentle smile.
I'm getting better.
Better? Becky had had the same soft brown eyes, I realized. Borrowed memories showed me the two of them together. He'd been the one she went to when she needed someone to talk to. Not their criminal father, not their older brother or their absent mother. They'd shared something special, a bond between brother and sister that I'd never really known. And now it was gone. Nothing the Fae do gets better. I hadn't meant to snarl, or maybe I had. I should scare him away for good. Make him go. Make him see the truth. The Fae can't be changed, Danny. They're all monsters. And so am I.
No, you aren't.
He said it with all the conviction of the detective I'd once known. I wanted to believe him, to hide in his fantasy. I could. All I need do was slip my hand around his and walk him home. By the time we'd reach his apartment, he'd be lost. I'd spend my days with him, nights too, soaking up his memories as if they were my own, like the parasite I was. The dagger felt right in my hands, perfectly weighted, a part of me. The sharper, deadlier, precise part. This had to end here, for his sake.
I'm getting help.
Andrews kicked the curb and laughed a little, and I knew what it was in his eyes. Hope.
I wanted to tell you, to show you in person. Sovereign, he got me into a great private clinic. I get the impression he's helped a few in the past.
His smile faltered.
It's going to be okay, Alina.
Okay? He didn't know about Trafalgar. He hadn't seen what I'd seen. The harpy, the fae, the hound, the killing, the madness. Nothing would be okay again.
I'm going to be okay.
He breathed in and squared his shoulders.
And if I can be saved, then so can my sister. Whoever has her, what they did to her. This clinic, it's expensive, but Rain said he'd help her.
His lips moved. I heard the words, but the silence I'd been harboring inside my head shattered, and the pain flooded in. Danny.
I know. I wasn't convinced, but I'm here. And it hurts to be this close to you, but I've got it under control, I think.
She's dead. Time stopped. Between one heartbeat and the next, the bright hope in his eyes dulled. His smile fell away. He tried to keep it. His lips twitched. He even laughed a little. But the truth wouldn't let him lie to himself.
You
He swallowed.
know. For certain.
I nodded. I'm sorry. I could have saved her. Instead, I've been sleeping with her killer. The truth clawed at my insides, but I pushed it back, pushed it all back. He could never know.
How?
He breathed the word, no more than a whisper. His eyes glistened. Guilt dug in and twisted my insides into knots. It wasn't General Kale. Nausea pulled saliva in my mouth. There's a Fae strong enough to weave a path back to Faerie, and he was collecting people, absorbing their Driocht. Kale said there were signs. I remembered Rain's file and Samuel's past. Kale had covered it up, thinking he was protecting Samuel's identity. Secrets always found a way to escape. Becky probably saw Kale, or heard Samuel mention him. I stared at the black HQ doors, stared through them, but saw only the memory of Becky's motionless body. Samuel. When I met Andrews' glare, the warmth had drained out of his face, leaving him cold and rigid.
The Fae Sovereign had me run an SO-30 search on,
He asked.
Rain said Samuel was getting close to you for a reason. It was him, wasn't it?
Andrews grabbed my arms and yanked me close. His fingers dug in, hurting, but I let it happen. I couldn't fight him. Fight what I'd done to him.
Tell me. You have to tell me who killed her.
I closed my eyes. Rain's file. Had I looked at it, maybe I'd have known earlier. Instead, I'd thrown it back at him out of pride. So many mistakes. All of them mine.
Alina,
Andrews said, and sighed. His grip loosened, but he didn't let go.
what did you do?
I opened my eyes and looked into his. I wanted to tell him everything. I always had. Like Becky, I trusted him. Now, he'd hate me. Perhaps that was for the best. It was better than loving me, because he had no other choice. It was Samuel, I said. He used me, and I... Andrews lunged, or so I thought. I staggered under his weight, reflexively shoving back to keep from falling. But he didn't grab for my face as I'd expected him to. His weight collapsed beneath him. He fell limp in my arms. His cheek brushed mine, and the touch skittered between us, but the ghost of what it had been before. Danny? Samuel emerged from the shadows deep inside the narrow garden. Head up, sharp Fey eyes on me. A dagger glinted in one hand, but his other hand was free. I reached up Andrews' back and found the blade embedded deep between his ribs. His heart. Samuel's lips ticked. He lifted the second dagger. I hugged Andrews close and spun. The blade slammed into my back, washing a vicious heat across my skin that had me stumbling to a knee. But the physical pain meant nothing compared to the twisting, cutting grief that hit when I saw the faraway look in Andrews' eyes. Danny? I could make this better. Make it right. I touched my hand to his face. Take it. All of it. You saved me once. Now take it back. But nothing happened. The dancing sparks faded, until it was just my palm against his cheek and nothing else. Danny! No! Please! A sob broke free. Please! I dropped my dagger and pressed both hands to his face. His head lolled, but I held him tightly in my hands. He wasn't breathing. His open eyes didn't see me. Take it! I shouted. What good was I if all I could do was take life and not give it? I'd saved Rain on the platform the night I was born. Why not Andrews now? I tried to push life into him, but my attempts stuttered and failed. Please! No, please! Samuel tugged the blade from my back, yanking me away from Andrews. I barely twisted around in time to block his strike. Blades clashed. His weight shoved me down, pinning me under his knee. Blood spatters dappled Samuel's cheek.
Danny Andrews wasn't Faye,
he snarled.
You can burn yourself out flooding him with Drioct, and it won't work. He's human. Humans die easily.
He smiled his flat, fake smile.
The problem with you isn't that you're made of dust, or that your head is filled with thoughts which may or may not be yours. The problem with you, Alina O'Connor, is simple. You'll never be more than you are right now. The girl who's empty inside.
He wrapped his free hand around my throat and slammed me back against the road. Chapter 26. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Thoughts adrift, I clung onto the ticking noise, letting it anchor me before I could drift away to nothing. And I was drifting. I could feel it. Life seeped from my bones, my flesh. Unraveling. The clock ticked, and more Drioct bled away. I smelled fresh grass and apples. Home, my memory supplied. Samuel. When I dragged my eyes open, he filled my vision. His jewel-like tricolored eyes sparkled so close that I could make out every deep facet. The beautiful killer. Tingles washed through my cheek, where he drew my life out of my unreal body. I whipped my head back, but he sank his fingers into my hair and held me fast.
There you are,
he said. His teeth flashed behind a sharp smile. I bucked, or tried to, but found my wrists tied to a chair. He straightened and let go, then stepped back to admire his handiwork. The dragging sensation vanished, leaving me gasping. Pins and needles attacked my body in alternating waves. While I gritted my teeth, Samuel watched me battle my pain with a content and lazy smile on his lips.
I didn't know what I was,
he said, turning away.
How could I? My family was slaughtered before I could be recognized as an elder. I suppose that should have been indication enough. But we're forever killing one another. What's another dead Fae family?
Slowly the world sharpened around me. I swung my gaze about Kale's war room. The lights pierced my vision, but I saw Ska similarly bound to a chair. Blood had dried in a smudge across his chin and cheek. He'd fought, for all the good it had done him. The lore keeper's wide eyes were fixed on me. I tried to delve inside myself and seek out the threads of life I'd used to find the hound at Trafalgar, but my inward thoughts were met by chilling emptiness. What had Samuel done? I needed to think, to clear my thoughts. How long had it been?
Elders are feared and revered for their ability to harvest Drioct and absorb more than they require, enabling them to weave pathways, among other things. Like constructs. It wasn't until I'd been exiled here, where Drioct is scarce, that I noticed I was different.
Samuel rested his boot on a chair and draped his arm over his knee. He moved differently, smoother, adding a lazy grace that hadn't been there before. He'd given up his act. This was the real Samuel. An energy crackled around him. Drioct. Mine.
In fairy, Alina, what you can't control, you kill. Which of the two do you think I've reserved for you?
Teeth gritted behind my lips. I glared back at him, my mind furiously working to find a way out. I tried the ties around my wrists, but they weren't budging. My one remaining dagger lay on the table between me and the door, but to get to it, I had to get free.
Let me be blunt. Hidden inside of your construction is a relic of fairy. A spirit. One of the three. Now, according to Ska here, when you killed the queen, the spirit had no choice but to possess you. So you, Alina, are carrying around in that poorly constructed head of yours one of the three most powerful entities to ever have existed.
He paused with a sigh.
It's not your fault you're not worthy. I don't blame you. You are what you are. You were never designed to last more than a week.
But she certainly weren't created to harbour one of the three, wasn't she?
Ska said, his voice cutting in the quiet. Samuel turned his predatory gaze toward Ska. The lorekeeper stared right back.
You don't know what the spirit planned. Perhaps the queen was too far lost to Fey Fury to be of any use to Arachne. Perhaps the spirit guided the queen and had Alina created for this exact purpose. Are you saying this thing
Samuel waved a hand in my general direction.
is not a mistake, but is in fact a divine construction?
He laughed, and my insides squirmed. How had I ever found his laughter a turn-on? Ska's gaze briefly skipped to me. He hadn't told me he'd thought I might be a deliberate escape route for the spirit of Arachne, that the spirit had planned all of this. Maybe Ska was bluffing. Or maybe it was the truth.
I'm suggesting you might want to think twice before unraveling her.
Unraveling? That was why I felt so empty and disconnected. He tried to do the same at Tottenham Court Road before dropping me into the pit. He was unraveling me, as only an elder could. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Samuel's doubt didn't last. The smile creeping across his face was a horrible thing, and I wondered how I could have missed the wicked in him.
Have you spent time with the construct, Ska? Time to know her mind, her thoughts? To get close enough for her to tell you her dreams? I have. I had to. First, to learn if she truly did harbour one of the three, and then to learn how I might manage the spirit once I'd ripped her construct body apart. I know this construct like no one else in her short-lived life. She's a weak creature, riddled with insecurities. Had one of the three created her with the deliberate intention of possessing her, she would be more than this echo. She would be glorious. Instead, she is just this.
He paused, reaching for the right word, and then, with a snarl, said,
Girl.
Around the fog gathering inside, the absence of pieces of me, anger still lingered, like a lighthouse in the dark. You're a piece of work, Sam, I drawled. The words came slowly. I had to drag them through the haze, but they slipped free easily enough. But then, I shouldn't be surprised. After all, you're just another fucked-up fae with an inflated sense of entitlement. You think you're worthy of the spirit? Is that it?
I know I am.
He kicked the chair away.
I will not be cast out again.
An animalistic growl rumbled from his throat.
I'm about to unravel you, and with the Lord Keeper as my witness, this moment will start a new history in that of the Fae of Terra, of London.
Conviction added a terrible, knowing weight to his words. He would do this.
The elders know I'm here now. They know we're all here. We survived, and the spirits still live in our blood. Arachne will possess me. I will rise up. An elder and a spirit as one. I will rule this world, as was my right in Fairy, and I will take back our home. With the hound under my control, I will take what was rightfully mine.
He strode forward, passion burning fierce in his gaze.
They cast me out, and when that didn't work, they sent the hunt. Do you know why?
He didn't wait for my reply.
Because they're afraid of me, and they should be. I will not be denied.
I wanted to shrug him off as mad, but an icy touch of knowing fear wouldn't allow it. What he'd said, it could be done. He'd kill me, accept the spirit into him, and weave his path all over again. Only he'd have complete control of the Fae here, as well as of those who'd follow him. The Harpy would come, the Elders too. War. London wasn't ready. That's great, I drawled, hiding the hitch in my voice while managing to sound nonchalant. And what if the spirit in me wants nothing to do with your ego trip? Ska gave me a blatant look that said, "What the hell are you doing?" Samuel came at me, hands raised, ready to clamp on and prove his point to a world that didn't want him. But while he'd been talking, I'd been thinking. What if Ska was right? Arachne hadn't tried to sabotage me or my thoughts. Certainly nothing like the Spider Queen had once done. And if she wanted me alive, then that meant I was meant to be here. That meant my construction wasn't a fleeting ghost of a thing or a mistake. I had purpose. I was made to live, not fade away. Samuel believed he could unravel me, but he'd failed to realize I could do the same to him. I'd already unraveled a lich on the London Underground. I could take life. It was about the only thing I was good at. And I was about to take his.
You're empty, Alina. The spirit belongs in me,
He said, thrusting his hands against my face hard enough to snap my head back. Empty, was I? He clearly didn't know me at all. Ever since I'd been created, I'd been filled with too much of everything. Raw Driocht, an ancient Fey spirit, and my own manufactured existence. Human and Fey. Both and neither. And inside all of those fragments, all of those mismatched pieces, an ancient anger mingled with a sharp rage for those killed around me. An anger so raw, so consuming, that it numbed the grief, the heartache, the sorrow and regret, until inside I blazed, aflame with vengeance. And that vengeance was hungry. As soon as his hands hit my face, I pulled. I reached down along his lifeline and yanked on that link with everything I had. Samuel's mind and memories barreled into my own thoughts. Life. Bright. Fresh. I drank it down, drank him down, until he threw himself back with a cry. He stumbled into the table and clasped his hands on either side of his head. Words spilled from his lips. Old Fey words. I recognized his chant as a prayer to the three and smiled. Unravel that, asshole! I clenched my right fist and yanked hard on the restraints, snapping them free, then sunk my fingers into the remaining one and pulled. Samuel saw me break free. Rage contorted his face into a mask of ugliness. Tick-tock. I spun, kicked the chair back, and lunged for the fireplace poker. The chair clattered behind me. I clamped my fingers around the cool iron poker and swung it around with everything I had left. The tapered tip smacked across Samuel's jaw, cracking his head to the side and tearing him out of his lunge. He sprawled into the fireplace, but he remained standing and rebounded with the kind of reflexes I'd never seen from him. I slashed the poker through the air between us. He knocked it aside with his forearm, but left himself wide open to a left-handed punch in the gut. I dropped a knee and planted my fist home, deep enough to knock the breath out of him and shove him into the table. He staggered, and I brought the poker down, plunging it deep into his thigh. He let out a furious cry, hurled old words at me, and tried to pull the poker free with trembling hands. His skin fizzled where the iron touched him, but he clamped harder and pulled.
Go, Alina!
Ska jerked his head at the door.
Get out of here!
Samuel yanked the bloody poker free. Run! I was faster than him. I snatched the dagger from the table and ran from the war room into the hallway. Too many strange thoughts whirled in my head. Andrews's, "What did you do?" Becky's lying among the dead. Samuel's caring touch. His lies. "You don't need to be afraid, not with me." Rain's bloodied hands as he leaned over Shay's broken body. I ran through it all, finding solace in the knowledge that I was meant to be. This was who I was meant to be. I had to live. Samuel wouldn't be the death of me. I'd survive him and everything else. This life was mine, and nobody was going to take it from me. I navigated through the twisting corridors, sliding around corners and bouncing off walls. He'd be close. He was fast, but I was faster. I sprinted deep into the basement levels and burst through the doors into the pool room. The deep blue pool water lay silent and inviting. Layered shadows rippled over the walls, and an instinctive crackle of Driocht plucked at my panicked thoughts. My skin crawled with the sense of being watched, but before I could place the source, Samuel shoved through the doors. I whirled and backed up. Roth had screwed his face into something monstrous. I wouldn't be like them, I vowed, flipping the dagger to catch its blade in my fingers. I was something new. I'm the best of both worlds.
I will not be stopped by an insignificant nothing like you!
He came at me, launching off his back foot and sprinting forward. I stood firm, stood calm, stared into the amethyst eyes of the only creature who'd taught me true hatred, and I launched my dagger with a cutting throw. The blade struck at the center of his heart, knocking him off his stride. He staggered, almost fell. An animal growl bubbled up his throat, and briefly I wondered if a blade piercing his hollow heart might not be enough to stop him. But then he stumbled again and went down onto one knee. The ancient words were back, tumbling from his snarling lips. I smiled and started forward. If he thought to threaten me with old words, he'd forgotten they couldn't touch Arachne, and Elena O'Connor was too new for those curses to mean anything. When I stopped at arm's length, hatred sizzled between us. He spat at my feet.
You won't kill me. You can't. Your humanity, your fleeting construction, makes you weak.
When I'd stalked under, driven forward by the Queen's orders, I had no other choice. When I'd killed the Fae guarding the Queen, I'd had no other choice. I had no choice in my construction, no choice in my destiny. But standing over Samuel, I had a choice then, and it was all mine. I yanked the blade out of his chest, splashing blood across the tiled floor. He gasped, but promptly resumed his chanting, even as the light in his brilliant eyes dulled and his voice softened to whispers. Slowly, I wiped the blade across my thigh. He didn't think he'd die here. He truly believed I wouldn't be the one to kill him. After all, he was an ancient Fae elder, and I was nothing but the girl made of fairy dust. His words faded when he saw my smile, and I think then he saw me for the first time. The real monster in me, as I saw the ugly in him. Doubts shifted, became strengths, and slotted into place. Memories lined up, locking together to complete the picture of me. I am Fae, I said, old and new. You aren't the superior here. I am. One quick slash across his throat. That was all it took for him to understand. As his life bled away, I sank my hands into his hair, fisting my fingers around the knots, and forced him to see me. And only me. Thank you, I whispered, low and intimate, for helping me find myself. You should know I took your advice, but I don't want to be accepted by Fae like you. His eyes widened, and in those final moments, he truly did know me better than anyone who'd ever lived. Goodbye, Samuel, I whispered against his lips as his last breath slipped past them. The light had barely left his eyes when a surge of Driocht washed over me from behind. I staggered forward, dropping Samuel's body, and spun to see the shadows converging. The liquid dark pooled into the corner, and with it, the latent Driocht crackled, sparking a storm alive. The sweet, seductive smells of fairy filled the air, and the hunt came. Their outlines shifted and rippled. Stray tendrils of dark licked across their flickering blades, but I couldn't focus on them, or their weapons, long enough to get a sense of who or what they really were. Phantoms. They drifted, circling around Samuel's body, blurring my view of him. A harsh wind picked up, whipping my hair in front of my eyes and tugging on my clothes. Slowly, so slowly, I eased back, one deliberate step at a time. They didn't appear interested in me, but that might change. With the door at my back, I lifted my hand, still clutching the blood-coated dagger, and shielded my eyes from the storm. Just as the wind dropped, the howling ceased, and fairy sweetness faded from my lips. Samuel's body was gone. I stared at the spot where the dark had collected, expecting the shadows to move again, but they didn't. And as the seconds ticked by and the ache started to seep into my weary body, it hit me. The fight was finally over. Chapter 27. I released Ska, who, seeing the blood on me, immediately asked where Samuel's body was. I told him the hunt took it. He seemed alarmed, then settled into lorekeeper mode and started asking questions. I didn't have the energy to explain, and sent him instead to check out the pool, while I waited in the dark at the entrance hall, the old house sighing around me. I'd expected the doubt to rush in. I waited for the grief to hit, and the guilt. But I felt only the buzz of Samuel's Driocht rushing through my veins. He'd killed countless people. He'd opened a path back to Fairy, the repercussions of which could be deadly. And he'd killed Danny Andrews, my friend. The pain hit then. I was dangerous, and those unfortunate enough to be around me would always be at risk. Sat on the stairs, alone, I finally understood what Rain was most scared of. It wasn't the thing inside of us. It was what we could do with the power residing there. The responsibility of it was overwhelming. But Arachne wasn't going away. She was part of me. And what I did with that part was up to me. Kale found me minutes later, or hours, I wasn't sure. With a barked order, he told Nix and me to gather up everything we could. I didn't have any personal items. I never had. So I took the weapons I could find, causing Nix to cast me a discerning side-eye. We returned to the entrance hall where Scott and Kale cut their conversation short. Kale lifted his head and stared right at me with those steely eyes of his. He scanned the faces of the three of us, Ska, me, and Nix.
The Fey Authority is disbanded. I will stay and try to rectify human-Fey relations, but...
The entrance door rattled, and Rain strode in. His coat flared, and with the street backlit behind him, his hood cast shadows across his face. Kale's hand went to the daggers at his sides, but Rain's sharp slice of a glance stopped him from doing anything foolish. The former rock star stopped, let us all absorb his dramatic entrance, and then flashed a smile.
This is it. A lawkeeper, a general, a warrior, and a construct.
Kale's fingers twitched. Rain saw and trained his level gaze on the general.
It's a little late for old grudges, General. You failed to protect your people. We're not welcome in London. The police are setting up roadside checkpoints and security details on the tube. We need to leave London, now, before the net tightens.
Nix flicked her coat collars up and tucked her chin in. We can hide, like we did before.
If we leave London...
Kale sounded steady, reasonable, but I saw the tremble of his hands.
And the Harpy returns, 8 million people will perish. And what are the 5 of us going to do to stop her?
This from Ska.
Some of the FA survived. Given time, I might be able to recruit more.
Rain made a disgusted sound, more akin to a growl than he'd probably have liked, and cut off the general.
The Fey Authority is dead. Long live the spirits. Right, Alina?
All eyes turned to me. The look he gave me wasn't one of joy or hope. He looked at me like he had on the steps of the National Gallery. Enemies, that look said. But more than that. Then he chuckled.
You have 2 of Fairy's worst right here. But if we stay out in the open, we'll be caught. Unless you want to live like rats in the sewers.
Then we go, Nick said, clear and precise. Split up. Head to the country. She dug around in one of her bags and handed out several cell phones. Take these. Leave them on, but don't use them unless it's a live or die scenario. If the Harpy returns, at least we can contact each other.
If the Harpy returns, we'll know without these.
Rain grumbled, but he took the cell phone and tucked it inside his coat. I took mine, and I realized the fluttering in my chest was panic at the thought of being alone. That fear hadn't left me. Worse, it had taken root. I couldn't be alone. I wasn't sure what I'd do. My gaze wandered back to Rain to find him watching me. They all watched me, even Kale, waiting. "We go. For now," I said. "Don't make me go alone. You understand, Rain. Don't leave me alone with this." He inclined his head in the smallest of acknowledgments, and I knew he'd understood. The others thought it was an agreement to leave, but it was more than that. A truce. We gathered up what bags we had and left Kale standing alone on the steps of the empty FAHQ. Samuel would have been disappointed to realize the world didn't stop revolving without him in it. But the destruction we'd wrought saw peace among the London Fae shattered. The Met had clearly been looking for an excuse to roll out the strong arm of the law, and the rampaging ogre, spirits on the underground, and a riot in Trafalgar were all the proof they needed. But the room full of bodies and the death of one of their own drove home the final nail in the coffin. The London Fae, those the police could find, were rounded up and made to vanish. Others, caught in the open, were attacked on the street by retaliation mobs. Justice, the tabloids called it, and the press liked nothing better than to turn idols into villains. While standing below the arrival boards at Paddington train station, I was grateful I didn't have pointed ears and colorful eyes, but I kept my head down all the same. The weekend crowd was lighter than I'd hoped. British transport police, in their high-visibility jackets, patrolled the platforms and waiting areas. I checked to see if my train was boarding, and then, for the 5th time in the last 5 minutes, scanned the crowd for Rain. Kale had given us each a new cell phone and told us to scatter. Rain had lingered long enough to tell me to buy a train ticket for the 5 a.m. London Penzance train, and that he'd join me. But he wasn't here. Perhaps I shouldn't have been surprised. He blamed me for not stopping the Hound. Might even have suspected I'd turned the Hound on Shay. Whenever we were together, people died. The spirits within us weren't designed for peace. That didn't stop me from not wanting to get on the train alone and travel into the unknown. The board above shuffled its display, announcing my train was boarding. Head low, I joined the people lined up to pass through the ticket barriers. The police watched me pass through without a second glance. Rain wouldn't be so lucky. He was too distinctive. What if he's been caught? I strode down the platform, passing the rumbling diesel engine. Rain wouldn't get caught. He was too slippery for that. Wherever he was, it had to be for the best. I didn't need him. Not really. I had once, but not anymore. It was the company I craved, or at least that's what I told myself with each step. I found my seat on the train and scanned the platform one last time for his familiar figure. He'd never intended to be here. His last words to me had been a lie. But he had gotten me on a train and on my way out of London. Maybe that was what he'd wanted all along. The train shuddered and rolled forward. The platform slid out of sight. Apartment blocks and warehouses huddled around the tracks, turning to a blur as the train gathered speed. What awaited the Fae, I wondered. Exiled from one world only to be hunted in this one. What awaited me? Human and Fae, neither in both, and something else, too. I had a new hunger in me now, not just for Driocht, but for power. I'd be back. Of that, I was certain. The Harpy knew me now. She'd had a few hundred years to run Faerie. The chances of her and the elders not turning her gaze toward our world were slim at best. I checked Nyx's cell, making sure it was turned on. She would contact us when we were needed. Until then, we were free to go wherever we wanted. In my case, be whomever I wanted. But Kale had stayed. I hadn't yet decided what I was to Kale, or what he was to me. My enemy? Even that thought sat uneasily, like the one piece of the puzzle that wouldn't quite fit where it's supposed to. I'd been wrong about him, blinded by my own stubborn revenge. Still, I'd be keeping my dagger sharp and at the ready for when we'd meet again. It wasn't over between us.
Is this seat taken?
The hooded top hid much of his face, but I could never mistake his voice. I smiled, even though my instincts demanded I yell at him for letting me think he'd left me. I was waiting for someone, I said. Rain eased his long-legged self into the small seat.
Here's those.
He kept his hood up, but I saw the secret smile lift his lips. How did you slip the transport police? I asked, unable to curb my curiosity.
Londoners never look up.
He'd hidden among the station's curved iron roof trusses. I allowed a small smile to settle on my lips. How was it possible I could want to hit him and throw my arms around him? Much of me hated him for being a grade-A selfish asshole. What was left of me wanted to thank him for not leaving. He'd likely never know how much it meant to me that he was beside me, even if we were just as likely to kill as kiss one another. The train rumbled on. London blurred by the window, and inside the carriage people chatted, read on their tablets or flicked their newspapers. It was all entirely normal, apart from the two monsters sat side by side. Rain shuffled down in the seat and sighed.
How did it feel?
He quietly asked, staring down the carriage rather than meeting my gaze. I hesitated, searching for his true meaning, and then settled on the only thing we shared. Power. It felt wrong. And right. After a moment's hesitation, he inclined his head. I still couldn't see his face, just the downward tilt of his lips.
It was a lot to ask. You did what you could. Nobody's perfect. Except me, of course.
I rolled my eyes. Of course. A gentle quiet settled over us, one comfortable enough that the tension melted from me for the first time in weeks. I'm sorry. I tried.
Don't.
I heard him swallow.
Don't talk about her.
But that didn't change the fact the hound had killed Shay, and I hadn't stopped it. I'd even have brought about her death. The distance between Rain and me might never be bridged. It shouldn't be. We're dangerous together.
For what it's worth,
He said, and sighed.
I'm sorry about Detective Andrews.
Grief and guilt briefly knotted around my heart, until my own weary sigh allowed me to breathe again. I need your help, Rain. I said his name as a whisper. He turned his head and studied my face, his own expression a perfect mask of stoicism. You were right. I can't do this alone. Whatever this is. His smile returned, a little softer this time.
You were never alone, American girl.
He was right. He'd always been there, watching from the sidelines in his uniquely stalkerish way. But you were, and I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, well, after a few 100 years, you'd think I'll get used to it.
I curled my fingers into my palm, fighting the urge to lace them in his. One touch might ignite the spirits, and the last thing I wanted was to free the hound on a packed train. Still, despite the risks, and as the train hurtled into the dark, I was glad for his company, his understanding. We might never have what we once wanted, but at least we weren't alone.
You're smiling.
He said, making it sound like an accusation. Is that not allowed anymore?
Knowing what I do, I have to wonder what the construct who harbours an ancient fey spirit is smiling about.
World domination and how to enslave the human race, obviously. His brow arched, prompting me to laugh. If the Fae who harbored a nightmarish hound thought it likely, then anything was possible. What a terrible pair we made. I just hope that wherever this train took us, the people there were ready for the worst of fairy. Because we sure weren't. That was